Testing. Are we live? Wait for it. There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. But ladies and gentlemen, hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday. This one is going to be a little bit more exciting. We're getting some moves. We're around the level that we were at yesterday, near the high. So that 391 is going to be key. There's a couple of pieces of information. A lot of talks with banks and upgrades and downgrades. The bank stress test after yesterday. There was a couple of different things there. But now we're getting earnings estimate revises all the way down to some people, even like Goldman, they're lowering profit targets. So there's that. We got a big bond auction today, 10 a.m. Eastern. We're going to be getting a lot of economic data. You already got real estate data. Those numbers are looking pretty solid, but nothing to really move the market just yet. And then we got a bunch of deals that we got to look over. Everything from Robinhood and the FTX drama yesterday all the way down to like Walgreens and like KKR, the Spirit stuff from yesterday, all of that stuff. So we got a couple of things to watch out for. We're getting off to a good start. It's a nice Tuesday. We got the rest of the week. So ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're ready. But, oh yes, good morning. How are you? What's up, Dennis? What's up, New Cat? Good morning. What's up, Amateur? How you living? What's up, George Spencer? Yeah, Project Will, Dean, Benny Silverio, Lori, good morning. Good morning. What's up, Benny? How you living? What's up, Liam and Malone? Oh, yeah, the badges are in full force today, bro. Ah! How's it feel? How does it feel? It's good, don't it? Oh, it feel good to be back a little bit. Look at all the badges. Wow. All of y'all were badged up this whole time. You mean to tell me that? Oh, my God. Good morning. Shout out to members, baby. God bless you. Taking your morning dump will make it a good one, man. What's up, Vampiro? Good morning. Reese the Beast, Dev the Lurker, Jeff Kent, Colt 45. What's up, Lorraine? How you living? What's up, Rafi? Good morning, Amari. Trinidad B. Good morning. Manny G. Good morning. Yeah, you got the pony back. You know, once you get the pony, it never leaves. You know, that's a PHILO. We'll talk about it, but you know what I'm saying? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So we got everybody ready to go. I think you guys are feeling good. I hope you know you are blessed. Let's make today a good one. Actually, can I start it? You want me to start off with a fun fact? I saw these yesterday. I might have to drop like 3 fun facts on you. All right, I'm going to drop this one later in the day, but since you made it here early, I'm just going to tell you right now. Are you ready for the fun fact? Oxford University is older than the ancient Aztecs by nearly 200 years. Wow. Who knew? Isn't that crazy? Oh, they didn't know that. Look at that. Fun fact. Look at that. That's how you just started your day off with a little bit of brain exercise. Oh, my goodness. So, let's see what we got. I don't know how. I don't know how that's possible. I'd go look it up. Listen, man. I'm just the messenger. Oh, man. Baker's dozen of Chadness. Hey, man. It's beautiful. It's beautiful to see. It's beautiful to see. So, Goldman, they are expecting losses to jump to more than $1.2 billion in its consumer business, missing their own break-even targets. People familiar said the second quarter burn rate in the unit is in line with forecasts, and the number may grow if the firm is forced to make lending loss provisions. New accounting rules will also force the firm to set aside more money as loan volume grows. Futures started the day in the green again, and global stocks rose as market watchers lined up to weigh in on what's next. Goldman echoed Morgan Stanley and saying U.S. profit margins are too optimistic, putting stocks at risk of more losses when downgrades appear. HSBC also said that equities are underpricing risk going into earnings. Lazard is a bit more sanguine, predicting any recession will be short-lived and recommending banks and consumer discretionary stocks. Elsewhere in the markets, Treasury yields gained before today's auction of 7-year securities, which JP Morgan said should be digested smoothly. Trading in Treasuries fell to the lowest in 6 months last week. Trace data shows dollar nudged higher. The Bloomberg Commodity Index headed for its biggest daily gain in 3 weeks as China eased quarantine regime and Bitcoin was steady. So this is a big one too, a big driver on today is China, but also that commodities are actually ripping today. So keep that one in mind. Walgreens, they abandoned their auction for Boots chain as bidders struggled to secure funding. KKR is backing away from potential bidding war for Toshiba, Financial Times said. Robinhood's fell as FTX said there is no active takeover talks happening. Spirit climbed after JetBlue raised its all-cash bid again. Ivanhoe Electric priced its IPO at the bottom end of the range to 169. In Europe, Hyundai and Kia offices were raided by prosecutors in relations to allegations they masked diesel emissions. Dang, they raided Honda and Kia. So first they got Young Thug and Gunna. Now they got Hyundai and Kia. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. 5 companies are looking to sell fresh debt in the U.S. high-grade primary market today. Underwriters said after 4 issuers sold $4.5 billion on Monday. The continual relatively slow drip of new bond sales is expected to continue this week, with most syndicate desks anticipating $15 billion in new debt. The ECB will activate the bond purchasing firepower it earmarked as a first line of defense against possible debt market crisis on Friday by applying flexibility to PEPP investments, Christine Lagarde said. Meanwhile, Reuters reported that the central bank's new anti-fragmentation tool will probably drain cash from the banking system to offset any buying. Print and Sprint is back. Big buyers of leverage loans are looking to repeat a strategy that brought gains of 60% in the early part of the pandemic, buying loans in trading markets and funding the purchases by selling CLOs. Columbia Threadneedle is one of the latest managers to sell Print and Sprint CLOs. Carlyle sold a deal in Europe, and Blackstone, Investcorp, and Ares are getting the transactions done. G7 countries will temporarily allow some public financing of fossil fuel projects to help address the new energy crisis as Europe tries to wean itself off Russian gas. Leaders will also instruct ministers to look into a price cap on Russian supply. The group condemned a Russian missile strike on a shopping mall in central UK and that left at least 18 people dead. China cut its quarantine requirements for travels from 2 weeks to 7 days. State TV said after Beijing and Shanghai recorded no new infections for the first time since mid-February. There were 22 cases reported nationwide yesterday. Hong Kong may shorten its hotel quarantine to 5 days, local media reported. Betting against the Bank of Japan in the last 2 decades led to such dire outcomes that the trade became known as the Widowmaker. But as pressure builds for the BOJ to loosen its yield curve control, the idea is back in vogue. Market volatility, inflation, and fears of a downturn have brought an abrupt end of the IPO party. Companies raised a total of $4.9 billion in public offerings this year, less than 6% of the record it raised in the first half of 2021, and distantly trailing the $47 billion 5-year average for the period. No IPOs. People don't like them. So 9 a.m. April house price index, you already got that. They all came in a little bit higher. 10 a.m. June consumer confidence and Richmond Fed manufacturing. 12:30 Fed Dolly is interviewed at a LinkedIn event. 1 p.m. 7-year bond auction note. This one is going to be very important. It's pretty much right in the middle of the whole bond curve. So this is the belly of the curve, and it has a big implications. But some people say it'll be good. 1 p.m. January 6th Select Committee. Primary elections in Colorado, Illinois, New York, Utah, Mississippi, South Carolina, Oklahoma, and Nebraska, and then Ghislaine Maxwell sentencing. Earnings include couche tard. I don't know what couche tard is. Sounds dope. We will see. America passed Roe. California will ask voters to enshrine reproductive rights in the state's constitution. Kamala Harris on CNN dismissed the notion of allowing doctors to practice abortions on federal property to bypass state restrictions. BlackRock joined banks in covering travel expenses for U.S. employees. The Fed's rate and balance sheet will exacerbate the supply-demand imbalance in the money markets, which is around $1.5 trillion, J.P. Morgan said. It expects effective Fed funds rate will be 3.1, SOFR 2.95, and 3-month LIBOR at 3.45. By the end of the year, overall supply, excluding the Fed, may rise by $731 billion, while credit supply will increase by $200 billion. The UK's defense minister will call for more arms spending in light of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Hungary raised its key rate by 185 basis points to 7.75, soaring past expectations. Lagarde, she reinstated plans for initial 25 basis point increase in July after Martin Kazak's earlier said front-loading hikes, including a possible larger move next month, could be reasonable. She also gave her clearest admission yet that a previous policy taboo, buying bonds while hiking rates, is appropriate under the current circumstances. Hong Kong confirms Xi Jinping will visit the city next week, ending speculation over the Chinese leader's attendance at the 25th anniversary of the handover. The BOK is poised to raise its policy rate by half a percentage point for the first time ever next month to tame inflation that's at a decade high. Japan's prices will broaden. Saudi Arabia will probably agree to continue adding oil through the fall as part of a deal expected to be agreed with Joe Biden during the first trip to Riyadh in July, RBC said, noting that gradual increases rather than a dump of barrels is likely. As for this week's OPEC meeting, RBC expects the alliance will stick to plans to add 648,000. Aramco may increase the August OSP of its flagship Arab for Asian buyers by $2.50 a barrel in July, according to Bloomberg. Crude extended gains with Brent's prompt spread and the steepest backwardation since early March, excluding days when contracts expire amid disruptions in Libya and Ecuador. Copper and tin reversed earlier declines as China's quarantine boosted demand hopes. Corn and cotton climbed as U.S. crop conditions worsen. Spirited investor TIG plans to vote against Frontier's proposal, instead favoring a bid from JetBlue. Playtika jumped pre-market after Axios reported that Geoffrey Capital will buy a majority stake in the gaming firm from a Chinese investment group for $21 a share. Twitter provided Elon Musk with historical tweet data and access to its fire hose of tweets in recent weeks. U.S. IPOs are getting clapped. Nike dropped after it gave downbeat forecast. Occidental rose after Berkshire Hathaway snapped up more shares. Snowflake also climbed as it clinched an upgrade at Jefferies, which said the company's valuation is now back to reality. U.S.-listed Macau stocks, including Las Vegas Sands, got a boost from China's short-in quarantine. Boeing's top India buyer, SpiceJet, is planning to take a delivery of at least 737 Maxes. ARM plans to use proceeds from coming IPOs for deals in hiring. Uber and Lyft drivers switch to Teslas as gas prices squeeze profits. TikTok has a few key ingredients for making money. Credit Suisse to lean on wealth unit. Boeing, top India buyer. Walgreens abandons boot sales. Goldman plans quarterly dividend boost, $2.50 from $2.25. JP dividend is maintained. Salesforce back-end front valued at $1.7 billion in funding round. JP Morgan amongst bidders in El Cortaz's Torrey Titania. User reports Verizon is down, and the Nike price target cut to 130 from 152 at Deutsche Bank. Travel perks spending by U.S. firms on private jets for personal use by CFOs and chairs has hit a 10-year high. Ernst & Young admitted dozens of its audit staff cheated on the ethics portion of the CPA exam and that it misled U.S. regulators probing the misconduct. The SEC fined them $100 million, the largest ever penalty for an audit firm. Looking to move its indication of market slowdown. Signed contracts for home prices above $10 million in New York fell for the first half of the year. Cyber pirates prowling ship controls are the latest threat to global trade, as hackers may be able to penetrate onboard technology that handles steering, propulsion, navigation, and other key operations. The biggest companies are playing catch-up after years of struggling to make money, now have the resources to invest to upgrade ship-to-shore technology. Google Cloud Computing Division plans to reveal carbon footprint for its workspace app, including Gmail and Docs in 2023. On this day in history, a murder in Sarajevo became the tinderbox that ignited World War I. Archduke Franz Ferdinand, heir to the throne of Austro-Hungarian Empire, and his wife Sophie were assassinated in 1914 by Gavrilo Princip, a 19-year-old member of a society dedicated to freeing Bosnia from Austrian rule. Austria used the murders as a reason to declare war against Serbia, triggering a series of events that drew in allies of both sides. Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. It started. That's crazy. Who knew? Who knew, ladies and gentlemen? Who knew? Who knew? So there you go. Little bit of fun fact for the days. Again, a lot of different pieces of news, but hold on. You still got a bunch of stocks. So Cognizant, CGNT, shares are down 10% after the company reported first quarter results that were weaker than expected. Deutsche Bank lowered EPS and price targets across interest rate sensitive coverage of trust banks and online brokers. Etsy rises 2 as price target is lowered at Guggenheim. For tonight, shares are up 3 as BMO Capital upgrades the stock to outperform. Kezar Life Sciences jumps 87% after reporting positive results for its lupus nephritis drug in phase 2. MCHP climbs 3% after Stifel raises recommendation, saying its attractive PE getting close to a near-term trough. PLTK shares rally 5% after a report that Geoffrey Capital agreed to buy a 40% of the company. Shares of U.S. Airlines are climbing pre-market Tuesday after China reduced quarantines. Spirit Airlines rises 4% after people negotiate the deal. STRO surges 13%. Company and Astellas said they will collaborate to advance development of immunostimulatory antibody drug conjugates. That one's fun to say. Hood shares have rallied after a report of Sam Bankman-Fried. They are down 3.4 from yesterday. U.S. bank stocks are higher pre-market after the bank stress test and increases. Morgan Stanley and Bank of America lead the way. Trip.com, Chinese based online travel agency, reported first quarter results and people like it. And then Vonage is up 8 after Ericsson said it remains fully committed to the transaction. So there it is. There it is. A lot of different news. I got a couple of plays, too, somewhere from that list. We'll go over them here in a second. This is the day. This is the day that the Chad has came. That the Chad has came. No, I will rejoice. I will rejoice. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you're having a wonderful, beautiful, glorious morning. We are glad you're here. But here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to the people who have sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will. And that is the United States of America and all the veterans who have served. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, we want to give a huge special shout out to all the veterans, active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. God bless you and thank you for your service. And shout out to the police officers, the firefighters, the doctors, the nurses, the teachers, all the other public service out there as well, baby. God bless you and thank you for doing what you have done. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Senators! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horna. Oh, good morning, Chattadonia. I almost fell sending in the Jets. I don't know how to describe this to you. That was a very aggressive jet send. That was dangerous. It's beautiful. That means we are here today for the right reason. Ready to go. So, good morning. Jets have been sent. But I got a couple of plays. Again, Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, those are going to be the two to watch. You could even add Bank of America on there. Again, the updates from the bank stress test ended up being very bullish. Cognizant, they're down 10 after missing pretty bad. Kazar Life Sciences, KZR, that one looks to be the hype play of today. As far as biotechs are concerned. Then Robinhood, again, with everything with FTX. We'll see how it plays out. A lot of people are speculating back and forth. Nike for post-earnings, it's down 2, was pricing in 5, so maybe there's an opportunity there on the premiums. Then Robinhood, like we said. Then EWZ, today's a big day for commodities. I would definitely be looking there for Brazil or any good commodity providers. And then Oxy for oil and Buffett. And then Dollar Tree, they just got rid of their CFO, I believe. And they put in a new CFO, so we'll see how that one plays out. So there is all of that. Pretty straightforward. We should have a lot of fun. Again, you still got a lot of economic data coming in at 10. So we still got about, 30 minutes here of trading, and then the last set of data, and then we'll go from there. But again, commodities are absolutely on fire today. And we still got a couple of those post-earnings, and there's just like a lot of deals. Again, everything from down Robinhood all the way down to these just like little deals that you're hearing about. Toshiba, which one? There's one more too. Save and all that. So we will see what happens. But drop your thumbs up on the video. Oh, I forgot to put my survey in there. Oh no, we're gonna need to get this. The market will close. Let's see. Today's going to be an interesting one. Today is going to be an interesting one. You know what I'm saying, Chad? Feels good. Feels good. There it is. Round 1. Fight. All right. Let's see. So Nike already down 2.3. Again, I want to see those options if there is an opportunity. I feel like the Nike options should be red on both sides, literally. Yeah, puts and calls should both be negative. EVFM, 29 again. Oh, man. That's the one from the other day. That one killed it. Do I get filled on that? Oh, they scammed me so hard on that. Yeah, they gave me a bad price. I grabbed a Nike. They ended up being a little bit cheaper there. I did go with a weekly. So we'll see. They just scammed me, though. But again, a lot of these early trades in the morning, they've honestly been a little bit more difficult there. Again, with some of the premium. AMD slipped hard. JetBlue says ISS issues report noting clients may find JetBlue offer preferable to Frontier. SPY is just rocketing up. Literally just going straight up on all of this right here. So you're already up 0.8, 0.5%. SPY and Dow, those are the ones that are leading things, believe it or not. And then don't trade it. I grabbed a weekly. It already got clapped there. They just clapped me on the volatility. I grabbed a weekly Nike put for about $40. Citi is popping. Again, all the banks, even JP Morgan is starting to go up. I'm surprised Morgan Stanley's down. If that one could flip. And then Citi is up a decent amount, 1.7. And then don't forget about Oxy and the commodities here today. That one's very big. Yeah, Alibaba. Again, even China, any China stocks that are related to like casino travel, anything like that, those are all doing good. So, yeah, Baba's even coming up. Boeing's already up 4%. Yeesh. Amazon started to move. TLT is still red. Boeing is literally up 4% right now. Very, very big move. Airbnb. Didn't they say Airbnb is like banning parties or something? I thought that one was interesting. Cognizant. They were down. They're bound. Damn, they're down 30%. Is it EWZ? Oh, damn. That Nike play got clapped. They scammed me on that one. Airbnb is going up. EWZ, that one's up too. Let's see. XLU, XLV. They're both doing good, just not as crazy. We'll see by the end of the day. Kalatovich says there'll be no recession. NVIDIA, Roblox breaking out. That's good. And KZA, why isn't this loading? Oh, it's KZR. Salam called. Good morning. Boeing's killing it right now. Up 4. Big turnaround, especially with the weakness it had yesterday. RTX 13. Ahoy. Good morning. The data is going to come out in about 30 minutes. Again, we already got real estate data and one more piece. It wasn't that detrimental, more or less. It didn't cost too much, but we'll see with consumer confidence. And then the other one, the Dallas Fed or Richmond Fed, we'll find out. Yeah, Nike, I got total pump fake. That play just went 40 cents to like 20 10 in a second there. The 2-candle pump fake definitely did not play out. Even FedEx is starting to move up there. Wally World, everything's up. And then right now, energy's the leader, 2.8. Financials are number 2. And then that's it. Healthcare and utilities are the worst today, but they're still up by 0.57. CPI is going to be next week. PCE is going to be on Thursday. No, PCE is Thursday, not Wednesday. We do get PHILO, though, tomorrow. Target coming down. Again, Win, they just got a big candle, but they've been doing good with all the China stocks. SPY just went up straight from the open. Morgan Stanley's up 4. JP up 2. The VLOs are up 100. Are they random play VLOs? Oh, I'm actually sure, huh? Those have been killing it. Old cities are coming back to life. That's kind of good. Dow Chemicals up 2. China reopen plays. Yeah, there's a lot of them. China reopen plays are definitely hitting here today. EVFM straight down. Let's see, did Veru get any rise today? Nah. Then JP Morgan, a new high. XLU is in the money. Ooh, for July, I'll take it. That plays up almost 1,000%. We still got a little bit of work. Again, the cities are about to come back to life too. Disney moving after China reopening. Yeah, Disney up 3 is a big one. And then Uber is starting to move up there now. We have sent in the jets. NASA begins return to the moon with low-cost mission by Rocket Lab. Why does that sound like an advertisement? Yeah, this is the best day for commodities in weeks. So that's a big part about today. We're going to find out what happens. But literally, commodities, this is, I believe, their best day in 4 weeks. Humana breaking out. Healthcare is still doing good. Again, it's weird. We're pretty solid up here. Dow is up 1.2. SPY is up 1. And then NASDAQ 0.8. But everything is green right now. Not one industry is red, but healthcare, utilities, and consumer are actually the worst today, even though they're all green. So we will see how this plays. Yeah, XLV is holding up there. There's Nike. Cognizant still getting clapped. CGNT. And then Baba's moving up a little bit. Those plays are kind of trying to come back from yesterday. EWZ. That one's moving. EWZs are hard. HTGM on deck. Yeah. They're scammers. I'll take it, though. I'll take it. It has premium. I was looking at these yesterday, but they didn't. The premiums are a little bit weirder. But be careful with this option chain. I promise you it will scam you. No exaggeration. It will scam you. The liquidity is bad and everything. It will scam you. No, it will. Trust me. I can tell. I've played this trade before, And then, like, I just look at him. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just looking at him. I'm like, I know you. I know exactly what you're going to do. You know what I'm saying? I know exactly what he is about to do. It's crazy. $170. FedEx and ALPP scammers. You just got to watch out for the scammers. You just got to watch out. Again, so it sucks that it's already up too. So be careful. This one is related to commodities. And if we see any sort of bounce, again, watch out for this option chain because all of the chains, like all of the other options, are just weird. And it is going to be a slow mover. But I grabbed the EWZ for August. So we got August, EWZ. I grabbed calls. I bought a decent amount. We'll just see where it takes us from here. If we could get any sort of big commodity bounce in the next couple weeks, I think those will be fire. And then we'll just see where it goes from there. But EWZ August, don't trade it. Again, be very careful on everything else on that chain. There's premium with it kind of being gapped up here. And then cities moving up. Our old cities are back to break even. Dollar up, oil up, commodities up. TNX and markets are up. I know it's a weird one. Bonds are down, but yeah, I think the dollar being up with everything and then commodities, like the dollar is surging. So maybe by the end of the day, one of those flips, either the dollar comes back down or the market. The thing that we're thankful for is at least the dollar has been at this price. So it has some level of stability, but I definitely, I'm with you on that one. Airbnb up 3, waiting on the CHIP Act. Numbers are going to come out in 30 or 20 minutes now. Yeah, Airbnb back. It was up higher, though, I feel like, the other day. JP Morgan's killing it. I mean, that's at 119. We almost got like, what? It's almost like $5 a share, $6 a share, or $4 a share from yesterday. I love it. Now give us ex-dividend and dividend. I play Baidu. Yeah, China stocks are doing good. Even Win. Again, there's a lot of stuff for travel. See, Win moves a lot. I don't know, but again, any of the China stuff, we're going to be at the mercy of it. I just hope our BABA comes back to life, but they're not moving too much. The data at 7 is Richmond Fed Manufacturing, and then the Consumer Board of Confidence, and then President Situation and Board Expectations. Yeah, LVS is up 7. About, yeah, Ford's killing it, up 3. Fake it or the bottom. Well, again, I think earnings is going to be the key. If you didn't watch yesterday's watch list, you'll get a nice, fun little surprise. But everything really is coming down to earnings estimates. But people are feeling optimistic, to say the least. There was one thing we went over today. I was saying that like most estimates are negative, but some people do think it will be able to turn around from here. But we're going to find out. There's pretty much some banks said it's going to get bad. Some just said this isn't even going to be a big recession. Kathy Wood said you're already in a recession. It's like it's going back and forth. But for the most part, I think, we have to deal with inflation, recession, the data, everything else that we're doing. But we also need to, we got to just pretty much verify this situation when it's all said and done now. And that is going to be... what's it called? Hold on. Let me check the Boeings. But we have to just check the earnings. That's what's going to decide everything. Sorry, I blanked there for a second. But the earnings. So it's like all the data, the inflation stuff, everything will be important. But realistically, I think if we're going to confirm any rally or confirm any downside, then the earnings are really what's going to unveil the catalyst for us, especially with Powell not really talking that much. EWZ, I was like decently far out the money. I mean, I didn't get close. I got them cheap. I didn't go more than, let's see. I'm like 20% out the money, I think. So I guess it looks close, but it's actually pretty far. First major earnings. It'll probably be like Netflix or a couple of bank. I think it'll go bank stocks, then Netflix. So banks are going to report pretty much next week after their ex-dividend and everything. Yang is on the low. STC, where's Oxy? Again, Oxy bought more Buffett. Oxy bought more. Buffett bought more Oxy today. Do I like Capri Suns? Yeah, they're not bad. Uber going. I still got the BA put. That one's, again, clapped after a 5% rally in one day. Yeah, they're 30 cents, 38 cents to 20 cents. I mean, we only bought one for cheap, so that was good. But I thought all the news yesterday was going to add up to it. We might get another opportunity to double dip. That's what I was talking about on the watch list. $4.10 tomorrow. J-Pow and Lagarde, and then Christine Lagarde today. I mean, she brought up a bunch of other stuff related to their stopping the fragmentation and then even giving guidance and all that. So we're going to see. In a weird way, I think Lagarde might be more important than Powell tomorrow. Just because Powell ain't been saying anything, man. Powell is like, I don't know. I just feel like Powell is, he knows he figured out the answer. Just don't say anything, and then you're going to be good to go. That's it. As long as he's like, we'll wait till the data, man. We'll see. It's like, when you were growing up and your parents would be like, you ask them for something, and they would just be like, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. It's fine. We'll see. Maybe we'll see. Or like, can I get candy? We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see what happens. And like, again, it's just like it's avoiding the drama. So he's kind of, inshallah. No. So in a weird way, I think Christine Lagarde of the ECB tomorrow, I think she's going to have a bigger impact, more or less. Powell don't do the Fed futures, same situation. That's what we're looking out for. Just watch if longer term expectations drop, and then shorter term, and then from there we'll see what happens. At 10 p.m. the data, so in about 13 minutes you're going to get Richmond Fed manufacturing, and then you're going to get Consumer Board of Confidence and expectations. Powell's been sidelined. I saw Matt Pendon Home show negative across the country. Then New England grew by like 15%. Yeah, everything is weird. The real estate numbers that came in are good, but I will tell you this. A big part of the data that you got to realize, like a lot of the 2/3 of yesterday's data was pretty much a month delayed. So when we got pending home sales yesterday, that was from May. So remember, we are at the end of June right now, and a lot has happened in June. It's not as if May was like the best or anything. It's like it still gives you some insight, but just keep that in mind. A lot of data was delayed. The Dallas Fed yesterday, that one was for June, but durable goods and pending home sales, those were all for May. So remember, we're getting the data on a 30-day lag, more or less. A lot of things went green. Well, everything's been green all day. So, again, today's a very bullish day. Healthcare, communications, and consumer staples, those are doing the worst. Utilities bounced a little bit harder. But every single thing is green, and we're led by energy, financials, industrials, materials, and then tech. So today is a very big day for commodities. Damn, EWZ just flipped on me, man. They are clapping me on all of these today. You provide liquidity. They're like, switch gears. How they going to do me like that? At least the banks are still killing it. I think the cities are about to go green. They did last week. Dollar did break out. Dollar did big today, and that's very confusing because it's like, bro, oil is up. Commodities are up. The dollar is up. The bond yields are going up. Bonds are down, though. but bond yields are going up. All of this is, it's just like, it's a very, very weird day. That's why we'll see where we end up by it. But the thing I will say is that we have, what's it called? The thing with it is that it's the, what is it? I just blanked. Yeah, though. I need to check the VLO play. What was I saying? I just blanked. Oh, the dollar just hasn't moved, though. The dollar, it's moved a lot, but thankfully, the good part is that it's at a level that we've been at pretty much in the last week. However, any dollar increases as of late, I've been kind of sketchy towards. So let's just see what happens. I think today is just finally the yen factoring into the equation. XLV isn't doing as good today. Again, like XLU, we're in the money now. That thing's rocketing up there. So they were matched up this morning, XLV and XLU, but then XLU broke out. XLV's chilling, but I would love a good discount on XLV if we could get the right one. Powell is going to be coming on tomorrow. And then again, watch all the banks, Morgan Stanley, Citi, JP Morgan. It looks like they're kind of coming down now. Boeing's up. Baba's starting to launch a little bit here. LYT halted down. Oh, this thing is clapped all day, down 30. And then Cognizant is still down 30. KZR, that one ended up flipping. Baba's on the high. Pinduoduo as well. Walgreens even moving up. Altria's up a decent amount. With data coming out. Dallas Fed or Richmond Fed, and then Consumer Board of Expectations and Confidence. So we're going to get to, we're just going to get an idea again, anything related to inflation expectations, economic output, all of that. They have been pretty big drivers of the market. And then Dallas Fed or anything with Richmond Fed, it's active and updated, and it'll give us an idea on some of the economic data here in June. And then we'll see how the market takes it, and then that will be the bulk of the data for today. And then tomorrow you're going to get Jerome Powell and the gang. So Nike's turning around now after a quick little scamming. From Hayden, greetings, my Swiss fellas. That's it. I put my girlfriend in one video. Now we got a bunch of Swiss people in here. I love it. I love it. I'm disappointed in y'all, bro. There was like 10 comments. You were like, I just clicked on it because the thumbnail. They were like, Josh, I haven't been on stream in like 4 years, but I just clicked on it because the thumbnail. I was like, I didn't even show her face either in the thumbnail. I'm like, are you for real? But that's good to know. That's good to know. It's good. It's good. She was excited. She had a lot of fun. We all had a lot of fun. So good. I started laughing. I was dying, bro. That was the funniest thing ever. That was like, it was really, really funny because she just came in like trolling me, like just trying to like make fun of me. And then I was just like, let's see it. Let's go. And we started recording it, and it was just, I got a lot of lulls out of it. But I'm glad you guys liked it too. I thought it was sister. Nah, my sister would have she would have had a petition in her hand ready to sign you guys up to like sign a petition to change something. MO on Watch, CNBC. New Altria fighting back on FDA decision. Last time he had cereal, I have not had any cereal in a long time, actually. Big cereal guy. Hood Pop. Again, Hood is going to be the story of the day for the next couple weeks. Yeah, Hood is actually going up now. Robinhood is still cheap. You could kind of pull off those debit spreads we were talking about yesterday. It's roughly the same price, actually, if you wanted to. The FTX CEO, he said it's not true. I think people just got to realize he's not Elon Musk. Like, I feel so bad about it. It's like, what's it called? It's crazy. It's crazy. Like, it's no, man, dude, this guy, he said I am getting my consent. I already have it pretty much. I got my thing expedited. But what was I saying? I blanked again. There was Hood. Oh, yeah, Elon. He's not like, dude, I think Elon Musk, like, clapped everybody. No, I think Elon, like, messed up all of your guys' ideas of how a buyout's supposed to work. You guys know, like, think about it. If you genuinely really wanted to buy the company, you wouldn't let people know. Do you guys understand? So it's like, that's where I think people, like, remember yesterday, everything that was said after hours, I told you before it happened, because we were just reading it and we were going over it, and I was telling you, I was like, hey, they said that they're excited, but they said there's nothing formal in play. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just different where, like, Elon, I think Elon had different motivations because he could bring it publicly. He could talk about it. A lot more people know Elon than Sam Bankman. But at the end of the day, it's like Elon talking about it. It allowed Elon to sell $8 billion of Tesla stock on open market. Y'all ain't feel me, okay? So at the end of the day, it's like Elon, whether he wants to buy the company or not, or however he played out the game, there's a lot of things there. But like most people, when it comes down to trying to buy a play or buy a company, they're not going to just talk about it and then have it kind of do its thing. You know what I'm saying? It's just not something that gets brought up, and then they're not going to try to talk about their intention and let the price go up on them. Pretty much. Is it Bankman Fried? Honestly, I always just, like, at first I thought he was a pothead. You know what I'm saying? I really, like, someone was like, Bankman Fried, and I was like, what, is he like a crypto weed guy or something? But he's actually a really nice guy. I don't know if you've, like, heard him. Like, he wants to give away all his money. He's a very young dude. He's just, like, he's out there. I've seen him clap at Congress and tell them, like, oh, it's Fried? I thought it was Fried. That's why I was like, why is everyone telling me this dude is fried all the time? Yeah, but no, I like him, though. He seems like a nice dude. Seems like a very, very nice dude. If I was going to, like, vibe with anybody, I think I would vibe with him. He's definitely, like, wicked smart, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's, like, one of those dudes, like, you could probably vibe with, but, like, he's just so smart that it would probably be like, all right, man, I feel you. I'll be like, you want to go to get McDonald's or something? Nah, okay, we could keep talking about, like, gas theory or whatever. I'm cool, man. It's fine. I just was trying to play a game of 2K. Yeah, I thought his name was Sam Bankman Fried this whole time. I thought this dude was lit. Yeah, I was laughing at that yesterday. Oh, yeah, I was 99% up until about roughly 45 seconds ago. I'm pretty sure his name was Bankman Fried. Made the Nike plays free. Oh, were you able to get a double dip on those? If you bought them cheap and then came back in. But not even then. Those are just bad off the open. I got filled 10 seconds too late. Thought you were deliberately missaying it. Nah, see, that's the thing. Sometimes I deliberately do it. Sometimes I have no idea. Dallas Fed Manufacturing just came in -19 versus -7. So it's bad. But again, remember, bad news yesterday, and then Board of Confidence hasn't came in yet. Why did that come in? They dropped that a minute early. So Richmond Fed came in a minute early. Yeah, but Richmond Fed came in -19. Expectation was -7. Bro, bad can't be good no more. Bad is bad. Well, let's see. Again, it came out around here. That was another pretty abysmal manufacturing number. So let's find out what happens. But literally right now, Consumer Board of Confidence, present situation, 147. Last month was 149. Consumer confidence hasn't came in, but present situation has declined a little bit. There's no survey for this either, so there's no like guidance with it. And then we're waiting on Board of Confidence to come in. And then expectations. But TLT's coming up. I think that's bad. Ooh, Board Consumer Confidence, 98.7. Estimate was 100. Last time it was 106. And then they revised last time to 103. So that's not good. Pretty much consumer confidence is bad. So pretty much Dallas Fed, bad news. Watch for good reaction. And then Consumer Board of Confidence was bad news. Watch for positive reaction. So let me show you. You'll see what I'm talking about. Here's consumer confidence right now. So it's like the lowest that we've been at since like 2020 practically, or we were at the same level here around October 2020 and then leading into 2016. So this was the bad news right here. And then the manufacturing was pretty awful. Then present situation, that one dropped a little bit, but not too much. And then where's the inflation? Expectations will be the next thing. So it's not too crazy, but it came in bad. Expectations dropped to 66.4. Estimate was 77. So lowest consumer expectations since 2016 now. So let's save this. This one right here is current conditions. And then this one right here is expectations. Last time came in 77. They revised it to 73. And today is 66. So 2 out of 3 of the news was bad. Honestly, the reaction was quite minimal. Let's find out. I mean, we saw 1 or 2 candles here. See if it breaks away, because if you notice, the market's not moving a lot. But look at what the bond market has done since that data came out. So bonds are definitely reacting. The dollar is already up. So let's see. I think it's going to just give it a second, give it a little bit of a delay. But for now, 2 out of 3 data sets were bad. Let's see if it ends up turning into a positive reaction, or if the market decides to catch up with the dollar here. Yeah, bonds are moving big off of all of that. But Apple's coming down. So are the banks. Again, I'd watch the industries. It's kind of sensitive. Tech is about to go negative now. So tech is only up 0.23, but they were up on the day. Healthcare and staples were lower, but now tech is lower than healthcare. Oh! Are you kidding me? Look at that. The data comes out, and so does the peach. That's it. I don't care. Good data, bad data. We have the peach, ladies and gentlemen. Here on June 28th, as we enter into July, Bradley Frizzle and the peach has dropped the peach. Yes, it's here. Oh, my gosh. Horn, good morning, baby. Peach Nation, arise. How do you feel? How do you feel? Oh, my gosh. God bless you. Thank you, Bradley. Thank you, Bradley. Chad, can everybody in the chat, can you guys just say thank you, Bradley? Can y'all just, have you ever took this moment to thank Bradley? I don't know if you have, because I thank him every day, and I love this man. But have you just said thank you, Bradley? You can say thank you, Peach. It's fine whenever you're more... Look at that. Thank you, Bradley. Just thank you. We need that every day. Thank you, my friend. Look at that. Look at that. Okay, now the SPY's reacting. The SPY said, thanks, Bradley. The S&P took the peach and said, all right, I'm out. I'm out. We love you. Look at that. We love you. Look at all the love for you, Bradley. God bless you, and thank you again. SPY is coming down. So again, the 2 data sets came in, or all 3 data sets are pretty much, you could view it as 4 or 2. Pretty much the manufacturing data was really bad. Consumer expectations, current conditions, all of them have now dropped to like 5 to 10 year lows right now, or comparing back to 2020. But data ended up being bad. 2/3 of it was bad. We're still positive. The bonds really moved the most out of all of that. Bonds are actually about to go positive after being down 0.5%. So let's see where this takes us from here. You're still green across the board, but now tech is only up 1/4. And tech will probably, tech has gone red right now. So by the time we celebrated the peach and I told you that information, tech has already sold 1/4. Explain the EWZ. Today's commodity day. So commodities are hot today. If we start getting into the end of summer, as I've been telling you, and if we get that bounce in oil and energy, I think that they could probably benefit from it. So I think it's risky. I made sure I got time on it, but it's just playing any sort of commodity bounce and the commodity providers or commodity countries benefiting. And last time we caught a commodity run up, we hit EWZ. I thought it would be a good one to double dip on. Plays were relatively cheap. I did go a decent size with it, 170, so we'll see what happens. Thank you, Bradley Frizzo. We love you. So we're ending red. I think the only way we end up red is if the dollar keeps climbing and everything else deteriorates by the end of the day, and pretty much we catch up to the dollar. The question is the dollar going to chill out, or is the market going to catch up to the dollar by the end of the day? Because dollar moved big, but nothing's reacting. Yeah, Microsoft's on the red. Tesla's starting to come down, but they got a little bit of green. But Microsoft's down 1%. They're actually pretty red. Apple's about to go red. Google's already in the red. Facebook is down 0.10. AMD data breach. Cybercrimes claim to have stolen 450 gigabytes of stolen data. Dude, that's so cold. Imagine somebody hacking you and they use your products. Because you know damn well that hacker he have a Threadripper. You know what I'm saying? And that's crazy. It's how did you store that much data without exceptional AMD quality in your computer? Huh? At least go after Intel or something. You know what I'm saying? That's what? That's crazy. Net is getting clobbered. I remember there's Fortinet too. They're a little bit different. And then dollar's still climbing up. But yeah, we're starting to sell off now. Low of the day since the data has came out. So this one's interesting. Because again, 2 data sets were bad. 1 data set was good. We're still positive. And then you have all these things going on today. The dollar's up, oil, commodities. Very, very weird. So let's give it digestion. But first 5 minutes since data, we have sold off already about 2 points. XOM's 130. Nasty spy chart. Pretty ugly again. This is with bad data that we would thought would be good, in the sense that we would see if it has a positive reaction like the other day. But this is good. It's good to see. Feel like directionless. Well, NASDAQ is red. SPY and Dow are holding up here a little bit. Again, there is just a lot of today is just there's a lot of moving parts. Again, the oil is up. The dollar is up. The bonds are now catching a bid after they were just negative almost 1%. So, and then we're getting the data. Then you got people with earnings. Then you have all of the bank news and everything else. So it's just we're interpreting it, but we have to digest a lot of it. But like I'm saying, I think the dollar is going to be the dollar and oil being up and the market being gapped up this high. That's the weird part. So let's just see by Euro close. Yeah, I think that's a good assessment. Because by Euro close, we'll get some of the money out here, and then we'll see where things are really, really lining up. Definitely an interesting one. XOM highs, digested back to 368. Probably not that low. I mean, if you really wanted when was the last time the dollar was at this price? About 2 days ago. So where were we at Thursday? So maybe to 375, technically speaking. We're at the same level of 375, 380. Last time the dollar was at this price, and then the day before that, I think it was around 375, not the 360s. So it's in, but again, like I said, we've been here, so it's not as if it's hitting a new point for the dollar. It's not as if the dollar is going up into a high. The dollar is going up to the price it was at last week. So that offers some level of calmness, more or less. And then again, like we talked, remember I told you last week, I told you the dollar was being weird. The yen was weakening and the dollar was somehow weakening as well too. Well, that's flipped after today. Now we have the yen is weakening today while the dollar is actually strengthening, but I don't think the rest of the global currencies are necessarily doing that. I use UUP to watch the dollar. You could go to Trading Economics and just go to their Forex tab and watch everything else. Yeah, today's weird because a lot of currencies are pretty much, a lot of them are getting weaker, but it's like a mix. Like Canada's stronger today. Brazil is stronger. New Zealand is, they got weaker. Australia got, it's a weird day with currencies right now. Again, I think we have to deal with the back and forth from last week and how the dollar is with it not being at a high, but we'll see. And again, China too. China was part of the data today. Again, them lowering quarantine restrictions and all that brought in some hype, so that's going to affect oil and all those other things too. So just all in all, a lot to digest. We're about 10 minutes off of the data that came out, and it's all looking, two sets of the data, two-thirds of the data was bad. So we'll find out. Love thy Chad. Thank you for the knowledge. God bless you. I love my Chad. Look at all the members back. Another month of knowledge. Truth and the cult, baby. Hey, man. Sean Stiff. Time is flying. 25 months, baby. Or nah. Shout out all the Chads, baby. Look at, don't you miss the membership badges? Didn't you miss? You felt naked? Uh-huh. It's okay. It's good. You got it. Took you forever to click on the video. They trying to hide it, but you know where it is, baby. Y'all know where to find me. You know what I'm saying? Bro, the only thing I feel bad about is that my mom couldn't find the channel. That's it. The only people who can't find the channel, eventually just it becomes the old people. That's it, because my mom was like, oh, I thought you would be streaming. And I was like, Mom, we're on the other channel. And like it doesn't show my mom the other channel when I would be live. So my mom wasn't able to hang out with us on Friday or anything. So that's it. I think, like, you know what I'm saying? If you a young, active, youthful Chad, you know where to find us. There's only 2 places. You know what I'm saying? But the older people, if they don't know and it doesn't recommend it to them, it's a little harder. Because I was like, my mom thought I took a break for the last like week or so. She was like, where are you? I said, Mom, I'm on live. Like, what? Does your mom watch to oversee and keep you in line, or is she trading? Oh yeah, man, my mom is fully trading. My mom, she runs like Fibonacci's. She has like a quaint strategy or a quant strategy. She developed it in Egypt. It uses hieroglyphics, so it's quantitative hieroglyphic analysis. She just goes in, and then with a mix of activist investing. Bro, she's like the Mother Teresa version of Cathie Wood. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't know how to describe it. She's like super activist investing. Any company that has any bit of haram, she will not buy into it. Like, it's crazy. Even Coca-Cola, she said, haram. Why do kids need that much sugar, Habibi? Haram. She won't invest in Coca-Cola. She won't invest in a lot, honestly. She only has like 1 stock in her portfolio, I think. I don't know what it is, but yeah. Hieroglyphic, algorithmic analysis, it works really well. No, my mom don't trade, bro. Mama don't trade. Nah, she just likes to listen here and there. I always meant to ask, what did Mama think about the stream back when you started in the lower viewer days? Now 1,000. She wouldn't watch it back in the day because she didn't understand it. And she was still weirded out. She would just get mad when I would call it a cult. That's it. She would get like super mad if she's like, why do you call it cult? Don't do that. No, don't say it's a cult. Cult is wrong. No, I said, Mom, no. And then eventually she's like, well, I guess the people who actually have real cult never call it a cult. So I guess, but still, that's not, no. So that's it. She would just get worked up on the cult thing. But now she's learned to kind of deal with it. Quantitative hieroglyphic analysis. I'm telling you, it hits. It hits. She has a trading account in her name, though. She does. She does. She does. She has a nice, she even has a 401k from working back in the day. So, like, she does, you know, she has investments, but she's not really, if anything, she's, like, low-key trying to, like, not like trying to, but, like, every, like, 2 months, 3 months, she'll bring it up. She'll be like, maybe I go and I do real estate. Like, she kind of wants to flip a house again. Because, like, back in the day, she would do real estate with my pops before, but they lost everything. So she kind of has a, you know, she kind of blew up an account in that field. So she's kind of intimidated. But I told her, I was like, do it. I want her to do it. I'm trying to get her in on it, but she's still very chill with it. But real estate would probably be her thing, if anything. Yeah, that day where it seems God is messing with you. I just laugh when I realize maybe he wasn't messing with you. Maybe just trying to get your attention. That's it. Does Papa still flip it all? I think he did one the other year, like 6 months ago. I think he didn't like flip it, but he got another crib that he wanted to buy. He got into commercial real estate, believe it or not, but it was like super, super cheap. He said he was gonna flip it, but then he's like, I like it. I kind of want to keep it and turn it into this. And I'm like, oh man, bro. Like if y'all thought I was crazy, man, you should meet my parents. You don't help him. I mean, he knows what he's doing. I give him any advice or anything like that. I looked at it before he bought it. I said, yeah. I said, that's legit. I said, if you don't want it, I'll buy it. I'm not. Yeah, you know, he's the. Remember, I learned from watching that man in real estate and then picking up from on the game from it. He is definitely like he's not as sharp as what he used to be. Like, he's not used to the market shifting as fast as it is with real estate. And, like, he's still, like, old, like, swap meet investor, like, where he will try to negotiate the shit out of anything. But other than that, you know, I told him, I mean, I give him my insight with it. I didn't mean help. I get involved. Man, he don't need my help. This guy, he have agents. I think he's still, I'm pretty sure my dad is a licensed broker still to this day. Actually, I think he actually renews it. So he knows exactly what he's doing. He has everything. He don't need any help with it. He said, you like this? Okay, don't buy it. And then he'll go and buy it. Eli Lilly and Merck getting clapped. They've been healthcare winners. Just for today, they're getting clapped. But yeah, I wouldn't go too crazy about it. Like XLV is about to go negative, but remember, like Eli Lilly is like 4%, MRK is like 4 or 5%. So it makes it very very weird. But those aren't the ones I'd like, actually. I would take AbbVie. That's what I said the other day. I was like, AbbVie's already back to 160, but if you feel like you missed out on XLV and you have AbbVie, you're capturing 5% of that ETF, which is absolutely massive when you think about it. So not too bad. Not too bad. But SPY's at the low since we've had it. Yeah, NVAX is going up. Biden is meeting Spain officials. And is it a big pop? You guys are all posting NVAX. I saw it on High Taker. I don't know how big it was. A little bit. EVFM has received a notice for patent composition and method for enhancing the efficacy of contraceptive microbes. EVFM patent. That was the hype play from the other day. Does not kind of looks like it's kind of getting sold to news.
Because it's really easy to miss.
Citadel's leaves to run crypto firm. All right.
Louise,
I need to go to the bathroom. Follow
really
me on Instagram.
Thank you very much indeed.
Fraternity.
Louise Gowdy-Wilmering
I love you.
of Crew Advisors.
And
Thank
I love
you very
you.
much indeed. Bit of breaking news coming across the Bloomberg right now. Citadel's global head of BizDev is leading basically to head the joint venture the firm is now building, designed effectively to increase access for investors to cryptocurrencies. We'll deal with the details of that story next. This is Bloomberg.
Reduce carbon emissions, they say. When it comes to our planet, we need to do more. We choose positivity.
We choose to change. Tomorrow now.
We'll learn, we'll try, we'll do and undo whatever it takes to get there. We don't have to commit, we choose to. We choose Earth. It's up to us, and that's our biggest power, the power to choose. Do you? EDP, changing tomorrow now.
At Empower, we help you open doors to get you ready for everything that lies ahead.
Like buying a Tesla. Charge your Tesla and buy your Tesla. Brought to you by Tesla. Yeah, I hit you with the ad. My bad. I didn't mean to. Y'all been chill. I haven't had to bring out the ads lately. So we doing good. God bless all of you. I hope you're feeling good. Welcome to Tuesday. Starring Elon Musk. UNG on the high. S&P is taking another low. Back to $389. Dollars kind of chilling out a little bit. So that's kind of offering a little relief. The downside here is that VWAP kind of came down a little bit, but pretty much where we were at in the morning. New low on the SPY here. Again, a couple names moving here. And some are still up, like Baba's still trying to hold on. Banks are giving up their gains. They were really dominant here in the morning, but it's only a little bit of time. Now we have 3 industries red. Consumer discretionary is down 0.5%. Infotech is down 0.4%. And then communications just went red. And then healthcare and consumer staples, they're the next to go, but they're holding up about 0.25%. The Nike, they scammed me on the Nike. The Nike scammers. Oh, wait, the Nike came back to life. I thought they scammed me, but the Nike came back. That's good. I thought they were scamming. I said scam. The cities ended up dropping. Those didn't go back up. Gas moving. Nike earnings, it was good and bad. So, like, they beat on, like, some of the revenue, but then their guidance and then China and some of the places with other currency impacts had a way bigger effect. So, it was like 50-50. But one thing Nike is doing, and I liked it from their earnings, I really, really liked it. They are, like, pretty much Nike is cutting a lot of their wholesale relationships. So pretty much Nike is trying to go direct to consumer, and they're pretty much going to cut out everybody but like Dick's Sporting Goods and like Foot Locker, and they're trying to sell directly to everybody else. So that was a highlight, but the thing was, you know, their guidance, the growth in China was awful. The places with a lot of big currency, even though their currency, you know, they didn't have too big of currency effects, you know, collectively. When you looked at certain segments of Nike, they were really getting slaughtered by the strong dollar in some areas. So it was good and bad. It just depends on where it was. But I liked some of it, but for the most part, it was a little bit more negative than not. That's why I opened down there. But, I mean, it was pricing in a lot more, and now it's moving. 3.94 is about average following earnings. So you hit a new low. We might bounce here, but it might also come back up. Nike down bad. It's decent. I mean, we'll see again that $100 level. I think that will be a big one. Military fours restocked on DSG. What's that? Very active morning. I know a lot of things. But a little mini bounce there. Again, the data was weird. I want to see where it ends up by today. We're really going to, every day, again, we get more information. We get to see more of the narrative, but I really want to see if bad data does, I mean, today's data was bad. Again, yesterday's bad data, we literally saw a fat rip off of it. Today, not so much. So we're going to see. But so many, there's a confluence of factors, as they would say. Again, from China to the dollar and oil and everything else in the middle. Hold on. Going back to daily highs. Fed futures change. I don't think too much. We could take a look. Again, the key with it now is going to be which Fed futures change. So, like, July is probably going to stay pinned. That one's actually odds of that came down a little bit. And then August, everything else is actually chilling out here today. They're pretty much right where they were at an open. Pretty much same as yesterday. Some of the November odds in October are actually declining. EWG, I've been looking at it. I mean, again, I think with the Russian situation and some of these little microaggressions that we've been getting out there, I definitely think that it's going to be, it's closer than not. But again, the premiums and trading that have been very, very difficult. Trash morning, fake bounce. Let's see. We have a long day. Let's see what happens with the dollar and everything else, and then we're gonna really find out. It's still early. It's still early. Sell off impending. Charlie, my man, God bless you. House in North Carolina. Was it the one? I reacted to one yesterday. Did you, it was like for rent or something, and you were going to rent it out? If that was it, like I said, if you could get $10,000 lower on that deal, it would be absolutely fire. Someone sent me a really good one yesterday. That one, I need to see the inside of it. That would be a good property, but with it being super cheap at like $30,000, I don't know much about that area there, but with the ones that are super cheap, you want them to be more livable than not. That's the problem. When you buy these cheap-ass houses, just make sure you don't buy a house for $30,000, and then, if it's, 1,500 square feet, how much? Wow is popping. Remember, we played a buyout rumor on this one. I think I still have the calls, actually. I still have the August calls for this one. Wow is popping. We've gotten a buyout rumor on the past a couple weeks ago. I think it was right here. Remember that day? Or it was one of these days. So they're moving pretty big there. Watch out. See if it continues, but don't get fooled on anything. Global infrastructure said to be evaluating bid for wide open. ENDP Plan B chatter. Do they make Plan B? Endo? Actually, didn't Endo used to be like a real company? ENDP used to be. I feel like they're gonna have a lot of debt. They're saying $30 a share on that one. So our old plays, those might come back up. But I think we're at 35 for August. That would be unfortunate. There are 3 makers of Plan B. So watch, again, you saw the EVFM and how that reacted. So maybe, but Endo's been around for a while. The like button work? Oh, hell yeah. We've been having issues. Make sure your like button actually is valid. Otherwise, you could have some problems. With me. They have $8 billion in debt, 1.4 in cash. Yeah, they've been around. I mean, again, when you're around for that long, that tends to be how the balance sheets will look. So watch out for WOW. SPY's hitting another new low. This one's not cutting it. Banks are still holding up, but definitely not as strong as what they were at earlier. City. Nike still going. WOW, potential bid. Yeah. So, again, we have an old play on this, and we've seen the news on this a couple times. So, let's just see. Some people are saying $30 a share, but we will find out. I'm just going to be cautious with it, ride out the other play, and we'll just see what happens. Like button works great. Good, good. Bid, Hood. Where is Robinhood? Hood's already negative again. Roblo's on the low. 389 flat. Going back into 388. What was it? There's Roblox, Airbnb, WoW World of... No, WoW is a ticker. WOW. Airbnb even flipped. Netflix on the low. Alcoa. Let's see. Is oil? Oil's holding up, but they're starting to come back down now. Yeah, everything's starting to flip a little bit. A little bit, because now we're about to go red on the SPY if we just get like a couple more candles from here. NASDAQ down 0.4, SPY up 0.10, and then Dow is up 0.3. Again, we're being held up here by energy and financials, but financials even gave up a lot of the juice. Healthcare has gone negative now, negative 0.3. Consumer staples are the next one on the chopping block. Yeah, XLV is red now. Can we have an early PHILO? I got a good PHILO today. Don't worry. It will come. It will come, even if you're not feeling too hot right now. Don't worry, man. Keep your head up. Let's go. A little bit of stamina. Relax. Remember, you could lay down. You could lay down and listen. You could turn the stream off and lay down. You'll be fine. Trust me. You know, woosah, take a timeout. That's why they do it in sports, you know. Depending on the momentum, just call a timeout. Call a timeout. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to call a timeout. 0.1 negative now on the SPY. Volume, I want to say it's pretty light, but let's find out here. 15 million in first hour. It's actually above average, believe it or not. So here it is. You've just buttered. That was a low-key butter. You went from 388 to 388.50. 388.60. Endo pin or Endo is still going up. Again, WOW is continuing higher. And then Citi, I think, is moving up a little bit. The banks from the bottom. But I feel like we're going to consolidate until we dip. Well, we'll see. I mean, we still got a ton of data. I mean, at the end of the day, what happened today? Like, when especially, it's not even over. Again, imagine what we woke up to. Still very early, but like initially being early about this, there's something that clearly is happening, and especially to this week's calendar, I mean, you better pay attention. And what is it? It's very simple. It doesn't matter whether it was good or bad. We reacted to data. And we actually made a what? Right now, this is a 4-point move just from when the economic news came out. So it's one thing to interpret it, good, bad, how is the market going to take it, but throw that out the window. At the very heart of the matter, you got data and you got a reaction. Data came out, we moved 4 points on the S&P within 30, 45 minutes of it. whether it was good, bad, whether the market wants to apply it to a narrative or not. The point is that data is big, and we still have a full week of it. You're going to get Powell. You got GDP tomorrow. You're going to be getting PCE. You're going to be getting more real estate homes data, ISM and manufacturing, personal income, personal spending. So all of these things are going to move it, but that's what I take out from it. But today just had so much with it. Again, how we opened up, the China news, everything else in between. But just keep in mind, I mean, we could chill out for the rest of the week, but I think as long as there's going to be data, there's going to be movement. Today's data was a consumer board of present situation, expectations, consumer confidence, and then Richmond Fed. And then pretty much Richmond Fed, they all came in bad. Actually, every single one. The only thing that was good was real estate. Everything else actually just came in bad. But we just went positive again on the SPY. We're holding up. Yeah, Amazon has been getting slaughtered. They're down 2. Again, Microsoft also. They're down 1, but it just looks a little bit more aggressive, I guess. Then XLU is holding. No, excuse me. There's no more data for the rest of today. You might get random updates here and there, but there's no more economic data scheduled for release. Oh, yeah, there's Fed Daily and somebody else too. I think it is Fed Day. There's someone who has like a speech today. GDP is going to be tomorrow morning. Fed, or is it Fed barking? It's one of those. It's somebody. Fed Williams. Is it Fed Williams? It's one of them. I know it's big. We read it in the morning. Let me see. Fed Daily. It's Fed Daily at the LinkedIn event. That's going to be in 2 hours, 12:30 Eastern. So that's who. I thought Daily, I don't know. Daily has been interesting. Remember, she was like one of the only dissenters. She was usually the one who's very hawkish, and she's been kind of bullish lately. Honestly, I think Daily might end up being positive for the markets as of late. We believe Neo plays Valiant-esque accounting games. Wow. Read our new critical report, Grizz Reach. Dude, Valiant. Do you guys remember Valiant? Bill Ackman, I believe, is the one who called them out on it. Oh, bro, that's big. Neo's dropping on that. Someone, you have a link for that? Because Valiant was back in like 2014, 2015, and that one was like a big expose, more or less. Let's see. Grizzly report, thank you. There's our disclaimer. I agree. Neo is likely using a consolidated related party to exaggerate revenue and profitability. Might be to Neo what Philidor was to Valiant. So Weinang, yeah, Philidor. So if you don't know what Valiant was, back in the day, there was a literally one of the biggest biotechs in the world. I'm telling you, Valiant was a very well-respected biotech name. And what ended up happening is it was like Andrew left, and I don't know if Bill Ackman was in on it. I don't know why his name comes up with it when I think about it. But what they started to do is like they started looking into the filings, and there was a company called PHILO. And PHILO was pretty much owned by them. It was owned by Valiant. And what Valiant would do was that they would just pretty much run money through PHILO to Valiant, so it looked like they were selling a bunch of stuff, but in reality, they were just selling it to themselves, right? So now this is the company, Wynang. I might have to look into that. Wynang, Neo. Remember Lucan? Lucan was just fake. Let's see. Yeah, that's Neo's battery asset joint venture. Sales to Wynang have inflated Neo's revenue by 10% and 95%. 60% of their earnings beats attributable to Wynang. Wynang allows Neo to recognize revenue from batteries they sell immediately. Wynang's top 2 executives double as Neo's vice president and battery managing one. Neo's chairman is closely tied to Lucan Coffee. I don't know. I like it. I'm kind of down with it. I might need to obviously do some more research on it, but I would look into that. Yeah, Bill had an 8.5. That's what it was. He got clapped on it. But bro, it was crazy. Valiant was a bombshell. Boyle on the low. Neo's on the low. TBT, no, not anymore. They expired last week or 2 weeks ago. VIX is barely positive. SPY getting clapped. Again, Neo keeps coming down. Let me get $1. Ugh. I don't know how much WoW is being. People are saying up to $30 a share. But again, that thing's had rumors back and forth for days, for like literally like 2 months. Michael Burry, I don't know what was Burry's tweet. Was it the mother of all crashes? I think I sold those other Neos, right? Solana, the crypto, not as of recently. Boeing. He said about Fed reversing. Yeah, I mean that's what the market's pricing in. That's what I've been telling you guys why quote unquote recession is good. What Burry is talking about, he's literally saying, again, this is what we brought up on the watch list. That's why I'm saying watch for the long end of the curve. Like you don't think this is suspicious? So this is what I showed on the video yesterday. This is the July Fed futures. So this chart is very simple. When it goes down, that means more rate hikes. When it goes up, that means less rate hikes. So that's June, right? And on the same exact day, this is January. Do you notice the difference? The odds of January, pretty much, people are pricing in rate hikes coming down in January, but staying high and elevated in the short term. This is exactly what Burry is saying. This is the whole thing where it's talking about, well, the bullwhip effect is one. I'm not going into the details of that, but more or less just in line where you already witnessed the market showing this. And what it's telling you is that all of a sudden it's like people expect the Fed to be aggressive in the short term, raise rates by 3/4 of a basis point, but then why in 6 months, literally, do people start seeing the odds now of rate hikes start to pull back? And that's why if this chart keeps going at the trend we've seen in the last 2 weeks, higher rate hikes in the short term, and then by the end of the year, believe it or not, they're going to start pricing in rate cuts. And that is what it's talking about, where it's saying if it gets too out of hand, or depending on the data and where things go, if it continues for the next couple of months, before you know it, the market may actually be pricing in a cutting of rates, or at the very least, the Fed slowing down what they're doing. That is the Fed future. So if you even go to investing.com and look at the rate hike monitor, or the investing, what's it called? The central bank Fed rate monitor. We show this one up a lot. It's the same thing. Like I'm saying, take a look on July. Notice the odds are dropping a little bit, but they're similar to last, last week's probability. But then as we start going into like February and January, you'll start to notice some of these have came up, but for the most part, a lot of them have now started to drop. I think February today's actually came up. Yeah, from yesterday, these all went up on the long end, but not too high. These ones dropped. These ones dropped. Actually, these ones are lower hikes. So yeah, that 3.2, 3.5, again, from previous day or previous week, they're all declining considerably. But that's what we're looking for there. But I could definitely agree with that. Bonds are flushing pretty big now. Bonds went almost positive after the data to coming back down now. But SPY is hitting a low, 388.04. Looks like you're about to butter. You already broke 388. Going to 387. Banks are starting to sell off now too. Barely getting started. It's moving a little bit there. Neo is at the bottom. Airbnb selling off. Damn, we had the $20 puts. Oh, but those are going to expire. Hold on, I'm trying to get a play. HYG, J&K absolutely flushing. UVXY going to 12. Are we going back to 370? Well, 375 or like 378 on the S&P will parallel with where the dollar was last time. Corporate bonds. Bonds? I think the market could drop back to the COVID drop. No, like the 200s, hell no. So like if the market's going to come back to like 225, I highly doubt it. I mean, again, we're already at, you already saw, we've talked about 360 to 380. I'm sure you've heard me mention this price level, but this is already one key. You know, I think we might go a little bit lower, worst case scenario, but I really doubt the SPY breaks 300 unless it's like full blown, like great financial crisis type vibes. Yeah, it all depends on the event. I wouldn't rule anything out, but definitely depends. But don't trade it. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I went with the January 23 Neo play. I grabbed a Neo put for January. Spent about $100 on it. I'm down for that news. And again, a lot of orders even came in afterwards. They would step in. Well, that's what I'm saying is like that's part of it too is that, you know, with what we talked about with the Fed and all of that stuff, it's like if we were really looking at that type of scenario, I mean, you would definitely have the Fed stepping in. You got to be crazy to think the Fed will fix this mess. I guess my logic is a little different. My logic is more or less that the Fed will mess up so big that it will cause them to create something else, as they've done every single time. So it's not necessarily believing that the Fed is going to fix it as much as it is believing the Fed is going to fail, which will require them to, establish easy money to fix it, essentially. Stablecoin. Like what though? Anything. I mean, again, about 2 years ago, none of you would have ever expected that the government would have been handing you $1,200 checks every single month. You know what I'm saying? It's like we don't know what they'll end up doing. We don't. I mean, how many of you would have thought that we were going to start this year off with the government releasing half of your oil reserves and potentially limiting the price of gasoline? You know what I'm saying? But none of you saw that coming, myself included. You know, nobody did. And they come up with these ideas depending on what happens. Again, the reverse repo and how China even adopted it. Everybody thought China was going to collapse in 2018. And then all of a sudden they started copying what we do with reverse repos to be able to give them more flexibility is wild. Again, how many people would have thought that Russia, we would have forced the default and then Russia's currency would be one of the strongest right now in the world. So point is, problems occur and they come up with solutions, but, that's where the opportunity comes, believe it or not. So I'll tell you, when it comes down to a lot of the global currencies, that's exactly what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for them to try to fix it and fail, which history has shown they will. And that right there is the answer to a lot of things. So I don't think they're going to fix it, but I do think there will be a problem, and then they will come up with some sort of Band-Aid that will create easy money or easier capital situations or environment. Will history ever see that trend break? I don't know. Honestly, it's a very good question. You could probably write a thesis on that. Like of every time, any like certain action throughout history during financial situations for money, a lot of times there's usually a temporary problem before anything else occurs, but it gets wild. It's actually very, very wild. So you think they'll pump the market after the market dumps? I think something is eventually, this situation that we're in is all going to end. And I don't mean that in like a fucking like, you know, this isn't, I'm not talking about the rapture, okay? So calm down. But what I mean more or less is that it's like worrying about inflation or recession. Eventually, in the next 6 to 12 months, we are going to end this debate. We are going to get to a point where like, it was that. It was inflation, or it was deflation, or it was a problem with, you know, this is a recession, and then the puck is going to move. So I don't necessarily think that it's going to, like, you know, we have to necessarily have a problem, but I think once we figure out this scenario and what's happening, then we're going to see where things are at. Whether we're in a recession or inflation, they're going to do something. Do you see what I'm saying? No matter what, again, especially you got 2 more years of Biden, you got midterms on the way. And why I'm saying that is because these are things that will motivate people to want to get a change. And then people complaining, you know, this heightens up the pressure. But essentially what I could see happening is that once we find out if it's worse inflation or an even worse recession, then we're going to start watching the next timeline of this story, pretty much. And then that's it. When we look back in 2 years, it will be something in between recession and depression. Maybe, but just to give you a little bit to chew on, you could also look back 2 years from now and we could be at all-time highs. And why do I say that? Because 2010, 2011, 2013, 2015, 2014 even, all of those, we had massive amounts of volatility. The market, we were just coming off of a recovery. People were very uncertain. This is why I always bring it up. Do you ever hear me tell you about the people when I was getting into real estate and doing a lot in 2014 and 2015, even my first house flip in 2010, 2011, I would hear something constantly. PHILO Amazon takeover. Haven't we heard that in the last couple days? Twilio's popping off of that. I feel like we've gotten this news not too long ago. Didn't we get a pop on this? It's starting to move. Let me try to confirm. Recession equals depression. Recession equals deflation, and then deflation will equal depression. Because the Great Depression was a result of deflation. A lot of people don't realize that. That's why when you go look at the like signs and they're like, "I'll sell you my car for $20." Again, there was less money then, but prices dropped for everything, and then it led to a 10, 20-year contraction of people worried about stuff, or at least until the war came about to spark things. But back to what I was saying, you know, again, 2 years from now, you may look and the market could be up. I would not damn today's market. I would not damn it into we have to have again, that's what Powell's saying. I feel like a schmuck reiterating what he's saying, but I know I could agree with it very, very slightly. But it's like you're not inevitable. You do not need to have a recession nor a depression at this point. Because again, 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, all of those were coming off the bottom. All of those were coming off of a recovery, and all of them were plagued with different situations. Whether it was interest rates still moving all over the place, European debt crisis, the banks in Europe, again, even more from Greece, Italy, all of that, real estate, 2014 2014, you had another Russia situation, collapse in oil prices. 2015, you had China. And I'm telling you, all of these things, I would even look at it. I'm like, damn, that's bad. And then before you know it, things are able to keep chugging along depending on what comes into play. But what I'm saying is that, like, even in 2014, I would always talk about it. I'm like, I remember 2014, 2015, everybody was telling me real estate was going to crash. People would get so mad, and they thought I was the stupidest person just because I was buying a lot of houses 2014, 2015 too. But what was the difference? 2014, 2015, go look at the prices on real estate. They were starting to climb back to the levels of 07, 08. People were starting to get worried. They're like, oh, no, this isn't good. Oh, no, it's too high. It's going to crash. Oh, all this stuff is happening. It's like, why do you think market would ever go up? But eventually it actually did. So it just depends on how things play out. I think that's what we got to keep in mind. But we are not doomed for a depression or a recession just yet. But that's why I'm saying by the end of this summer, we're really going to know what's good. Lightis Technologies, PTV. And then Twilio's still moving. Neo's off of the bottom. Apple, Microsoft, all big tech is down. Love y'all. Euphrates River, Old Testament prophecy. Have you read it? Angels trapped under the river and will come out when it dries up. I've not heard that. Sounds very interesting. Sounds very interesting. I could give you another fun fact, though. Would you guys like a fun fact of the day? I already gave one earlier in the morning. But this one's great. This one's great. I kind of like it. But you got to like the video. I'm telling you, I gave a dope fun fact in the morning. I could give you another crazier one, but I'm going to just need you to like the video. Okay? I'm going to just need you to like the video. You got it? All right, come on. Just let's see. Yeah, you got your badge back too. Everything is looking good. Everything is feeling good. Smash the like. You were like number 920. There you go. Just give me like 8 more. We're almost at 300. Oh, wow. That was like 50. All right, ready? Here it is. So the first one I told you in the morning, just to give you a recap, Oxford University is older than the ancient Aztecs by nearly 200 years. Okay? That's your first fun fact. Isn't that one wild? I think that one's absolutely crazy. So now here's your second one. Cleopatra lived closer in time to the iPhone than the construction of the Great Pyramids. Let me say that again. Cleopatra lived closer in time to the iPhone than the construction of the Great Pyramids. Cap, go look it up. Go look it up. Go look it up. Don't report me to YouTube, okay? I know y'all like to do that. But just go look it up and let me know what you find back. Okay, these are just some fun trivia facts. Fun trivia facts. 550, give or take. So Egypt was popping for a while. I know, it's wild. It's wild. One positive dude. Kiwi. Kiwi showing love again, baby. God bless you. Good morning, Kiwi. Feeling good? SPG, Simon Property. I won't report you anymore. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Asshole. It's okay. It's fine. Y'all are going to force me into vacation. That's the logical conclusion I came to. I said, well, God is good. I'll just keep showing love. I'm going to do this till they make me not do it. And then at that point, bro, woo! be going on. That's I'm telling you. I'm gonna go get a jet, bro, and I'm out. I'll be like, they won't even let me do what I want to do. Because if they silence the misinformation, truth, I don't know. Then we going to Fiji. Yeah, man. That's it. Last time I went to Tulum for a couple days last year. Then I just go random places. Again, in the beginning of the year, honestly, we were talking about that house flip yesterday. And I need to bring something up with that. But that was my vacation. I'm telling you, this year, it ended up being a very profitable deal, that house flip. But that was my vacation, bro. I'm telling you. Every weekend, I would fly up to San Francisco, even though I didn't like it. I just had a lot of fun. I went sightseeing in San Fran when I wasn't working. Then I would work on the house. I got to do a lot of stuff. But that was it was exciting for me. I keep looking back at it. I'm like, I can't believe that was this year, because I had so much fun doing that. It was very, very good. I tricked my girlfriend into thinking I was taking her on a trip, but I would just take her to San Francisco a couple weeks in a row, and she's like, why do we keep going back here? I'm like, no, it's traveling, luxury lifestyle. She said, what? And I said, shh. So it was good. And then, again, somebody was bringing up, I know we had the talk yesterday, somebody was getting mad at me that I was bringing up the real estate play, and they were like, oh, but the long term is down. But I was talking to my friend about that, because they're like, well, what's the main point? I get that you made money off of it, but how would that relate to scalability or anything else? And I said, I'm actually very glad he asked me that, because the thing about the long term, I should pull it up right now. But again, we were looking at it, down 10%. I said it was down $13,000 yesterday. That was on the big account. So you got to think about that. That's what I'm saying is that big account was $2,000 a month. So if you were depositing $2,000 a month, assuming that was saving 10% of your income, that would assume the only way you were going down on that deal or that long term to that same degree that I did is if you were depositing $2,000 a month, which would mean roughly around $20K a month in income, saving 10%. The small account, that's why I want to pull it up. I don't think you lost more than $1,000 or $2,000. And that's what I'm saying. It's to look back at it. And then now, especially looking at the pricing of everything else, my main point is scalability, and that was relatively safe. And the whole point is, $900. After 2 years, 3 years, you lost $900 doing a lot of other things on everything. And then it was a different story when it's up, because you were looking at it when it's up and you were like, oh, I'll never be able to buy these stocks at this price. But the whole point I'm saying, and the whole comparison is that, one real estate transaction could make you a lot of money. And then if you're using, again, a very safe, scalable strategy with what we've been doing, I can't control it from never not going down, but the whole point is, even if you copy this per scale, this should not have been detrimental to your life in any way, shape, or form. You should still have all of your money available for a down payment, and all it would take is one roughly decent real estate deal for you to make 10 to 50 times whatever you would be down on this. And so that's what I was saying. It's even on the big long term, it's kind of ridiculous, because I'm saying, this account is generated by saving 10% of 20 grand a month. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I was but I had a good talk with my friend about this, and even he was like, oh. And then even then he was like, I need to buy more long term afterwards, because I was just telling, I was like, bro, we held that for 3 years. And if, let's say, you were saving $100, $200 a month, you mean after 3 years you were down X amount of dollars, where it's just the scale comparative to everything else and where prices of everything else are now, it's not really, there is definitely a very big advantage in that if you're really looking at it. The percent matters. Well, yeah, the percent does matter. It doesn't, depending on how you're going about, again, any of your other endeavors or whatever it may be, and the time frame. So, I mean, if you mean to tell me 9% after 3 years, that's roughly 3% after the year. Every year, it's not too crazy. And again, it's $1,000 on the small account. The bigger account, it's $12,000, but there's no way you're losing that much money unless you are genuinely saving at a scale of that level, which was a lot larger. But the point I was bringing up yesterday is I was showing how 1 year, one good transaction was equivalent to 101 years of losses. No exaggeration. 101 years of losses would be equivalent to one deal pulled off. But that's why we're bringing it up, because I'm even saying you don't even need a deal of that size or anything, but just keep that in mind with your broader view of everything, because you would be surprised what you could do with one certain deal and where it could take you. But your money is there, and if you really actually look at it, if you're down 10% right now after X amount of years and you still have a majority of your money there, you are well better off than you would be surprised than you're thinking right now, and you could turn it around a lot quicker than you would imagine. Everything's dropping right now. We're about to come back down here. We pulled back right when the data came out. That's it. Coinbase launching instant free payments from users to commerce sites. Not gonna lie, it's insane. We mainly lost the gains we made in the last 2 years. Yeah, and again, just remember, when they were up too, you thought you were never going to be able to buy them cheap ever again. And then a lot of people thought their window for stock investing was closed because everything was so high. But the best part is it was gains. And obviously it would be nice to hold those gains. But like I'm saying, our strategy isn't to get gains and then take it every 3 to 6 months. The idea here is to hold the long term. The idea here is to build up assets for your life. That is what we've been doing. Again, being able to use it for other business endeavors when those opportunities arrive. That's even the cherry on top. But what a lot of people are forgetting is that there is some people that lost more than gains, and they did it at a very big scale. Don't forget, when we started the long term, the one thing I told you, it was never going to be anything crazy. It was nice when it was up. You were like, wow, I can't believe I made this much money, or I was up this amount of money. But just looking back at it, though, even with big losses, even with big names that went down 70%, all of that, it's just like you avoided anything extreme. Do you see what I'm saying? To stay within 10% after these last 3 years is fucking ridiculous when you really look at it. So the point, for you to recover 10% through real estate, through anything, it is very, very easy. But the whole point is you're still in, I guess in Formula One, you're kind of in pole position. Obviously, it would be better to have gains, but right now it's like you're sitting at a level where a lot of people are beaten down, and you're just right at the cusp. And again, all it takes is one small change, or even one outside deal. It would do a lot. It should be encouraging. Yeah, very encouraging. I'm excited about it. I'm telling you. My buddy was listening to the conversation yesterday. A good homie of mine. He's willing to press me with questions and all of that. And he's like, wait, hold up. Why were you talking about this? He's like, it didn't make sense. But after that conversation, what I just shared with you, that's it. He was ready to go. He was even like, okay, I see. If you look at it from an ego side, yeah, it sucks to be down. Oh, I had this much. Oh, I'm down 10%. I'm down 12%, 15%. It's whatever, to explain it on there. But when you're making sure if it's not on the side of extreme, if you're looking at it and if it's equivalent to a small amount of money relative to how much you've been saving or investing, it should not be anything you should be tripping about. And you'll actually really realize that, wow, the minute anything tilts towards our favor, while everything is tilting out of our favor, you're going to be happy about it. So I was very, very excited to reiterate that and even share that with you now, because I'm like, dude, it's again, even the small long term, that $200 a month, to be down $1,000, it's not anything unbearable. And it's like, dude, whenever this thing starts moving, or if any of you make one good real estate deal, you're going to be in a position, you're going to be able to 10x a lot of things. And I don't doubt it. Moral is diversify your income sources. No. Part of it, the more, that's the cherry on top. That's the fact that your diversified income source, your diversified real estate, making sure you understand why we have the long term to be able to invest in stuff down the road. That's the cherry on top. But the real thing here is lack of extreme. That's the key. That is the moral of the story that I'm trying to tell you. is that everything you're experiencing in the long term is a lack of extreme, and that is amazing. Warren Buffett would be proud. Benjamin Graham would be proud. Why? Because it's adequate. The loss, it's a loss. Okay, we're in one of the worst markets. This is one of the worst starts to the market in 50 years, and you mean to tell me I'm down 10%? Okay, God bless you. Amen. That's adequate for me. Because again, look around, there's big hedge fund managers that are down 50, 70, 80%. Right? Again, Kathy Woods is already trading at below those 2020 levels, to a crazy point. So it's like you could go down the list. It's not even just Kathy, but the whole point is extreme. The point is limiting the extreme. The point is having a portfolio where you're getting your assets, it's working for you, and could give you nice addition to your life. But even if it goes against you, you're not one decision away from making it all back. You see what I'm saying? That's the real key with all of it. And that is the number one thing there. Just the lack of extreme and keeping it adequate. That is the beauty of what we have with the long term. And that is the thing that separates. And that's the thing that makes our endeavors outside of the stock market that much more beneficial and fruitful. And then SPY's coming down again. We've been kind of dancing here. Again, we've been selling off since the data. Who's planning to send their kids to stream instead of school? Well, you should send them to school too. You know what I'm saying? School's not like that bad. I'm actually a big fan of school. JP Morgan's selling off now. Watch the banks. Consumer staples are about to go red. Healthcare, still the latest one that went red. Data was bad. All the data was bad. Pending home sales came in positive, but that was the only good data set. And then everything else just came in severely negative from Richmond Fed to consumer. It wasn't too bad, like consumer board, consumer confidence. It came in lower, but there was a revise lower, and this is the lowest we've seen in a couple of years. Current situations, present situation was just all bad, and so was expectations. Like consumer expectations dropped to the same level as 2013. So a 10-year low on consumer expectations. I feel personally builds character and discipline as my emotions. I have fun even in the long term in the mud. Amen. Amen. I'm telling you, this is you get to earn your stripes a little bit. But this is the real game. I mean, at the end of the day, this is more real life with my experience than anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, we made the long term. It was great. COVID happened. We were hitting plays left and right. Every single asset in the world went up. But it's like, that wasn't how I made my money. Again, it's like, it's great to be on the, I was on a couple of waves on the lucky side towards the end of it, but it's just more or less like, these are what you're going to learn to deal with. You have to go through it to be able to hold equities and assets for longer than a couple of years. But now some of you are getting your first test of holding it in a very unfavorable environment. Amazonian on the low. Banks are starting to flush a little bit. No, I wouldn't say no. Home prices aren't it. It was durable goods orders, or not durable goods, Richmond Fed, but then consumer expectations and current and consumer confidence. I think that's the real problem. Oil tankers stopped by U.S. on transit from Russian port to New Orleans. That's how loyal I'm streaming in the room at the vet. Tell them what's up. Where my dogs at? No? Okay. It was that DMX shirt. The DMX shirt the other day got me. I've been barking at people. Oh, this was good. VYGVF. No, I don't think so. I might go for any of the other ones, but let's see. Maybe if the premiums chill out a little bit, that'd be great. But right now, it's in the middle of of a hellstorm in those premiums, and the price is already low and premiums are already high. Just not really a good combination. Morgan Stanley selling off too. Fed barking. I think she comes on in an hour 40. Baba, is Nike still dropping? Our plays came back up from the morning after getting clapped. Nope, they dropped the time premium. Scanner play, IWM 142, 138 puts. Looks like a spread trade. Interesting. I'll check the scanner here in a little bit. We're at lows of yesterday where we closed. Lows of the day and kind of where we closed, but still a shit ton of cushion. Again, dollar and oil is still up. Dollar stayed pinned, honestly. We've been like slightly moving. Oil's slightly up, and then commodities are big. Euro closed 10 minutes. Macroeconomic said the SPY would rally 7% this week. It's sad, bro. It's like, because I love Kalanovic. I used to, like back in the day, too, the dude was killer. I remember when I was looking for the 2015 flash crash, he was like one of the only analysts who was talking about what I was talking about. He called the dip perfectly. Like, I love Kalanovic. But I'm telling you, his last 9 months have been a hellhole. The guy has said to buy every single bottom. So since like November, since right here, this guy has been giving client recommendations to buy every single one, I think, except for like right here, he was a little bit weird. And then it bounced, and then he's like, okay, now's a good time. So it just sucks because lately he's been calling for it a lot. But what I'm trying to say is that he's lost a little bit of his sting. He used to move the markets a little bit. People used to really be down with it. So we'll see what happens. But man, he's fell off the wagon a little bit. But I do like his thesis still to this day. I'm still a big fan. Buy dip across the board will eventually lead to gains. So they say. So they say. And his name's Macroeconomic. JP Morgan. Very good history, though. He's like, honestly, he's pretty much one of the top dogs, more or less, at JP Morgan. But again, I think as of late, he's kind of, he's kind of on a different streak. But he's very bullish. Very, very bullish. Thoughts on flash crash? I still think it's going to happen. Again, I'm still watching Europe. That's the thing that it's like we've had so many big catalysts this year, and then they just move very slow with the situation. That's exactly how 2015 was. So we'll see. You've been buying every dip slowly with your deposits. Yes and no, though. Not from like January. I bought in January. Then February, March, we kind of held off a little bit. Or I waited between. I was like every other month pretty much. But that we're talking even with, again, like capital amount too, just a lot smaller. But I still feel it, but I'm not as like, what's it called? I'm not as like stone cold bullish, telling everybody, yeah, you got to buy back in right now. Buy in. It's going to bounce. It's going to do this. It's just more or less, I'm just sticking to my main plan. You know what I'm saying? More or less, that's how it is. But it's like, it's an analyst recommendation versus not. Not as convicted to a degree, I would say, but it's just more spacing it out, making sure I have a little bit of cash. But it's just like, it's a different, I guess it's a different element. Getting ahead of inflation will keep inflation low. Bullard. Well, thanks, Bullard. So getting ahead of inflation will keep inflation low. ARK funds by Zymergen, Roku, and Unity. Tesla's on the low. SPY selling off, bro. You're at 386. This is about 6 points since the data came out. That's crazy. Damn, and today was feeling good. But Dow's only down 0.16, SPY only 0.4, and then NASDAQ is down 1.1. And then Boeing even sold off 4. BABA even ended up selling off. Utilities are coming down a little bit. Data was Richmond Fed and Board of Confidence and everything else, and it was awful. Oh, let's go, baby. Passed my Florida real estate exam yesterday. GG's only. Thanks for the motivation. God bless you. Love to see it. Horna. Amen. Amen. God bless you. GG. GG. What data? Well, we just went over the data. It's not like this was like groundbreaking data like CPI. It's just every single data set just has so much more importance lately. And at least for today, anything related to consumer expectations, consumer confidence, anything of that nature, it has more meaning because it relates to the consumer's expectations about the economy, inflation, and things becoming quote-unquote unanchored. SPY hit 385. Oh, definitely. Today, we're at what? We're at 386.50, and we're 4 minutes off the second hour. You think we'll see companies insolvent file for bankruptcy? I think that happens in the next 6 to 12 months. Again, that's why we'll see what happens with summer, and the end of summer will create an environment, and then we see where that leads in there into like 2023 and everything else. Buttering hard for real. That was right there, 386. No, I was right. We were already below it, but you did kind of butter the 387. No, this is freak down, not up. Biden talking in Madrid. So the Fed is holding the bag for mortgages. How will the banks buy that risk back? They are for now. They said they are going to plan, but a lot of people are assuming Fed might pivot on that, but we're going to find out. This is bad. Well, we still have a ton of cushion. This isn't bad. You're literally right where you were at on Friday. And then you were literally like a 1.5 below where you were at yesterday. So it just looks very vicious. Again, you had a data set come out. We started selling off then, and now the dollar has been up all day. Commodities and today was the first day the commodities finally came back. So there's still a lot of cushion. I wouldn't freak out just yet, but there's definitely market is moving right now. Neo back at 12. Well, there's that short report on Neo. We'll see how that plays out. ENDP, that one's still going. That one, they said it's a potential plan B play. Euro failed to hold gains. 104 on coin puts. Bullard said the Fed had taken first steps returning to inflation target. Yeah, thanks. South Africa, nowhere near a total blackout. Gordhan says, you think the Fed raising rates will calm down the auto market? Oh, yeah. Auto loans are expensive now. That's it. Like I said, the one thing, like, I'm mad I sold one of my cars just because I'm like, damn, I don't think I'll ever get that low of an interest rate ever again. So that with car prices still high, the higher interest starts to weigh a little bit more. Thankfully, cars aren't like real estate where the loan duration is for a very long time, so the interest doesn't hurt too much. But definitely, it affects everything. That's it. When the Fed raises rates, it affects everything from your car to your house to your washing machine. People don't realize that. You have to think about it. Do you know how many people buy appliances on credit? And then how many people buy like a swimming pool on credit? How many people buy a sweater with a firm? But in all seriousness, yeah, you can refinance cars, but point is the rates are going up. So every single thing now is starting to increase. So that will eventually bring things down in terms of pricing, crazy activity, all of that. If you bought the car before the rate hike, if your interest rate is fixed, it shouldn't affect you. That's why I said I was bothered. I sold a car because like my interest rate, I think I was at like 1% on a damn Lamborghini. And right now, I looked at it the other day. They're doing it at like 2.8, all the way up to like 5.9, depending on your credit. So it's like I was like, I'll never be able to get that deal ever again at that low of a price. So if you had a loan and you fixed it, you're fine. But if you sell the car, close out the loan, and have to re-get another one, then you're clapped. Thought expensive car interest rates are higher. They are, but now, literally, I went and I bought that car in the middle of a pandemic when nobody was going outside. So they were throwing the money out, and when rates were zero, right? So when rates are zero, all other credit is cheaper. When rates go up, all other credit, whether it's a car, furniture, a washing machine, everything goes up a little bit. It doesn't matter how much it is, but it's definitely does a lot. But, ladies and gentlemen, SPY is at a low, and we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you subscribe. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. But, ladies and gentlemen, we've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then Russia aims to link grain export tax formula to ruble. Whew. Then optometrist recommendations. Stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, wow, feels good, huh? Oh, man. Oh, it's good, bro. Josh ain't lying. The body suffers from trading. Stretch the body. I'm telling you, it's real. Okay, come on. Next, I need you to drop your shoulders, relax the shoulders, fix that nerd neck. Nobody is attacking you. You are listening to my beautiful voice while you just sitting there looking beautiful. So chill, drop the shoulders, chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in, and boom, baby. Boom, just like that. I ain't gonna lie to you. You look real good right now. You look like you've been getting taller. You look like you got a glow to you or something. I'm just saying, it's a long weekend. If you're going to be looking that good into Friday, man, just keep it up. I'm just saying, man, that's crazy. You look good. Nah, you look amazing. I love to see the progress. Nah, keep it up, man. If you got like a routine or something, send it to me. I'd love to take some tips from you. Like I don't know. You looking good right now. You looking good. I love it. I love it. Then relax the jaw. Go. Breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Woo! Amen. Amen. Woo! Next set of data going to be tomorrow. You get GDP tomorrow. That one, GDP is just by nature, it's kind of been hyped up a lot because everyone's looking for the recession print. So I think GDP tomorrow is going to be the real big one. That's it, pretty much. And then Thursday, PCE and a couple of other metrics. And we're good. We'll be good. We'll be good. Crazy. I joined the cult. I couldn't do 10 push-ups. Now 50 is regular. I love it, baby. Amen. Amen. I keep using this workout bench. Bro, that's all you need. A workout bench is a game changer. Because you could just do so many workouts, back stuff, a couple weights. It's great. Whew. GD is bad. A recession is inbound. Well, that's the thing is that if it's a negative GDP, everyone's going to say, look at 2 negative GDPs. It's a recession. But I'm more worried. It's the thing I brought up yesterday. It all has to do with earnings, though. So until the earnings get revised and until the earnings go into a recession, I don't think we're going to have a problem. But the fact is, if that's a negative print tomorrow, I mean, everybody and their mom, you're going to watch inflation headlines go through the roof. More or less. We got Fed speak. Fed daily is in an hour. I'm still doing my resistance bands. The earnings are the determiner. It really is. Do you fear leaving your money on Coinbase? I only have actually I have Coinbase Pro, so I probably have like 10 to 15 grand there through all the cryptos that got clapped. Otherwise, I took most of the Coinbase money out. Remember, that Coinbase, I've kept most of my coins offline for a lot of it. I would only do like little stuff here and there, but I don't have money on online brokerages as far as crypto is concerned. Recession is confirmed. It's bullish. It could be for a little bit. I still have Saki, yeah. I guess that's worth money. Should I move my money from Robinhood? If they'll let you. You could be making 8% on FTX. Bro, I'm going to slap this shit out of you, okay? Stop this. I'm just kidding, Marshall. I don't know you like that, so you may not know my humor. But I love you. But nah, man. I did not. I thought that was the last phrase I would hear over the last like 3 to 6 months. I figure that would have been the last phrase where someone's like, "Oh, you should have just put it here and made 8% on some crypto." I was like, did you not see what happened? Maybe subscribe and we'll get you on here and we'll get you the news updates. So you could be making 20%, 8%. No, I'm scared of all that. I love your sense. Good. Because I didn't know if I came too aggressive and if you were like new, you would have been like, what? Like this guy just shitted on me for asking about 8% on FTX. Airbnb makes its party ban permanent. Okay, so I have good news and bad news for you. But have you guys noticed? SPY's coming down here. Another new low. I'm going to buy you that house, baby. Amen. God bless the call. 385.36. You're low-key buttering. You just broke to 386. You almost buttered another point right there. But I have good news, bad news with Airbnb. Pretty much, I don't know if you guys have noticed, there's been a lot of like social campaigns of people complaining about Airbnb. I even saw one yesterday. It wasn't even an Airbnb. somebody was complaining about a short-term rental situation, and then everybody in the comments was just like Airbnb, and it was like the lady even said it was VRBO, but I've seen it, bro, in the last like 72 hours, bro. I've probably seen like 15 posts about Airbnb. Everyone's like, I'm over Airbnb. They're charging too much. The people are asking me to do chores. I don't know if it's like a hotel lobbyist group or something, because somehow everyone's like, yeah, I'd rather go to hotels. Everybody, yeah, there's been a lot of a big negativity campaign in the last couple of days. It's a movement. It's a movement. Yeah, I think people are just forgetting, though, that like Airbnb is like, that's where people went to when the hotels were too expensive. So it is. I mean, the prices are going up. I think at the end of the day, I think it could balance some things out. But for the most part, I don't think it's a threat to Airbnb. But it's pretty chill. I've been seeing that on TikTok. I'm telling you, I've seen it way too many times. I'm like, why is this coming up so much? And like, I'm literally watching people complain about Airbnb, and it won't even be about Airbnb. But like, that's the wild one. It's just like literally people are like, they're like, oh, VRBO, it's crazy. And then they're like, yeah, this is why I don't use Airbnb. And then they're like, the cleaning fees. But it's like, they're not talking about Airbnb. So I'm like, this is weird. So SPY's coming down 384, bro. You just buttered 1.25 points. Same thing happened with Uber. It used to be cheaper in New York than the yellow cabs are. Now yellow cabs are cheaper. Yeah. Airbnb is more expensive than hotels. It just depends when you book it. That's it. Like, that's the problem, is that Airbnb is very, very vast. And I just think some Airbnbs are dog shit. I, as an Airbnb host myself, and as somebody who stayed at some here and there, they're awful. Some of them are very, very bad. And then the other ones are the steals of a lifetime. That's all it is. Airbnb is literally Craigslist. That's all. That's why the people who like Airbnb, you'll notice they've had the best experience on Airbnb ever. And then the people who don't, you either have a good experience or a bad experience, and then that sets you up for the rest of your life, pretty much. ATL shortage, the Airbnb. Yeah, I think ATL is making it where you have to be a resident to own an Airbnb. So to qualify for an Airbnb license in Atlanta, you have to be a resident. There's so many, though. You can find cheap ones. Yeah. That's what I mean, you just got to look for it. It's the same thing with hotels, too. I mean, I like both. I like hotels and Airbnb, but I'm just pointing it out. There has been a very active negative Airbnb campaign on social media over the last couple days, though. It's very, very apparent. And then, dude, you just buttered like 1.5 points. Dude, you were down from 386 to 384.50 in roughly 5 or 6 minutes. It's kind of picked up. NASDAQ is down 1.7, SPY is down 1, and Dow is down 0.5% right now. Market keep dropping. There's no other factors. We'll see when Fed Daily comes on in like 30 minutes or so, or 45 minutes, but there's nothing that is new. We might get an update here on like oil or anything from Iran and any of these other deals kind of in the background where we could be subject to an update, but there is nothing scheduled now for the rest of the day. We got one Fed speaker, and now we're kind of just literally, since the first set of data came out, we've just been selling it all off now. The only news today is the Virginia manufacturing, and then the Consumer Board of Confidence and Expectations. The watch list should be interesting. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I might just let my girlfriend do the watch list, because apparently she'll get 50% more views than me. That's it. Y'all played me like that. Mm-hmm. Ads for VRBO. Yeah, there's a lot. VRBO spends a lot on ads. She has more energy and don't talk with her hands. I'm just gonna let you slide with that one, okay? That's it. Because I have pity on the people who don't talk with their hands or who can't like handle it. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm just like, what kind of life is that? She prettier than you? I know. She's like way prettier than me. That's why I'm like, damn, if I don't know. I think she's down for it, but then you guys are just going to go crazy. If I put her face in the thumbnail, bro, we going 100% views. That's it. That's it. Finally, dude, I'm telling you, I've never had that many people be like, yo, I haven't been on the stream for a while, but I clicked on this video. I'm like, you asshole. So y'all see the videos then every day. Y'all just choosing when to just click on it every day then. Okay? Just click on it no matter what. All right, asshole? Okay? It doesn't make any sense. That means you saw it. It came up there. You were just like, just some days you're like, nah, I'll just click it and like the video, asshole. That's it. And you like, what? Who's that girl? You're like, oh, okay, she got kind of good bone structure. Hold up. What is that? Language, ease it up. No, Mr. Carta. I'm not going to ease up the language because you don't ease up some of your chats that you say in here. So it's not fair for you to ask me that and then you talk crazy in the chat. Okay? So if you want me to ease up on my language while you play this in front of your family, I need you to be respectful all the time in the chat. We got PHILO today. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a good one. No TLT play. Not until it's there. She's in there for 30 seconds. It worked, bro. It works. Maybe. I'll see. Kindness. Unfortunately, I watch all the... Not unfortunate. God bless you and thank you. I mean, you're probably definitely hanging on to everything happening a lot better. I'll tell you. I'm serious. The amount of times that I re-explain so many things to people, both on the internet, offline, whatever it may be. You know, there's just so much going down, but it's just like there's just so many things to juggle. A lot of people aren't picking up on one week after the next, like why it's like this, why it's like that. Your girl got the long term. Well, yeah. I mean, even after yesterday, after seeing her breakthrough performance, I might just have to make a video with her and have her go over her long term, and you could see what she got clapped on. I was like, that'd be a good video. I'll ask her what she has. Because, bro, she has some really good plays, but then she has stuff that, like, again, at one point she was up like $250,000 on Peloton, and now it's negative, I think. But she bought it just dirt cheap. Did she play EVFM? I don't know. I'll ask. She plays random ones of those. I tell her to cut Peloton. I think it's already just too late. What does she do? She works in real estate. About Forbes with Revlon, Mac Andrew. That's just going to be a bankruptcy deal. I don't know how it's going to get play. I don't know how it's going to play out. Two apples now. I know I always do that. My bad. Apple's a good gauge, but I do need to see JP. What's her thesis on real estate over the next year? She pretty much agrees with me, as she should. No, I'm kidding. But she gets worried about it like here and there, but for the most part, I mean, she sees that it's decent. Josh, is your girlfriend single? Listen, Dylan, if you want to make me, I'm going to find your girlfriend on Instagram. I'm going to like all her photos. Okay, Dylan, stop playing with me. And my girlfriend will think it's funny. She'll laugh as long as I tell her. Otherwise, she'll get mad at me. Okay, so stop. I just want to be your friend. Okay, let's not be tough guys on the internet at 8:50. All right. Wholesaling is good. Wholesaling is good. Please don't Drake me. Yeah, dude, Drake actually did that. I was like, dude, that's savage. That is savage. So I'm looking for an ab right now. We good. We good. Am I going abroad? Not. I don't plan to. All that matters this summer is where the stock market ends and what data that we have. You know what I'm saying? That's really what it is. That's the main thing I'm looking for. I am on Pacific time zone. Visa's on the low. That's been selling. Did Nike end up dropping more? Yes, it did. The plays are up on Nike. Oh my gosh. I don't know if I should sell out or not. I have like a $10 gain, but that play went so negative against us. But now they're like $4 from 100. If we get one more bad day, those could end up being fire. So the Nikes went up. I was surprised. So it's only a $10 gain. I'll give it a little bit, but the next bounce will probably wreck it. Greetings from Vanguard and Malvern. What's that? That sounds dope. Greetings, my friend. I got Nike puts this morning, but then I was down like 50%. And then they came back to positive. It was weird. I pretty much bought it here at this candle. This run-up brought them down negative 50, 60%. They came back to break even here. And then it slowed down. Then they went negative again. And then this little drop brought them back up. IBM, like I said, I like the company. Like it's a good quality name, good dividend. But, I mean, they definitely have their challenges and other stuff. But I'm with it, but I'm not. It's pretty much, it depends on where everything else is at. I would rather take a lot of other things, but depending on how it holds, it could be good. But it's definitely not my first choice. Maybe I should put that out there. Carvana, they had that news yesterday. Or again, a lot of people kept bringing it up. The same thing with like Vroom. But other than that, I haven't seen anything else. LYT on the low. Dude, this thing all day. Dude, do you guys see this? That's the most hideous chart I've ever seen. Fed zero credibility at this point. Well, we're going to find out. We are going to find out. But even then, I mean, you could already tell with even how I mention how I even mentioned the Fed credibility. Is just like, bro, Powell is hands off the wheel. Powell is in the back seat. So it's like the only credibility Powell has is in the Fed futures. That's why I'm just telling you, make sure you keep an eye on them, see how they play out, because that's the big one. SPY hitting another low, 384, excuse me. But honestly, you're almost down 10 points since that data came out. And it was very interesting because it was all bad data, but we did not get to see the positive side this time around. These movies pricing in the GDP. It could be, but also, I mean, again, every data set was bad, but I do think the GDP, like I said, it's going to have a lot of big implications. It's possible. I would say it's definitely possible that this is like early pricing in, but it is just it's an interesting day, again, with the dollar and everything else going on. Well, options, GDP 3. Bro, this is a big move. Almost 10 points. Almost 10 points. Vedu popping, not Veru. Vedu. Knew this morning. It felt good. The only thing that was bad was like the dollar was up, commodities, everything else. I trust him. I got more. Don't worry, little by little. We're going to talk about it, though. We're even going to talk about it even on a little bit of the PHILO. This might be the bounce to test VWAP. Maybe we're VWAP. That's the thing. VWAP is still right below 390. It's not even like we dropped too much. And again, that VDU play is going up. MNST on the low. Recession rally. So we still got a lot of data, though. It's going to be okay. What time is it? 11:57. 30 minutes till Fed daily. Again, I think daily is going to be your daily Dolly. I think she's going to be bullish. Remember, she was the only one who dissented. Or no, was that Esther George? It was either George or Daily or Dolly. Last week with the dollar, new VIX right now, keep watching it. It had, but last week was weird. Again, the dollar bond moves, and right now the difference is the dollar is just back at the level we were at last Thursday. And like I said, last Thursday, the SPY was at 375. So funny part is we're a lot closer to that now. But last time the dollar was at these levels, you know, the market closed 377. So we've definitely got closer to that. But today's Tuesday. What happened to turnaround Tuesday, man? That's crazy. Does this look like 2018? No, we're past 2018. This is just weird. Bro, this is 7 months. I'm telling you, I can't. That's the thing. We have not. The only time you've seen anything last this long was 2008. Unfortunately, I hate to break it to you. Maybe a little bit of 2010, but I don't even think nothing has ever lasted 7 months. 7 months of downturn is absolutely wicked. That's why I was like, even with the long-term discussion that we had, I'm like, dude, like, I don't think like some people, you got to really wake up and smell the roses here. And just, it's very simple. This is a very unfavorable market. Like you have not seen the market operate like this in well over 50 years, minimum. Not to mention the stuff that hasn't moved like it has in over 100 years. To be honest, with some stuff, we're talking 100-year trends, which is wild to think about. So that's where it's like, this 7 months, it's like early on we were looking at 2018 taper tantrum. We are well into the tapering for the most part, and we're going to find out the truth of that by the end of the year. If the bond, balance sheet reduction, it could end up causing a problem still. I don't think that is out of the question. However, we'll probably see that towards the end of the year like 2018. But for the most part, there's nothing we can compare this to, like 2018, 2015, 2016. There's nothing really like this where this extended downturn has continued. Again, the only other time would arguably be 2007, 2008. 2000, it went for 2 years. 2000, there was a lot of different factors, though. It was actually like by the time the market was dropping 30, 40%, earnings have already cut their guidance. So a lot of people don't realize like 2001 or 2000 to 2002 and the 2000 crash, it wasn't necessarily just the tech bubble. That's where a lot of people misinterpret 2001. When they look at the 2001 stock crash, they think that it was just, everything with .com and Mark Cuban and everybody was just selling all of this shit, and then all of a sudden things dropped. No, there was actually a string of fraud. There was Enron, there was Paycom, there was all these other things happening, and then it started with European growth guidance being lowered, believe it or not. That's what was the kicker to 2001, was that companies in Europe started to guide down on their profit margins and what they were expecting, and then Intel was one of the biggest companies, or WorldCom, not Paycom, thank you. But then Intel was one of the biggest companies in the world during 2001. It was tech related. Everything was going crazy. And then what did they do? They guided down like 30% lower on the next quarter. And then their earnings guidance came down. And then one thing after another. And then late 2001, 2002, you even had a pandemic to a degree. You had SARS break out for the first time. And there was just a bunch of other things in the process. You had the introduction of a new currency. Like I'm telling you, it was absolutely... It was wild, but it played out a lot different. We had pretty much in 2001, you had a lot more quicker moves, and then things would stay a little bit lower, but it wasn't like this where we're down 30% and 4 out of 5 analysts are recommending buy everything and earnings are still at record profits. Do you see what I'm saying? This is where it becomes very, very different. And then again, the Fed is not tightening the same way back then as they are today. But let's take a look. The SPY 384. Oh, shit. So let's see. No, 2001 didn't even last 2 years. So, here, 2001, the peak was in March, and then you bottomed out by September 2002. So that was literally like what? 8 months plus 9, I guess. Is it a year? Maybe, and then you were down from 2002. I guess it was kind of 2 years, huh? From March to a little bit more. And then it bounced up, and then we came back down here. But then I think by 6 months in, you were down about 30%. 6 months in. So it's kind of similar to what we have here. A little bit, but I still don't even know if I could even compare them. They were just because given what was going on. Qualcomm exclusive supplier to Apple. Isn't that to be expected with all the money pumped in the system? Could be shit while companies still make more than ever before. Well, yes and no, because it's just the earnings are still growing. You see what I'm saying? So it's like that's why we look at growth rates, because it's one thing. It's like with so much money in the system, everybody has money. Obviously, Apple is making way more money than they were making 10 years ago. But the real question is it like, are they making more than they did the year before that, the month before that, all of that? And that's the whole point, is that these companies are still actually increasing productivity, which is odd considering things are so bad, equities are down, investment sentiment, all of that is just down. But these companies are still doing, numbers that are relative to their last couple years, where they're still increasing how much they're making. Texas is temporarily blocked from banning abortions. Woo, there you go. So that was like the biggest issue, I feel like. They were the first one to say they were going to ban it. So it's chill. Very, very chill. Number 20 is the coal and the knowledge available. Like the video, love the discussion. Amen. There was 13 states. I know Texas was just the big one where people were like freaking out. Rate cuts Q3. I think it's possible. I think it depends on the data before or after. It just depends if it happens sooner rather than later. How does the economy progress or deteriorate in the meantime? Again, if there's any learning lesson, it's exactly what we saw 3 weeks ago. Do you not remember how fast everybody went from, it's chill, to right when that CPI came in? Do you realize the world shook after that? There was an earthquake. The tectonic plate shifted after that CPI release a couple weeks ago, because all of a sudden we all thought everything was going one way, and the minute we got that data, you were like, wow, I guess things are happening a lot different. So I wouldn't want to put a timeline on it. Obviously, we're going to get a lot of big changes coming into 2023, but the whole point is that it just all depends on the data, and as we get in through here. It's like every couple months, every quarter, you are going to have something that is going to explain all of this, and something that will really give us the answer that we need. But that will determine whether or not they're going to pivot, shift, if things are worse or not. But you see how fast it could happen, bro. I'm telling you, in 24 hours, they made up a new narrative and got everybody to believe it, and the Fed futures priced it in within 48 hours tops, which is wild to me. I've never seen anything like that. Again, even Powell himself admitted that was a very, very rare thing, and he's never seen that in his time of the Fed, of things moving like that. You know what I'm saying? So that is the real big problem here, or the real big factor we're going to look to decide, okay, this is how it's going to play out. What happened to bad data is good? I don't know, man. It seems like today the bad data was actually bad, but today we have dollar and commodities up. But we'll see. Let's see where it goes from here. Bad balance sheet went up last. I know, dude. It's been weird. That's why let's see when we get the runoff, because, again, they're not running off everything, but that has definitely been a problem to all of this, because, like, they're like, oh, we're doing so much to fight inflation. We're doing so much. The Fed isn't behind the curve. Powell is willing to raise at this rate, to do this, to do that. And then all the while, like, underneath the surface, you legitimately have the Fed still buying bonds. And the Fed is literally still stimulating the economy through an inflationary function, more or less. So but again, if they didn't, that's what you got to realize. That's what I'm saying is like we never know, because by the end of the year we may find out that the balance sheet reduction could be a problem. Maybe they learned from last time and they don't want to be as aggressive about it, but it's definitely a unique trend to be noticing right here. Californians crazy about talking about inflation stimulus. It's cool, man. Just get the homies a stimulus check, I guess. No, it's wild. Dude, I don't know. I don't know. Random Twilio and Watch from Activist Insights on Amazon. Yeah, we got that earlier. I said I wasn't able to confirm it, but it's there. It kind of came down a little bit. I feel like we've heard this rumor a couple times too. Oh, Twilio's popping again. When was it when we heard it? It was a couple days ago. Twilio down last. Twilio's been getting knocked. Oh, wait, Twilio came back down on that. Qualcomm making another move again. That Apple news a little bit earlier. CAA buys ICM Partners. Holy shit. Bro, that's huge. New chapter, bro. The Creative Arts Agency acquires ICM. Oh, my goodness. That's big for LA, but then that means, bro, that's entertainment. All of the entertainment, all of your athletes and artists and movie stars, every single person is now represented by the same one. That's crazy. There's no tickers on that one. They're private. Those are your private. Those two companies run LA. A lot of people don't realize it. Abortions up to 6 weeks of pregnancy to resume in Texas. News is coming out now. I think we go to war with China before dollar loses reserve status. Not on the table. No, I don't think it's on the table. I mean, we could potentially lose reserve status eventually, but China, right now, China needs to get through their economic recovery. China's effed up right now. China's not good. So it's really just, I don't even think it's advantageous for China to start any beef. Like, you got to realize, like, Vladimir Putin, when he started this whole Russia-Ukraine thing, he was in a very unique position to benefit off of it, which is sad because literally Russia has made more oil revenue this year than any other time in history. Let me say that again. There has been more Russia oil revenue generated this year in 2022 than any other year that we've ever seen. So they have a way to benefit off of the natural resources and other stuff that they have. They have people, again, like Egypt and the people in the Middle East who want their wheat. They got good relationship with India, all that. And China has the same thing. But the thing is, China just has more demand for a lot of the stuff that they could sell. Pretty much, China's not ready to sell the world a bunch of shit just yet, believe it or not. And that's why I don't believe they're in a position to escalate a conflict because they would get clobbered. I would say so. Again, China could do a lot. They could work with Russia and they could work with India and all this stuff, but they are just not on top of their game. Their financial situation's not good. So depending on how it goes, if we get a certain recovery with financials in China and then the United States starts doing bad and then they start getting their recovery going, then we might start seeing it. But I don't really think it's something in the headlights, I guess. It's not that close just yet. I just think the Russia-Ukraine stuff surprised a lot of people, and now everybody is like, yeah, oil's volatile because of China today. So China announced no cases and that they're easing requirements and like lockdown for travelers instead of 2 weeks to 1 week. So that's been very, very positive. And then all of the other oil companies went up, and then what's his name? Buffett bought another stake inside of Oxy yet again. Qualcomm again. Yeah, Qualcomm is moving. Twilio has not moved. You think Russia will refuse to sell gas to... I think with Germany and Europe, I mean, that's why I said the last couple days there's been a lot of microaggressions, more or less, that could lead to that. And Germany even warned about that. We start drilling again and export to Germany. Okay, boomer. Just get a Tesla. Qualcomm is ripping. Yeah, that's a way bigger pop now. They're getting some of the Apple juice, and they're holding 2%. Again, there was news yesterday, or news earlier today about them being an Apple supplier, or like an exclusive one. But they're starting to run up now pretty good. Quarterly GDP is tomorrow. Tomorrow morning. Yeah, Qualcomm's really, really moving now. Ford electric truck recall. Tesla's going down, though. Interesting. So Qualcomm's moving very big. Tesla is dropping and SPY's coming down. So even though you got something, yeah, we were sleeping on in the Qualcomm's. We could have got it, but I don't know. I just didn't know if it would have even moved right now in the environment, but clearly it did. Clearly it did. Damn, bro. 126 to 132, $6. Yeah, those went nuts. Those just 100%. Honestly, you would think it would move up a little bit more than that. Oh, I guess that's for August. What did those weeklies do? Yeah, Troy called that Qualcomm very, very quickly. Yeah, those went up 500%. That one was just, it was chilling, and then it just went ape. Yeah, 500% on the weeklies. August are about 100% on there. Like near them. The August ones are actually kind of a little bit cheaper, but they're starting to break out now. Yeah, USO and oil's running, but Qualcomm, again, Apple news right here. There's like a small reaction. Then the Twilio stuff came out. Then there's another small reaction. And then all of a sudden, Qualcomm just took off on that. I'm down with Texas seceding or with Qualcomm. Sold out of Qualcomm's early. That was a big move. Let's see if it actually ends up holding. Miss Qualcomm. I think a lot of people did. I mean, the news came and then it just didn't move as much. And then I don't think anybody I mean, again, like we're hitting lows at this moment with like a lot of stuff selling off. So I don't think it was was not as easy for sure. Quali. The Twilio, I don't know. I feel like we've heard that rumor so many times. I want to grab one, but kind of unsure. We should look at bubble charts. I have no idea what that is. Like a bubble? we go into a recession, we get more blood. Well, we'll find out. I mean, as of tomorrow, or coming into tomorrow, you are going to get a lot of recession talk after that GDP. Never too late to buy puts. Well, today there's going to be some premium. But even then, the puts are still cheaper on the broader sense. I mean, you've seen the VIX over the last couple days. Go to recession way lower. I think once you're in the recession, that's the thing. Like, you have to feel. That's just. I'm telling you, this is where it gets so insidious and confusing. It's just. It's. I really don't know how to explain it, because it's just like, it's something when it's there. Like, do you guys remember, like, 2008? Like, do you know the market was like shit for a long time? Like 2006 to 2007, it ran up, but things by 2007, it started to slow down really big. And from 2006 till 2008, real estate was already slowing down in 2006. Like, real estate did what Bitcoin already did. It did what growth stocks already did, where it was already down, where everyone still felt decent about the broader economy, but one area was just absolutely collapsed. So, but it was weird because life was normal and everybody lived normal until they didn't. I don't know how to. That's what I'm saying. I don't know how to describe it. Where it's like, you're going to have a weird effect once we. It's one thing for the data to say recession. It's one thing to talk about recession, but it's just another thing to actually experience it. Is the best way to put it. The Nike. I don't know. I probably should sell it. I only have like $10 though. I don't even think I have even gains on it anymore. Yeah, I'm down on it now again after that little one. Scammers. Article on Qualcomm now. Apple in-house 5G modem faces development woes. Will use Qualcomm chips for iPhone 15. So again, you're getting another pop as this is getting reiterated. It could go another leg, but premiums are already up 500% on the weeklies. Yeah, no, we got the news early. Troy dropped it right here, but we just didn't react. It seemed like it was kind of more generic Qualcomm chip news, and then it just took off. Mm. 2008 didn't feel until the business slowed down and there's fear of losing jobs. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like things were bad for a couple of years, and then there it is, Qualcomm, another one, and then all of a sudden you felt it at a different time. First double bottom on the SPY today. Double bottom, dude. Let's see what happens, dude. Good morning. How are you, Mr. Benz? Apple Cigna, man. Healthcare finally went. All it took is one day of commodities to come up. Yeah, Qualcomm is insane now. Do the real estate problem will come? Do I think it will come? I mean, at this point, this is why I'm saying it's very different than like 08 or other times, because when we were talking about a recession last time in 08, real estate was already collapsed. This time it's stocks. So we'll see how it plays out. But It's like I'm saying, every single data set from here, where we are by the end of summer, how this affects consumers, businesses, and what the data says, and then ultimately how the Fed and policy is conducted. That is going to outline everything, and we're going to know. And then, the real big risk is honestly just people kind of, once everything becomes unanchored, once people become worried, once you feel the recession, then we have a problem. That's the key right there. Once you feel it, that means expectations have become unanchored. People start feeling worried. Then we got the real problem. Qualcomm, new high on the day, bro. That was nasty. Oh, man. How many of you are getting that, like, weird regret feeling? I know what you're talking about. Usually I'm pretty good at avoiding it. I don't really care too much. But, man, that one was big. That one was crazy. That one was crazy. Heads up, you got it. I'm glad you got it. That one was big, yeah. That was like, oh, what's yours is yours. That one wasn't mine, but we got it early. NVIDIA should have overreaction to the downside. Does NVIDIA do iPhone chips, though? Or maybe, what's it called? NXPI? Maybe. Again, Qualcomm's the only chip maker going up. We got it at 0 to 7, and all in 30 minutes, 40 minutes. So sympathy. Keep an eye on it. It could be there. I wouldn't be opposed to it, especially, if people wake up here, too, in the market and start feeling a little bullish, I think we might see it. TSM raising prices 6. Should one wait for next rate cuts to buy another home to live in and stay in the current one till then? It depends. If you could get a better deal on the property, because now the market's slowing down, if you could get a better price on the one you want to live in, I would take it now, because literally you're saying when rates come down, I could go buy a house then, or you could buy the house now, deal with the higher payment for a little bit, hopefully get a deal today because the rates are high, and then just refinance out of it later. But if it's like pretty much if you find your dream home now, I would buy it. If it was like, oh my gosh, this is exactly what I want, where I want to live in, and the price isn't that crazy now, I would take it, because you could just always refinance out of it. I remember watching Citibank drop below $1. Jeez. I remember Citi in like 2013, 2014 was like dirt cheap too. Honestly, it's pretty wild. Qualcomm biggest volume since February. Man, that one was crazy. That was a big. It just seemed so generic, and then it just went nutty. Good learning experience, though. We opened our first restaurant in 2009. It was scary as hell. Oh, yeah, right? That's what I was talking about the other day. My girlfriend was asking me, because, like, she was looking at, like, new businesses opening up, and she's like, isn't that scary for them? And I was telling her about it. I was like, that's how it is, like, 2008 and everything, where it was just, like, this right here, the year before a recession, is the biggest risk and the biggest reward. You guys realize that? So right now is the biggest risk and biggest reward. You could even see it on the market, because when you don't have certainty on what's going to happen in the next 12 months, it's like if you are starting a new business endeavor or getting out of one, you're going to find out a year from now whether or not it was the best or worst decision. So that's where it's like you have a lot to make and a lot to lose. It's even like flipping a house. That's why I was like, flipping a house right now, you don't know what the market is going to do in the next 12 months. So even if you could get a good deal right now on a property, if the real estate market and everything ends up crashing, you're going to get clapped. You were the last one in at the party. But then if it kind of bounces from here and things chill out, oh, you've just snagged another steal. Boeing puts, I like them. I mean, they dropped a little today. They were very, very bullish, but I think I wouldn't be surprised after those articles if we did get any of those like other probes or something kind of comes from that situation. That's pretty much what I'm waiting for, is that all the articles yesterday were saying that there could be another potential probe into Boeing and the 737 just because of all the problems when they've came back. If I could trade my car in equal price of same payment for a new car, is it a good call? What's the amount? Don't fall for the dealer tricks. So the dealer tricks you by looking at the payment. That's how they could get anybody to buy anything. If I just tell you get the payment and you tell me what payment you want, that's how they're going to scam you, because you could financially structure it to anything. The real question is, how much do you owe on your current car? How much are they paying you for it? And then how much is the new car? That's all. That is going to give you the answer of whether or not it's a good deal or not. Yeah, look at total interest and total payoff. That will tell you all of it. We have daily Fed Dolly. Should be coming on right now, actually. Owners have been gone 3 months and come back for things every now. No sales sign. Talk to them and let them know. Say, hey, I know you guys aren't here. The real estate market, I mean, with rates, it's kind of slowing down, but I see your property. I really like it. Get a deal on it. I would negotiate that deal. See if they're willing to, if you could get it off market. Because, again, B-Man, worst case scenario, if they're down to sell it off market, but it's not the price you want, you wholesale that shit, you're going to make at least 10 grand. So I would just go out and see if they want to do it. But then if they're willing to give you a good deal, I would take it. If you're worried about rates and you could still afford the house, then don't worry about it, because rates, again, I could almost assure you in the next 2 to 3 years that rates are going to come down. I mean, obviously things could change a little bit, but it's, there's a good odds eventually you'll be able to refinance out of it. So it's not really too crazy. I owe $7K. They want to give you $18K. Well, just see what car you're going to buy for it. That's it. And then you'll know. Yeah, Qualcomm watch. They're about to put it on CNBC. We have Fed Daily. I think she's about to come on. Fed's Mari Daily. Stay tuned. Yeah, this is on LinkedIn. This is kind of big. Is this it? LinkedIn. Brought to you by Tesla.
Hi, I'm Nina Melendez, and welcome to LinkedIn News Live, a show about the world of work and our place in it. Prices for food, gas, and housing have hit record highs. And to combat this rising inflation, the Federal Reserve hiked the interest rate by 75 basis points, the biggest increase in nearly 30 years. But they
still keep adding to their balance sheet.
Advocates of the tightening say rising prices is the greatest risk facing the economy right now, but others say a recession is worse. Well, joining me for this conversation is my co-host for the day, LinkedIn Chief Economist Karen Kimbrough. Karen, hello.
Hey, Nina. Thanks for having me today.
Oh, good to see you. And we're pleased to welcome our featured guest, Mary C. Daly. Mary is the president and CEO of the Federal Reserve Bank of San Francisco. President Daly has spent her career in various roles at the Fed, such as a research economist and vice president. She received a Master's of Science in Economics from the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign and a PhD in Economics and Public Policy from Syracuse University. President Daly, welcome.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm delighted.
So good to have you here on LinkedIn News Live. You know, let's start with inflation, which is on everyone's mind, weighing on our pockets as well. It's persisting at a 40-year high and quite far from the Fed's preferred range, despite, many economists initially saying that it would be transitory. What is driving it, and can the Fed address it?
So let me start with, yes, the Fed can address it, at least partly. And what started it is really COVID, the pandemic. So coming into the pandemic, we had inflation of about 1.8%, and we had a strong growth rate and a strong labor market. And then we got the pandemic, we all went home and had to stay home. And that really constrained the supply of goods and services. But we had money because many of us were teleworking, so we were still getting a paycheck. And those who were not as fortunate to keep their jobs had support coming from the federal government and the state governments to get them through, which was exactly the right thing to do. But it left more demand than the economy could support with supply. And when you mentioned that many economists and policymakers thought this was going to be transitory, well, we actually did think it was going to be transitory because we thought that with a vaccination scheme that everyone would get vaccinated, including all the global citizens, and we would beat back COVID far more quickly than we have been able to. But that hasn't happened, and that is a surprise. And it leaves us with supply still very short and only made shorter, especially in energy and food, with the war on Ukraine. And so we end up with way more demand, and that's a technical term, a lot more demand with too few goods and services for us to purchase. And the natural consequence is we have high inflation. So the Fed is about treating that part of it. While we can't rebuild supply chains and we can't release strategic oil reserves or get the wheat out of Ukraine, we definitely can change the demand. And that's about 50% of the high inflation we see. So we are working towards that as quickly as we possibly can. And hopefully Americans everywhere will start to see some relief in their pocketbooks.
So Mary, last week, Chair Powell stated his sort of unconditional commitment to taming inflation. Has the Fed put price stability ahead of full employment? And if so, what would that mean for jobs in America?
Well, let me first assure everyone that that is decidedly not what we have done. So we have a dual mandate, full employment and price stability. And the dual mandate, while it's two things, actually is a singularity of goal. And the singularity of goal is a sustainable economy that durably works for everyone. But when we have prices of food, energy, housing at unsustainably high rates, this will bridle the economy if we don't pull it down. And so if the economy gets bridled, whether it's through inflation or another force, then we don't achieve the full employment that we really have committed to. So an unequivocal commitment to price stability is foundationally an unequivocal commitment to full employment. So I'd rather everyone leave today, if you could leave with one thing about inflation and the Fed's work on that getting price stability is actually a fundamental factor in being able to achieve full employment. People need jobs, but they also need to depend on day after day their income that they earn from those jobs growing their well-being, not shrinking as they go forward. So that's the commitment that I have as a Fed official, and I never speak for my colleagues, but it is a shared commitment we have as FOMC participants.
So you're a labor market economist, and I really want to ask you how you're reading the labor market right now. Where we sit here at LinkedIn, our data suggests that it's still pretty strong. We see hiring, growing about 10% relative to the year before. Maybe there's a little cooling in that momentum, but it's still pretty strong. How are you reading the labor market?
So I read it just like you described, that it's really strong right now. And in fact, as we think about Fed policy and the impact that will have on the economy, I think the labor market being as strong as it is really a strength, right? We have households, spending is good, incomes are good, and the labor market is strong. That means we are raising interest rates on an economy with a lot of momentum, and that puts us in a much better position to achieve a softer landing, one that delivers the outcomes we want. So I see a strong labor market, much like you do at LinkedIn, and I see people getting jobs and looking for jobs, and firms still having trouble filling those jobs, despite the fact that the economy, we're raising the interest rate, and most people expect the economy to slow slightly.
Speaking of that, President Daly, many economists feel a recession is nearly inevitable with this amount of expected tightening. Are we headed for a recession? And if so, how bad could it get? When do you think we'll get there? Let us in on the secret.
So my outlook for the economy is that we will have slower growth. But remember, we're on a high base, so we'll have slower growth. That could fall below what we're used to. So we're kind of used to 2% growth is what we would expect. So I wouldn't be surprised, and it's actually in my forecast, that growth will slip below 2%. But it won't actually pivot down into negative territory and leave us for a long period of time and leave us with year-over-year growth that is not really growth at all, but a shrinking economy. That's not my most expected outlook. And with that slower growth, I do expect the unemployment rate to rise slightly, but nothing at the proportions like we've seen in what people would think of as a recession. So we're really not talking about unemployment rising, to high levels as much as just a little less pressure on the labor market that we see today. I mean, right now, the labor market has an unemployment rate that's near historic lows. And so getting it up just a couple of tenths does not tip us into a recession. It simply means a softening of the robust growth we're seeing today. So, the way I think about this, if I may just use a minute to talk about an analogy or a metaphor, I never remember which it is, but, I think about when you're younger, you're riding your bicycle down a steep hill and you can get too much momentum. And then you have two options. You can sharply put on the brakes and you'll likely go over the handlebars, or you can tap on the brakes and slow to a speed that's more sustainable. And when I look out there in the economy and with our policies that we're taking and I would support, I see us tapping on the brakes to slow to a more sustainable pace rather than slamming on the brakes, going over the handlebars and having the proverbial recession.
I don't think we've had
I love that analogy,
handlebar analogy from anybody on the Fed.
This is a really interesting time to be
soft landing, all that. That's
setting policy. You have the challenges of high inflation we talked about. You've got the challenges of tight labor markets or strong labor markets. There's a war going on. The Fed is also starting to reduce the size of its balance sheet. There will be elections coming up soon. How much does the Fed take into account like the external events that are either happening overseas or are sort of a little outside the wheelhouse of the classic economic indicators? How much do you take those into account when you're thinking about how much to tighten or when to tighten?
Sure. So the starting point for policy, and I think this is really important, and it's something that I've had to learn how to manage over my now 25-year career working at the Fed. But the starting point, of course, is we have two goals: full employment and price stability. And then our job is to ask, how can we get there as quickly as possible? How do we create a durable economy that achieves both of those goals simultaneously? And of course, you've named all the factors that could disrupt those. So a war in Ukraine, it affects consumer sentiment, of course, but it also creates what we call a global headwind. The global economy is not going to grow as fast because of these supply constraints from the war in Ukraine, and that's going to be a headwind against U.S. growth since we do a lot of trading with our partners. So absolutely, we're looking at that. We're also looking at the patterns of COVID, especially in the global economy, because even though we feel a little bit more confident here in the U.S., in China, they've just come off the lockdowns that persisted for almost 2 months. And so we have to keep our mind on that. And we have to keep our mind on how inflation itself is affecting individuals and their spending patterns, and how all the other things going on, policy uncertainty, what we would often call it. People, when they feel uncertain about what the future of our government is, then they actually tend to withhold their spending a little bit, especially if they're a firm. So all of those factors go in. But ultimately, what the job of a policymaker at the Fed is to work with the economy we have as we see it today and work toward the economy we want. And that balancing act of managing the issues that come up today, but always having our minds on where we're trying to head, full employment and price stability, is the job we take on. And that's why we've become, over our history, so data dependent. We read every piece of data we can possibly get our hands on, and we talk to contacts, firms, community leaders, households, small businesses, everything to source the information so that we can do our best policy. And of course, if you're in anything in life, you do your best job one day and then you remain humble about what you still need to learn in order to do your best job the next day.
Speaking of data, I have a great question from a member in our stream. And by the way, we've got people joining us from all over the world present daily. I'm going to say hi to a few. Alex from Dubai, Lydia from Malaysia, Tanya from South Carolina, Tracy from Texas. Thank you for watching LinkedIn News Live. And if you have questions for Present Daily, please put it in the stream. Donald asks, Present Daily, can you comment on initiatives to reinvent macro indicators to both better capture reality in the modern economy and bring visibility to the effects of macro policy on subgroups?
Sure, absolutely. So over my career, let's just do the 25 years I've worked in this area, we've gone from thinking that we knew enough if we just looked at the aggregate information, the unemployment rate, the inflation rate, the growth rate of the economy, to really recognizing that you have to disaggregate all of those and ask, how are individuals in our economy by group experiencing those things? So what's the unemployment rate by race and gender? What is it by geography, by industry? How do people with less formal schooling fare in our economy relative to people with more formal schooling? And all of those things are helpful because you actually understand better how people are experiencing the economy, but you also can forecast trends in the economy more completely if you understand who has income, who doesn't, who's included in the expansion, who isn't. And that's why in our framework that we released in 2020 for the Fed, we said the labor market and full employment is a broad and inclusive goal, which really focuses on those data. And you talk about modernizing it, the work never stops for modernizing the data. In the pandemic, we all became armchair epidemiologists, if you will, and I use armchair in a way that is humble about we're not epidemiologists, but we had to learn about what does a pandemic do and how does it affect different groups? Because remember, this was a tale of two pandemics. If you worked in the high contact
be on the lookout. That 7-year bond auction at 10 and 15 minutes, that could potentially be another catalyst here for the day.
Existence through the pandemic. And so
and then Martin, if you have any statements you don't understand, write them down and I could answer them for you after.
It's the remembering that is critical because it helps us make better policy for the future. So I really appreciate the question. The work is never done. If any of you out there as listeners have ideas for what data we should collect, our doors are always open. We listen and we learn.
And pretty cool data. I'll just add that in. Happy to share. Sorry, Nina, go back to the questions.
No, so I was going to actually ask, we mentioned full employment and how monetary policy can sort of achieve that across the various groups here in the United States. What is the role of the Federal Reserve in helping close, say, the wealth disparity gap that we see? Can monetary policy fix this huge problem happening in the United States right now?
So the thing about monetary policy, and I always start with this, is we have two goals, full employment and price stability, and we have one tool, the interest rate. So we're already somewhat constrained in doing our work as effectively as many would like us to do. But we also have a clear role to play in the economy. We cannot solve every problem. We cannot eliminate all the gaps we see in the labor market and wealth, but a foundation, if you will, the fundamental to having any chance at doing those things is to have an economy that is sustainably growing. So a durable expansion, one that lasts for a long period, is the single best way to close gaps across groups. And you saw this in the last expansion, which I myself have studied along with the 1990s. And what you see in those two expansions is the longer they lasted, the narrower the gaps got between blacks and whites, men and women, all kinds of ethnicities, less formally educated, more formally educated. There are gaps in wealth, in income, in the labor market. We're shrinking. And that has to do with the fact that after a long time of having an expansion, employers take more risks. They hire workers that might not have every single credential. You know, the way I describe it is we start by looking for, I think, purple squirrels is often the moniker, or unicorns. When the labor market is really loose, it's easy to find workers and hard to find jobs. And then we go to thinking, I wonder if all those credentials we've piled onto the job description actually are meaningful or just easy ways for us to screen people. And I think that an inclusive economy actually relies on us having a durable enough expansion that employers say, what do we really need? What skills and abilities do we need? That's why I like the LinkedIn profile so much. You're not endorsing credentials that are just, degrees. You're actually saying, can you endorse a skill or an ability? And I think if we can move to a world with skills and abilities being top of mind, then that's something that will build an inclusive economy, and a long expansion does that. So that's the Fed's role. Create the conditions that allow for the long and durable expansion that we need as a starting point for the things that we aspire to be.
I love what you just said. Here at LinkedIn, we're very focused on skills-based hiring, the idea that hire people for the skills, for the job they can do, for the potential and their capacity to learn more and do more, and not on just the credentials. And I say that as someone who's spent a long time getting credentials, but it's all about skills. So love that. Can I keep you on the topic of equity for one more minute? We spend a lot of time looking at exactly the things you talk about. And we've looked at equity through the lens of gender. And obviously we know that women, how they fared during the pandemic, it wasn't great. It was pretty rough. They bounced back because women are resilient. But we're now looking at how women are faring over time, trying to get to the C-suite, trying to get to that leadership level. And it's pretty tough. It seems like as they progress, they become a smaller and smaller share of the cohort to the point where they get to the C-suite and it's only 25% of them. So I wonder if you could just talk a little bit about how the Fed thinks about equity and making trade-offs when it's policy setting. And if you have any views on equity and the importance of it.
Absolutely. So let me start with the Fed and how we think about policy. So as I said in our framework, we stated right in the framework that full employment is a broad and inclusive goal. And so creating conditions that aren't satisfied simply when the average unemployment rate reaches a particular level, but recognizing that you want to keep going until you see groups in general coming out. So that disaggregated data. And it doesn't mean targeting every single group or looking at across the board and make sure everyone's unemployment rate is the same, whatever group they're in, but it means ensuring that we don't stop short of a full employment expansion, and we ensure that everyone has an opportunity. So that's what we do. And I just mentioned also try to create a sustainable expansion. I would offer that that's our Fed policy tool, but the Federal Reserve also employs almost 20,000 people in the United States across the system. So in the 12 reserve banks and at the Board of Governors. And here we employ almost 2,000 people here in the San Francisco office, and we in our 5 locations actually. And when you think about that, we have to be thought leaders and leaders of practice in equity. And let me give you an example. If you look at those statistics you just showed about how women progress, and this could be women, it could be people of color, it could be people from a lower SES, people with less formal education. You can use anything that is different, and you could look over that period and you'd say, well, we're good at getting them in and not as effective at having them advance. And I think it comes back to something you said, Karen, that I want to pull up on. You said that women are resilient. And we often say that about people of color and people from less advantage. Wow, they're resilient. So you start out being resilient, but if you have to be resilient at every step of your career, there's a wearing down effect, right? And then if employers and groups aren't lifting you and giving those equal advantages throughout, then that can just end in the kind of statistics we see. And we do see this, and I've done some work on this. What happens to career ladders? Well, people just fall off of the career ladder. And then you ask them, why did they fall off? And it's a whole host of reasons. They just got tired of the fight. They didn't feel like they had the same tap on the shoulder that other people had. There weren't fair postings. There weren't opportunities. People weren't encouraging them to apply. There weren't the flexible spaces for work that people need if they're going to navigate having families or taking care of their parents or whatever it is and going through their career. So I think the commitment that employers have to make, and we will start with us and hopefully lead others, is we have to change the workforce so that it's not every once in a while someone escapes through that maze of resilience and manages to get to the top and then we admire them. Why wouldn't it be that we should use that as a norm? And if we don't see it as a norm, then something in the process is broken. And so that's what we're doing, is we're taking ownership over that process. Until we see more equality in those statistics, then we have to imagine we have something to do with it that's limiting that growth.
President Daly, I want to pause the conversation very quickly, say hi to some more members who are joining us. William from California, Katrina from Tennessee, John from Chicago, Regina from Indiana, and Ishmael from Nigeria. Thanks for joining the show. And we have a question, President Daly, from Edward. He asks, what data and tools does the Fed use to evaluate what the Department of Labor calls climate-related financial risk?
So right now, the Board of Governors is working in partnership with all the other regulators. It's not the role of the Fed to create those measures. It's actually the SEC, but we're working in conjunction with them. And of course, here in San Francisco, we have a whole group of people who are looking at what indicators should we be thinking about or developing to understand what climate risk in terms of what it does to the economy, what threats it poses to the economy, how it just changes the allocation across the economy. So right now, I wouldn't be able to give you specifics on what exact things we're going to ultimately use to measure it. But I will say there are many people working on this issue, not only in the system, but across the regulatory environment and across the economics environment, because, climate feels almost like an existential risk, one that's going to come way far away. But if you're living in California or many other parts of the country or the world, it's already here, and you see it changing the patterns of economic activity, changing the patterns of financial intermediation, how many people can get financing, who people can get insurance for their properties or their businesses. And those are things we have to fundamentally understand. And fundamentally understanding requires actually measuring them and knowing what is happening there. So the SEC, as you might know, is developing a set of metrics, but there's a lot more work to do before I think we're satisfied that we have what we need to be able to do this effectively and fairly across businesses and communities and countries.
On the topic of metrics, I have to ask you, since you're here, all economists seem to have one or two of their favorite go-to metrics for kind of gauging where things are. Do you have any that you like to look at when you're trying to figure out just what's going on? Anything in particular?
Sure. So I'm perhaps because I don't think any particular statistic is going to tell me everything. I'm a preponderance of evidence person, and that's also my training in labor economics. You never really know anything with a capital T truth, so you end up sourcing a lot of information. So on my dashboard would be all the regular statistics for the economy that we have, the nationally published ones. But importantly, on my dashboard would also be things that people might not think of, like the quits rate. I also look at the churn rate in the economy. If I see people churning through jobs at rapid speeds, then I'm worried about the economy, because, I'm going to return to these LinkedIn profiles. Think of your LinkedIn profile. If you only spent 2 months at every job, you wouldn't really have a lot of people in your portfolio who could endorse you or say, oh yes, I'll vouch for that person's skills and abilities, because you only met him for 2 months. And so I think of that churn rate as being an indication that things are a little bit out of balance or unstable. And in terms of the broader economy, right now I'm looking at
we're going to listen to this for a little bit more, 3 minutes probably, then the bond auction is going to come in, and that'll probably be the final catalyst of the day.
Their growth,
but it should be chill
for their household or their business, because inflation is so high. So that's a real indication to me that this is a painful, I can go to the gas pump and see it. But when you also read it in these aggregated statistics on sentiment, you see that it's having a pretty pervasive effect. And it's just, picking apart the data and not being satisfied with one statistic, I think, is the way to make good policy. You never know unless you look at everything what really is going on underneath.
President Daly, have those measures that you look at changed over the past 2 years, considering all of the sort of nonstop shocks that we've had to the economy?
They have, and they've changed in ways that both seem reasonable but somewhat surprising. So let me start with where we were, and this was the thing that kind of surprised me, is during the pandemic, and so not the very depths, not the first 3 months when we were just trying to figure out even what caused the spread of COVID, but when we kind of understood the science and we were then trying to figure out how to manage its impact, people were the sentiment was good. People were they were out there spending, they had money, they had savings, we were constrained from a lot of the activities. And so we were pouring our resources into goods. And a lot of us using online shopping as the only way we could participate in the economy. And so that was really strong. And I was surprised again and again at the resiliency of the economy and consumer and business sentiment during the pandemic, despite the tremendous hardships that businesses were facing, especially small businesses. But as we came through it, and we got a few ideas that we would just kind of escape this, but then inflation started to build and we really didn't get through the pandemic as quickly or as easily as we had hoped. Then I started to see the sentiment slip and some of the statistics that would indicate future progress slip with it. And so that's what my eyes are on right now, is that, we started our conversation with many are worried that the Fed might be acting too aggressively and maybe tip the economy into recession. I'm myself worried that left unbridled, inflation would be a major constraint and threat to the U.S. economy and its continued expansion. And so getting that right and getting people to feel comfortable that the dollar they earn today will pay for the goods they want tomorrow.
All right, watch for the bonds right here.
That is no
10
longer
seconds.
something people feel that confident in, and we've got to restore that confidence. And when people have that confidence and look around and see those indices that you just showed me, Karen, earlier about hiring rates and other things, we're going to have an economy that self-sustains itself forward. And that's what I'm working towards.
Before I let you go, President Daly, there's a lot of comments in the stream asking about recent layoffs, or we have Christine who is talking about how she has, inflation she's tapping out of her investments and her savings because of inflation. It seems that people would love to have some guidance on just how to navigate this uncertainty. This high prices for goods and just uncertain times with mass layoffs that are starting to happen. What is your advice, President Daly?
Okay, great. I will take on those questions, but I'll take them on separately for a moment. So let me start with the inflation part. So let me just acknowledge that we're in a tough time right now. If you're buying gas, paying rent, or paying for your house and buying food, you're feeling the pain. And so that we just have to acknowledge it is tough right now. But
if
it will
you're
be getting
paying
better.
for your house.
And it will be getting better in part because of the Fed's policy actions that are restraining demand. But we're also starting to see some signs of life in supply chains. And as those signs of life translate into actual delivery of goods, we will see some relief on inflation. We're also, if the airports are any indication, we are also re-entering the world of service consumption. All of us as consumers, we're participating in vacations, we're going to restaurants, and if we can keep COVID behind us, or at least at bay, then we can continue to do those things, and that will also be some relief on the pressure of inflation. So I recognize it's tough right now, and we have to get through it, but I am working hard, and all the Fed policymakers are as well, to get that back down to levels that are at least going in the right direction and moving back towards a more tolerable place, and ultimately to our price stability goal of 2%.
Yeah, the 7-year numbers, they're not coming through. I guess it came in slightly higher, but
there is
pretty
a lot
minimal
of
reaction,
which is good. If you open the
newspapers,
it says
let's
that
see, now it's coming
layoffs,
out.
Especially
a lot of that
tech.
high 17%. There it is.
Not directly related, or not only related would be the better phrase, to the slowing of the economy. I mean, tech is always repositioning itself. It tends to get a little bit over its skis, if you will, in an area, and then come back and settle into a more steady state progression. And tech was always going to have to make some adjustment because it was completely the sector of choice during the pandemic, as everyone repositioned to get the technology they needed to manage working from home. But as that alters itself, or take crypto, which has just gone through a big rise and is now getting back onto some more level more regular playing field with itself. So that's going to cause things. But there is no time where being a tech worker isn't an advantage in terms of finding another job. The labor market is very strong right now, and you saw it in Karen's data, despite the layoffs. So it is disruptive. It feels quite uncertain. It can be very unnerving, but I am quite hopeful that if you're in tech especially, you'll be able to continue to get jobs. And the other sectors are not closing down, they're just repositioning. And oftentimes they can't fill the jobs they have. So you might have to move jobs, but I'm not worried you won't have one.
President Daly, thank you so much for spending time with us today and for speaking to our members here on LinkedIn.
Thank you. It was quite a pleasure. Thank you.
Please come on again soon.
Anytime.
And I want to thank Karen Kimbrough, our chief economist at LinkedIn.
Yeah, thank you. Thank all of you. We appreciate it. It was good. Good timing. I was planning to wrap it up there anyway, so that was good. Again, you got a little bit of San Francisco, some Mary Dolly. It was good. I mean, in the beginning, she was kind of touching on things. I really did like the I don't know, it may not stuck out to you, but the whole bike riding analogy. Again, the Fed has used many analogies. I thought that one was interesting, but everything else kind of started sounding the same with everything else. It wasn't too crazy. Again, I think most people you were like, she's so out of touch, San Francisco. So I was like, I feel you. I was thinking about it the other day. Remember I told you the story when I went to San Francisco? I drove through downtown at night and I saw everything, bro. I was like, I don't know how they do it out there. Like literally there was like a guy going to the gym while there was like 50 people like just getting high as hell in the streets. It was crazy, bro. I was like, honestly, San Francisco is like the only place where you will just see some like tech dude walking his dog and picking up his dog shit from the sidewalk while there's human shit right next to it. And nobody, I'm like, damn, this is crazy. This is crazy. Yeah, I like San Jose. I like San Jose and I like Palo Alto. That's about it. That's my thing too. No, LA, they just kill you. LA, you'll just get stabbed. That's it. LA's a little different. You'll get stabbed and then they'll rob you for like, man, if you wore like one of those quarter rings, when you like put a quarter in the machine and it pops out one of those like bubble rings, bro, they will stab you for a ring pop in LA. If so it's a little different. It's a little different. We got Skid Row and all of that, but they'll just kill you in LA. That's it. No exaggeration. That's it. They'll just jump and they'll rob you for anything. For anything. My brother-in-law transferred out of LAPD right before the protest. I'm sure. Where did he go to? I'm sure he probably would have. Probably a lot chiller. They will kill you in San Diego. Nah, San Diego, chill. San Diego, you'll just get into like a weird fight probably. Yeah, did you just step on my shoes? Back up, dude. Did he just push me? Oh, he pushed me. Yeah, no. Not gonna fly, buddy. So I think it's a little different. Just a little bit different. Airbnb, I know they were doing so good today too. The data was bad this morning, and we did not get a bad data, good reaction. And then the bond stuff just came in. That one wasn't. This one was expected to, like, it could have been big, but a lot of people didn't think it would go nuts. So it's chill now. But other than that, the only data that we got was the Richmond Fed and then the Consumer Board of Confidence, and all of those were just really, really bad. If your accent wasn't so East Coast, I wouldn't have stuck around. Dude, I don't know why I even sound like this. It's weird. I think it's just all of the rap music I grew up listening to. And then I was around other people, but I'm like, I don't get it. Everybody thinks, like, literally so many people think I'm from the East Coast. It's wild. I'm like, nah, bro, I'm just catching some waves, you know? Yeah. The bum population in San Diego is wild. It's pretty bad. It is. It's not as crazy. They kind of just pee on you. They don't really rob you. I don't know, man. It's a wild. It's a wild. Let's get Ho Dads. Oh, that's a good one. That's a classic. 383.45. Bro, we're not too far off from 380. Again, we got to let this play out now. Most of the data is out of the way. Do you guys want a market wrap? I feel like you guys could use a market wrap. And then going down lower. Do you acknowledge the global economy is going to crash in the next year and we're going to see pain worse than 2008? I think it's possible, but I wouldn't acknowledge that as fact, certainty, must happen. But is it possible? Yes. I think you have to change the timeline because it may happen faster than a year, or it may happen a little bit after a year. But that's kind of where I'm looking at it. SPY's hitting another low, 383.14. Literally today we have buttered every single level. So just see how it reacts right here. But bonds are staying steady. The dollar has also been a main culprit. It's kind of rising up here. So let's see how this factors in. And then U.S. consumer confidence tumbles to lowest in 16 months. Home price growth decelerates for the first time since 2021. Sell-off in big tech weighed heavily on the stock market, which got hit after data showed Americans grew more downbeat about the outlook for the economy. S&P erased gains while the tech-heavy NASDAQ sank 2%. Giants like Amazon and Tesla plunged. An earlier rally was driven by optimism of China cutting quarantine period for travelers and big Wall Street banks boosting their dividends. U.S. consumer confidence sank to a 16-month low, while home price growth decelerated for the first time since 2021. Federal Reserve Bank of New York John Williams said he expects economic growth to cool and the unemployment rate to rise as officials hike borrowing costs to tame inflation, but he does not project a recession. Quote, We are at an inflection point in the economy, said Chris Zaccarelli, Chief Investment Officer at Independent Advisor Alliance. If we are unable to avoid a recession, then the stock market is fairly valued. However, if we do go into a recession, we would expect the lows for this year to not have been hit yet. Still, analysts continue to be bullish about corporate earnings, with net margin estimates for the S&P remaining at record high. For Goldman Sachs strategists, profit margin forecasts are way too optimistic, putting stocks at risk. Meanwhile, Wall Street analysts like HSBC Max Kettner said equities are still undergoing pricing impact of potential recession, with earnings and growth at risk of being revised lower. Kathy said she erred in her prediction inflation would unravel as the price of goods and services in the U.S. soared to 40-year highs. Quote from Kathy, "We were wrong on one thing, that the inflation being as sustained as it has been." Wood, founder, chief executive of ARC, told CNBC. She said, quote, "Supply chain, I can't believe it's taken more than 2 years, and Russia's invasion of Ukraine, of course, we couldn't have seen that, so inflation has been a bigger problem, but I think that it has set up for deflation." Meanwhile, key rate of the Fed is watching to help judge financial conditions is still some way levels far from levels that might prompt officials to halt their tightening plans. Inflation-adjusted U.S. rates at the shorter end are still mired below zero. So there it is. That's your market wrap. That is your market wrap so far. Hot dog flush. When do we bottom for the year? Again, like people are saying, it just depends on, it just depends on the data that we get, if whether or not we avoid this recession or actually enter into it. Kathy needs to apologize to Burry. Yeah, I forgot. Kathy, it's weird because Kathy said inflation was going to come down, but she was always viewing deflation in a weird way. Honestly, it sucks because when I bring up inflation or deflation now, everybody always brings up Kathy Woods, and I'm like, it's kind of hard because we both kind of mean a very different form of inflation more or less, or deflation more or less. So it's kind of wild. Powell tomorrow. Ooh, we gonna see. We gonna see. Again, I think in a weird way, I think Christine Lagarde will have more of a global economic effect than Powell, unless Powell drops something new. And then SPY is coming down again, man. 382.87. You buttered a little bit, but let's see how low we go. Again, it's like we still have cushion from the last couple days. We're definitely lower than yesterday. But now we're kind of getting to the opening level of Friday. I would honestly say 381 is probably going to be the level we got to look out for. Globalism, decoupling, yes. But then that right there is going to answer the question of, how things are playing out. Like we're saying, we're either going to enter a recession or we are going to narrowly avoid it. And that right there will do a lot. Boss, I hope you're doing well. Swing by the show, love. Shout out to my mom and Hercules who are tuned in, watching the stream. Oh, shout out the whole Dago family. I love it. Dago's mom in the house. Let's go. Amen. Horn. Hit it. And then an anonymous gifter. How do you have it? Wait, I didn't know you could have anonymous gifters in the chat. How does that work? Well, what's up, anonymous gifters? We love you. But yeah, let's see where we're going. We're coming down a little bit. 382.80. Can you explain how we're not in one already? It's kind of what I talked about on the watch list yesterday, is that like the earnings estimates for profit levels, profit margins, growth, everything, they are still really, really high. So although like people's expectations are changing and rates are higher and things have definitely changed, it's still just like, you're not in the point where everyone you don't feel it the same way. Yeah, AC Immune hits is posting it. Alzheimer's patient or patent. Hi, Josh. Hello. ICIU patent. Again, did the patent do good for EVFM today or EVFM or whatever? ACIU. It's not hitting the wire yet, so I think Hits probably has that earlier. It's starting to move. It's going to be an interesting one. It's one of those cheaper plays, already up 10%. Again, I don't know how much it's going to move. He's already seen a couple of random news pops today. So we'll see. Yeah, Biogen, anything Alzheimer's related, if it's actually there, it's good. No, we sold out of the Morgan Stanley earlier in the week or after the first run up. AC Immune receives notice of allowance for U.S. patent titled Heterologous Administration of Tau Vaccines for Inducing an Immune Response. Okay, yeah, I didn't even know Longeveron have a little bit of Alzheimer's in there. Dang, it's already 10:17? Oh my gosh, can you dip for 15 minutes? You'll probably have like 5 or 10 maybe 10. I need to go to the bathroom. And I need to go get a carbo. I didn't even know it's 10:52. What happened to today? Oh, man. I guess we listened to Daily for a little bit, but today's been like a slow day, and the time has gone crazy already. That's actually wild. Sheesh. It's Gucci. What did this spy do?
Is there
Not
a lot
much.
of
Just went down a little
utility in
So,
adding more
let me go to the
liquidity
bathroom.
to
Follow
long
me on
tail?
Instagram at the Trading
Environmental
Fraternity.
commodities might be one
Nicole
example.
loves you. Have a
Less
good day.
liquid fixed
Put a
income
smile
might
on
be
your face,
another
okay? Can you
example.
do it? Just
and
smile.
so there,
Thank
I've
you.
actually found in the past few weeks, since we've had some of the frenzy around prices and the markets die down, we've had a lot of inbound interest that we didn't even have before from TradFi players saying, well, how can you help us understand what some of the more like high value use cases might be for the technology?
Interesting. And obviously you're growing very quickly at Uniswap. You are in charge of hiring in particular. I know you've added a lot to your headcount. And a lot of those people are women. And I know that diversity in the broader DeFi space, it isn't always its strongest point. So talk to us about how you're thinking about that challenge.
Right. So we are a technology company and in the depths of financial innovation. So neither of those industries are known for having particularly great gender diversity. And it's important to me, it's important to our entire leadership team that if we're building a more inclusive financial system, the company needs to reflect that. There are tons of talented female engineers, but you really have to get it right at the start. And so we're extremely focused on finding incredibly capable female technical talent, and then making sure that we have a 50% gender ratio that we maintain. Our smart contract engineering team, which is one of the most elite and rare skill sets in all of crypto, is majority female, actually. And so it's something that I think if you've been focused on it, it compounds. We're fortunate so many people under the age at our company are under the age of 30, and there are more female engineers who've been beneficiaries of more focus and getting more women into engineering and science and technology. So anyway, it's a priority for our company, and we're going to keep it that way. This week was yet another crypto conference, and I can't tell you how many people came up to me in the industry and just said how much they appreciated and respected our company's commitment to it. So,
and you still see a lot of interest. I mean, especially as asset prices have fallen, and now we've started to see, heads roll at from the Winklevi to BlockFi, right?
Yeah. To Coinbase.
To Coinbase. Yeah. Oh, and that's the worst one, right? Because a lot of people left their jobs on Wall Street and then were denied as they were on the way in the door. Do you still see as much interest as you did before that?
We do. We see tons of interest. I think, look, the key question is, can you trust that the company you're joining is managing their cash effectively? That's true in any industry. And we were very deliberate about how we grew the company, and so we're still hiring. We're hiring thoughtfully, but we are still growing. I think this is a moment where it sort of does separate. Why are you interested in getting into this field, right? Are people expecting to just sort of get rich quick and right away?
Don't they own like 10% of all the Bitcoin or something? Well, but that was good. Still talking about crypto. Crypto is good, kind of. I still read the Bloomberg chat with crypto, man. That shit is just awful. I just literally, even in the Bloomberg chat for crypto, every day in the morning, all I read is when moon. And I'm like, my goodness. My goodness. But they are talking about it, though. There was a big article yesterday talking about crypto's big decline, kind of paralleling the Lehman moment for when Lehman went bust and kind of the monetary effect and all that. Hey, Josh, when moon? I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, when Lambo, they say that too. A lot. I'm like, dude, this is wild. This is wild. Primary elections, June 28th. SPY is going lower. Another new low, 382. Dude, we were at 392 at 10 a.m. Oh, my goodness, dude. This one's wild, actually. So it's kind of getting big here now. I mean, some of you already thought it was big. It's 2.3, but now it's just taking us up to the levels. Honestly, 381.70. That's going to be your next level on the day. So we still can move about 2 points, but keep your eyes out for it. Someone says some bread. All this butter. Bro, it's buttered like every single point today. Literally, you just went down to 67, 59, or 69. But that's like every single low that we've broken through, it just is gone through. So We'll see how 381 holds and where it goes from there. I just put out a stream alert. 381.75 is the next level. And then, honestly, anything below there, we might be looking at like 375, 378, and just getting up to where the dollar was the other day. So remember, that's a big part of it. The dollar been getting clapped, or the dollar's been getting strengthened, and it's up a lot today. And last time the dollar was at this price, the stock market was around 375. So look at dollars even gaining on this. We'll see how it plays out. Bonds have been relatively chill. They were negative on the day, and then now they're kind of pricing in a little bit of that recession risk. So bonds going up is a little bit better, but we'll see. ACIU, they got the patent. We had the Qualcomm news earlier. Banks were doing amazing, and then now they've all flipped red. This is your GDP leak. It might be, honestly, because remember, it was like the day before one of the big data releases. I think we also had a big move like this. I think it was day before CPI. Remember, we were up leading into the CPI, and then all of a sudden, it was like leading. I think it was right here. Which was this, CPI or Powell? No, this was Powell. This was CPI. Yeah. You guys remember that? It was 2 weeks ago on the dot. 14 trading days. Yeah, it was CPI. You remember that? It was exactly the same. PCG plans to apply for federal funds for nuclear plant. Everybody in the PCG. They're moving a little bit. But remember that. It was last Thursday. It's like we were up. Remember, we were up at 413. And then the Thursday before CPI, we were feeling good. We were a little bit lower. Then we had the end of the day. You moved from 410 to 400, another 10-point move. And then we gapped down super low. And then we just had to deal with everything else. So about 10-point move. We were coming off the top. And then it's preceding a pretty big data set. And then bonds are up, though. Again, in a weird way, bonds going up is a little bit better than dollar up, bonds down. So I think you're getting more recession and economic fears rather than inflation. Boston beer downgrades mount as analysts brace for guidance cut. How do you cut guidance 18 quarters in a row? Just stop guiding. That's it. Just say, yeah, we give up on guiding. You know, we going to just take the Powell route. Just do what Powell did. Cut guidance. Call it a day. Do bonds tend to go up when GDP goes down? It all depends. There's no, shorthand, like if then this. You know what I'm saying? When bonds and GDP. Again, GDP is traditionally, I hate to break it to you, it's kind of a pointless data release. It's just now it has a lot more implications given the decline and everything else. But usually there's no real relationship between GDP and any other assets, more or less. Next event will be PCE, but PCEs could still be confusing. That is going to happen on Thursday, but I brought it up yesterday, is that PCE is expected to be below the peak. So if it comes in higher and PCE blows out the water, then we're going to have a really bad day. But then if it ends up moderating a lot better, then people will chill out about inflation and then start to price in the recession risks a little bit more. FUGDP. Yeah, it was CPI. That was 2 weeks ago. So it looked, last time we had a random, out of nowhere, market was doing good, 10-point sell-off on the S&P. It was day before CPI 2 weeks ago. Yeah, VWAP, it's pretty far, but we moved a lot. Remember what I was saying earlier? I was like, nah. Remember at the first bounce, I was like, dude, VWAP is like bear is right here, I think. VWAP was still right under 390, and now VWAP has gone to 387. So literally in the last hour and a half, the market moved less than all day, but now the VWAP has guided down 2-3 points. And that's simply because I think this was just some of the morning volume and everything else. You had a lot of opening trades, and then as we're going here, it's coming down a little bit, so we'll see. The dollar is spazzing out, but the thing about the dollar is that the yen is finally weakened today. The yen has lost value today, whereas the last couple days, the yen was going up, even though the dollar was kind of doing its thing. It was very, very weird. Again, last week we were talking about it all week. We were saying the dollar bond, it's just wacky. It was out of whack last week, and now today, even yesterday, it was kind of decent. But then today, it's just like the dollar started climbing. Other currencies are weak or strong right now. That's the weird part. That's why, like today in currency world, it's scattered across the board. It's not like the dollar is up and then every currency is weaker today. It's like 50-50. Some are stronger, some are weaker. Japan is weaker, dollar's stronger, but dollar's stronger. The Australian dollar is strong as well too. So it's kind of a weird effect. I would say it's more probably tied to Japan, but still just wonky in general over the last couple of days. VWAP is volume weighted price average. Indeed. Volume weighted average price. And XLV down 1.4. Get a nice pickup, maybe. And EWZ, that one flipped heavy. Dust. Uncle Answers. He's a good guy. Make sure you check out Uncle Answers on Spotify. Everywhere else, he loves you. Shout out to Uncle. PayPal. I like PayPal, but I mean, it's kind of been getting clapped. But I mean, I'll tell you this: PayPal is going to be around for another 10 years. You know, that's the thing I like about it, is that whether it's crypto, whatever it is that PayPal is like really integrated within the financial system, and it's easily able to go through everything else. So it's like they're always going to be a part of the financial ecosystem, and I like that. So I'm like, they're going to be here. It's just going through a lot of stuff with, again, the growth and all of that. And they were kind of one of the first ones to sell off in bad earnings. So I do like them. They probably a little bit higher on my list than other names, but I don't think it's bad. I think if you're going to buy them, you're going to go through some shit. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be a bumpy ride. You're going to have to deal with a couple of things, but overall, I do think it's pretty good. Scanner play EWU October. Contract spread trade. United Kingdom. Yeah, they've bounced a little bit. Again, I mean, I'm waiting for it. I wish I could just short it, dude. I wish they would let us, like, actually just do a straight short on it, bro. Too, they still won't let. But pretty much, I mean, it's the timing is going to be difficult pretty much within the next week to the next couple of months. We might see energy or Germany pop off. It just all depends on what Russia does and if they're going to clap anybody. Energy will pop off. It will actually. Google split is in 2 weeks. What price did Amazon? What did Amazon come out like 102 or something? Are they up since the split? Russia may pivot, citing more default fears. We'll find out. Again, that's the thing. Is like after that default and some of the comments in the last week, the question is Russia going to chill, or are they going to try to, ratchet things up here, and that will have a big play or a big effect. The color of wheat is gold. Amazon split was 124? Really? So then it was right here? It was one of these levels? The last date to purchase Google. I think you could buy it just like Amazon pretty much whenever you want. If anything, last date, just be on the lookout for the X dividends if you're trying to get any of them. Otherwise, I don't think you're going to get clapped on when you buy, more or less. Split at 122, popped to 131, then dumped. Sounds vaguely familiar, even though it just happened. More updates. California residents going to receive $1,000. Any solar? I like them. I mean, we haven't heard the update on like the solar bill thing, and I think that one could be good. What do you think? NightShare launches the only family focused on the night effect. Are designed to capture the value from buying at the close and selling at the open. Oh, that's actually pretty dope. I could be down with that. That's actually really, really cool. Because statistically, it's like it's up like 1,000% or something with that strategy, if you guys didn't know. So like if you buy the close every day and then sell at the open, your performance over the last like 30 years is like up 1,000% versus losing if you sold the close and bought the open. The ticker, that's a ETF. It's NSPY. I didn't know. That's pretty cool. Sell the close, buy the open. No, buy the close, sell the open. How do you feel about stimulus checks in California? Does it matter how I feel? Because I think the last thing anybody would do with inflation right now would try to add to it. So I don't even know. I don't think my opinion matters. I don't think they care. I mean, we all voted. You know, we voted for people to make the change we wanted to see. And I don't know if they did it, but so it's like now I'm just, shit, man, that's cool. That's cool. Howard Stern wants. I read that earlier, actually, this morning, I think. I think I was on Twitter. Oh, no, that was in the chat. You guys were like, Howard Stern for president. I was like, what? Target will cover employees travel to other states for abortion. Everything's kind of selling off right now. Hold up. You're near the lows. I want to give you a PHILO, but we're kind of selling here, and you're about 1 point away from making this a 10-point day, give or take. About like 0.86. We're coming back down. Roblo on the low. Biotech indexes on the high. The inverses, but low ticker's printing right now. Zoom, Square, even Walmart's on the low. Labu, FMX. XP, Citi, Cigna, Dash, Lyft. Bro, they're all getting clapped right now. A lot of names are coming into the lows. Germany pledges 15,000 more troops for NATO rapid force. Yeah, Target, we got that one. Yeah, utilities, no way. Oh, yep. Utilities are red. Yeah, that's it. Everything's red. Everything is red. We started with every industry green in the morning. 10 points later on the S&P right now. The only thing that is up is energy at 1.5%. Wow. That's crazy. Then oil's still holding up. Yeah. Qualcomm is strong. No, that's ugly. Even utility, again, I know healthcare slipped first, but now utilities was up 1%. Again, financials were up 1.8 in the morning. So not only have we had like a 2% sell-off to break even to some of them have gone to they've gone 2% and then down another percent. It's like 3% swing. And then, I mean, it makes sense. NASDAQ is down about 2.2 right now. And then we opened up with a 1% of gain. SPY's at 155. And then NASDAQ or Dow Jones at 97.97. EWZ I wanted for the commodities and energy today. So today, like in the morning, again, it still exists now. Energy is the only thing that is up. But my idea is like take a look here at oil and energy on the daily. You'll see, exactly what we were predicting and waiting for. Pull back if it comes back up. So last time we played EWZ, it was one of these moments. So I was just going for if commodities, materials, and everything else comes back to life. I said, August EWZ, we could start there and then see what happens. But we just got caught up with the little flip here today and everything else. I thought you would have had more health in other days, but literally just energy is the only thing holding now. That's literally the only index that is green. Should I be scared of the future of the stock market? No. But you should be prepared for volatility and, just be prepared that it's not going to be easy in the sense that, we are juggling like 4 or 5 different scenarios already right now. So just keep that in mind. Long live the long time. Be comfy with the volatility. Amen. Amen. But it's not something, again, I think stocks are very attractive in the long run. Like I said just earlier, when you're about 1 year, 6 months ahead of a recession or a potential recession, this is the highest risk to reward. So not to mention all the volatility we're going to deal with and everything else. But like I said earlier, it's just that this is that moment where it's like if you buy something today and a year from now we get a recession, you're going to lose even more money. It's going to be even more painful. Add that to everything else. But then if you buy it and then a year from now you get one of the biggest, craziest rips that we've ever seen, you might be up 50% by the time people break even. You know what I'm saying? So that's the risk because we are doing it right before everything happens. EWZ put. I got calls on it. If we price in a recession, does oil crash now? Not if we. You'd have to have, once the recession is here, oil will start to come down. EWZ was calls for August. I grabbed some cheap ones, and then we're going to go from there. The goal yield for the account, anywhere between 3 and 7%. I like 5%, and I think we're chilling around 5% yield on our portfolio. But then that's like adjusted for current rates, where it's like we secured some yields at such low prices that I think our real yield is probably around 7% on the long term. But right now, I think it yields like 4.5, just, assuming we bought all the stocks at the current price they're at now. Because that's how the yield curve operates a little bit. But I usually think 4 to 5% is solid with me. That puts you on a 20-year timeline to get your whole investment back. So if we're investing in growth and a little bit of that, I could accept 20 years if you wanted more. That would be, it'd be 20 years. 10 years if you're at 10% yield. SPY puts save in the port. Will mango pods affect dividend yield? If you have them, you could probably get a good yield. Do you know what I'm saying? And then you could add that in and kind of get a blended rate after, you know, like, so take your current ABVI, take your current yield, then go sell the mango pods, and then see the yield you got on the mango pods, and then you blend them together, and then you'll get a blended rate. That's what they call it, blending rates. So, like, sometimes if you get 1% here, 4% here, 3% here in different asset classes, you could pretty much come to a blended rate or average. I grab more JPM. Let's go. The cool part about JP Morgan is still up. So, like, the market's down today big. But thankfully, that bank stress test and all the bank stuff, we were killing it on JP. Bro, we were at like 120, 119 on JP Morgan this morning. I said, that's crazy. I want to let everyone know I like the video. And we love you too, Young Buffett. Hope you're having a wonderful day, baby. Good to see the name. Good to see the name. What's the psychology behind gap filling? I don't know. I got braces, so or I did when I was younger. So I figured that's what it is. I just think I think we just like the gaps to be closed up. Apparently, otherwise, there's a long-standing debate in the stock market that all gaps must be filled. And sometimes you see it, sometimes you don't. It depends on the timeline or whatever it is, but that's about it. The watch list with girlfriend answers. Man, that's so sad. Y'all literally, she spent 20 seconds on there, and y'all chose her over me. That's it. She's doing the watch list tonight. I'm just going to give her the keys, and I'm just going to have her do the watch list. That's it. And I'll just, like, throw in every now and then. I'll be like, yo, what's up, Chad? You guys remember me? Yeah, y'all traded me in. Make sure you show love and like the video, Chad Legs. This is a dark headline. Disturbance approaching the southern Windward Islands. What does that mean? Is that like a hurricane or what? What percentage of females watch your videos? I think it's about 10%. So 1 out of every 10 Chads is a woman. Believe it or not. And then I'd say like 5 out of every 10 just act like a bitch. I'm sorry. It's too easy. It was too easy. It's way too easy. 7 months and counting, baby. Thanks for helping us navigate this year so high. Oh, wow. 7 months. Tater, you've been here since it all went crazy. That's wild. She could do it in English. And oh yeah, if it was in German, she would probably have a lot more confidence. She'd be like, all right. Well, now I'm glad you got that laugh there. I don't know. I think we might do it, man. I think we might have to run up a PHILO right here at market lows. We usually don't do it, but I kind of like this PHILO, and today still feels kind of slow. So I think I could give this PHILO to you quick, maybe. But I will tell you, it is going to be Hofflin. Bro, I clown her so hard every time I hear her talk. It's so funny. German sounds so crazy. Mannequin been lurking. Well, we appreciate you, man, for real. All the lurkers, all the people who hold it down, the people who find the channel no matter what name we're under or anything. Like, for real, man, you guys are what makes the cult. Keep it up. Even the OG names that we see, all the mods, the people who probably should be mods since they're here, but we don't have that many sex bots anymore. You know what I'm saying? So we appreciate all of you, man, and that's why I hope on a day-to-day basis, man, y'all keep grinding. I really hope you take some of the advice or lessons that we go over here because I really want to see a lot of you here 12 months from now. Again, I'm not saying it for the views because all I got to do is just put my girlfriend on the thumbnail now is what I learned. but just in general, so that, like, you know, this is a great opportunity. We started the long term and everything for a reason. There's always great trading ones, so keep it up, man, and I appreciate every single one of you. And I hope you're ready for this. I got a good PHILO, okay? I got a good one. Ladies and gentlemen. All right, so let's not play around. I don't want to get too crazy. I'm really excited for this PHILO. I will tell you now, this PHILO will change your life. Yes. Why do I say that? Because of this PHILO, I will be changing some things, actually. This PHILO itself has inspired me. So I love this PHILO. I can't wait to share it with you, but I will tell you now. I will mention a couple references to faith. It's not anything too crazy. I think whether you believe in Jesus, a dog, it don't matter what you believe in. It don't matter, God or a dog. It don't matter. I think you could apply this to your life, and I really think this is solid advice. It kind of ties into what we talked about yesterday. I've been doing a lot of work in real estate. I'm sure you know that. We talk about it a lot, but I've been going out there and doing a lot of different things, and it's funny. Because I just see how things operate. I've been focusing on systems lately. I've told you a lot about systems in the past. We've gone over it, and I've been looking at job sites. I've been seeing how things operate. When does it make more sense to cut a certain project or add to something? You know, how things are managed. And it's funny because it brings up this very big philosophical content that I could share with you. But, you know, it's going to be on you and how you use it. So I will tell you right now, if you do not want a wake-up call right here, right now, during this moment, if the market's already down 10 points, you don't like listening to this, if you're already stressed out, whatever it may be, please click out of the video. This one is not going to be for you. But if you are inspired and maybe, just maybe, you're willing to kind of be challenged a little bit here and let this push you to the best of your abilities, you may be as excited as I am, okay? So very, very simple. Very, very simple. Are you ready? So, Chad, this is what I'm here to tell you today, okay? Okay, it's very simple. Chad, do not let faith enable dysfunction. Oh. Bro, I'm telling you, on this one might hit you, bro. Let me say that one more time. Don't let faith enable dysfunction. Oh, man. Don't let your positivity enable dysfunction. Oh, yes. Like I'm saying, you could frame this however you want. Some people, again, a lot of people do this with Jesus. But okay, how many people could do this with positivity? And do this with a lot of things that happen? I mean, it's very, very simple. Are you letting your faith enable a dysfunction? See, because what I'm trying to tell you is that a lot of times, if not every time, it is easier to believe in something than to change a habit. Let me give you an example. It is way easier to believe, oh man, Jesus, Sky Daddy, is going to change my finances all around and he's going to make me rich. It is so much more easier to believe that in my mind than to wake up every day and start saving and to start lowering my expenses and to actually go out there and stop spending my money on the behaviors and habits that have been draining me dry for however long you've been doing it. Are you hearing me, Chad? Because this is just human nature. Again, like I'm saying, this myself, I got to listen to this and hear this and go through and think about this. Again, I'm going to tell you how it relates there because it's like a system. It's like, this is what I'm trying to tell you right now, is that you have to, like, if you had a project right? If you had a way to build something and you're building a property, right? You're doing a whole building development, right? And let's say on the first unit that gets built, they built it slow, cost 40% more, and like it just was inefficient. Like straight up inefficient as hell. Would you build the second house like that? You see what I'm saying? Like a lot of times it's easier to just believe, oh, no, things are going to get better. Oh, no, it's going to be this and this and this and this and this. And then we just end up now pouring into a system that already isn't functioning well. Do you get what I'm saying? Like literally, a lot of times it's easier to just believe, okay, it's going to work itself out. It's going to be better. Yeah, I'm going to believe for this stuff to change in my life. And then I'm going to do nothing about it, and then I'm going to complain. I don't know if y'all feel me on this. Because that's what happens, seriously. This is the part with, like, even with God and sometimes, because some people are like, oh, I listen to PHILO. I read my Bible. I gave money to the church. I did this for 2 years, and I saw nothing happen in my life change. Well, yeah, okay, so you believed, but did you change any habit in your life that would have supported the direction that you wanted to see? That's why oftentimes, yeah, you will feel nothing, straight up. You know how many people have been like confused with like positivity, religion, and other things because they took in something and they're like, wow, I see this changes people's lives. Oh, I see people talk about, okay, I want to try. And then they do it and they'll even stick with it for a while. But at the core of the matter, it never really changed their habits and they never get to see anything, no real fruit from their efforts with it. So, Chad, this is very exciting. I love this one. It's a very simple PHILO if you hear it. Again, the first line itself gets me, where it's saying, don't let your faith enable a dysfunction. Stop looking for your friends, God, the positivity to back you up to say, oh, I don't have to change anything. It'll all get better, but I'm not going to change any one of my habits, and I want to live in a way where it's not benefiting me, but I'm going to believe that it's going to benefit me. Huh? This is the main point of all of it. Yes, faith without works is dead, 100%. But even then, I'm trying to call for a change of habit right now. I don't even care, it doesn't matter. Because again, a lot of people will quote that line straight from the Bible, and they still, again, will enable their dysfunction with their belief. Meaning, does it really change? Faith without works is nothing, but are you still judging other people? You know what I'm saying? Are you still spending more time on others than yourself? Do you still have a habit of judging your brother before you look at your own job well done? Again, that's what it's boiling down to. So, Chad, today's PHILO is beautiful. It really is. I like it. I hope it's a wake-up call. It woke me up because you know what I'm doing today? I already did this a little bit yesterday. After I started thinking about this, man, I started writing down every single habit that I have. Literally, even habits that I have from interacting with people. I'm saying, oh, I have a habit to interact with people like this. Okay, that's a habit. I don't care if it's a good habit or bad habit. I am writing down all of my habits so I could circle the ones that need to change. It's very simple. It is very, very simple. You know why? Because a habit needs to change today, Chad. Somebody's habits, every single one of us, I know we could change one habit that will get us where we need to go. You want to know why? Because you do not pour into a system that isn't functioning. Do you hear what I'm saying? That job site. Again, if there's an item on the job site, it's either going to get used or removed. It's simple as that. But then we're going to sit here and say, oh, I want more. I want to handle more. I want to do more. But I don't want to do more with my habits. I don't want to change in my habits. I'm pretty much getting down on my knees every day saying, God, please pour into this system that I have created, even though it doesn't work how you want it to work or how it should. You're saying, God, give me all the blessings, but I don't want to change anything. Then nothing's going to get poured into that. Why? Because you wouldn't do it. God wouldn't do it. Any reasonable heathen or whatever you want to call, nobody would do that. That's what I'm saying. It's just a wake-up call, right? Everybody wants $1 million breakthrough without looking at their habits of how they've handled 1,000, 10,000, 20,000, whatever it may be. You see what I'm saying? So the point I'm trying to tell you right now, don't sit around and wait for a miracle to pour into a system that isn't working. What needs to happen is a change of habits. Maybe just one habit. One habit will now get you moving where now when the resources come your way, that little shift in habit is going to take you to the next level. Once you learn to lock down and manage X amount, whatever you have with your ability right now, then the next level is going to come. Then you're going to see now that system, by you changing your habits, you are optimizing your system. By optimizing your system, you make it productive. At that point, it makes a lot of sense to reinvest into that. Are you feeling me? So, I love it. I'm very excited about this. Because, again, I've given you PHILOs in the last couple months, man. And we were talking about, the hypnotic rhythm. What's his name? Not Nightingale, the other guy, Napoleon Hill. And how they say how you got to shake something up. And sometimes the bad events are really good because it knocks us out of our rhythm and could force us to change our habits. But then I just realized, day after day after day after day, it's so weird. I get a different look on life when I treat it like I would treat a real estate business because I'm just like, hey, I would never do that. I would never think about it one day and then forget it tomorrow because I have to deal with that project. You see what I'm saying? So this is what I'm trying to give to you today so you could just take it and run with it and realize, hey, I got to sit down. I got to figure out my habits. If I don't have my habits written down, do you seriously? Circle the good ones, circle the bad ones, maybe underline the good ones, circle the bad ones. But I promise you, if any level of habit starts changing and you could go and say, instead of saying, oh, I want this to happen, and then just sitting there doing nothing and changing something about your habits, watch what happens, my friend. So I'm really excited about this. I even have ideas. I'm going to come back to you guys in a couple of days here. Again, I'm not going to change a lot of things. Again, that's the thing. I hope none of you take this and try to say, okay, I'm going to change everything about my life. No, that's not what I'm trying to do. What I'm trying to do is literally optimize a system. And if you haven't had my system, PHILO, I may have to bring it back to you. Because this is how you make money and this is how you live a successful life. I promise you. It's by creating a system. Everything operates in systems. When you make something a system and you make it work, guess what happens? That way you're able to operate even down to autopilot, where a system and a machine is created, where that is working for you so you do not need to work. But the question we have to ask ourselves, whether a system was good or bad, have we done a checkup on the system? Have we done a checkup on it and made sure that it is functioning as it should? Or did little by little we let a good system run and then one thing goes wrong over here, you overlook something here, and little by little have you maintained the system? And really what I call this is just life, bro. Because day to day in life, you just experience this. Where it's you remember how excited you were the first time you started trading? You know what I'm saying? Remember the first time you met that person, the first time you did this, the first time you did that, and you were all excited about it. And then little by little, every day of waking up, and then that 24 hours a day, it's and then you kind of just, you kind of forget about it eventually. And then you bend in one area, then you'll bend again, and then this and that. But before you know it, that system may not be operating at the same pace it was earlier. So, like I'm saying, you don't need to change a lot. I'm excited about this. This makes me excited about discipline. This makes me excited about looking at all my habits and really writing them down and figuring out what it is and seeing what I could change, because all I know is once the system becomes functional, it will always get poured into. It will always keep increasing. That's just how it works. So this is what I'm trying to tell you right now. Please find a habit to change so that now you could start betting on a winning system. So now you could start having something that it makes sense for your efforts and your desires, your belief, and everything else. You know what I'm saying? Very, very simple. So it sounds stupid. What kind of habits have you written down? How do you define one? I have habits like when I check my email, or going on my phone, or looking at stuff that is not on my focus, spending more time on actually answering calls. I'm even looking at my habits with how I interact with people. Again, looking at habits with how I log my trades, finding habits where I say, maybe I should log my trades. I think I could log them 10 times better. Honestly, I know I got the watch list and all that. It's like, no, I could do a habit with that. What are my habits with food? What are my habits with the gym? What are the habits with my girlfriend? What are my habits with trolls? You see what I'm saying? What's my habits with people who are nice to me? Every aspect you could think of, but our whole life is defined by habits. That's what I look like. You know, that's why I'm looking at it, where I'm like, yeah, no, I get what you're saying. And there's no such thing as a stupid question in this, because I promise you, a lot of us probably have weird habits. Here, let me hit you with this one. How many of you hear my voice right now, but you're looking at your cell phone, scrolling? Oh, they don't want to hear it. Come on. Well, there you go. That right there. If this doesn't explain my point, I don't know what does. You know why? Because you said you're here for something. I'm not trying to make this like a college class where you got to listen to Josh and you got to be here, but I'm just saying, you're telling yourself you're going to be doing something, and you're sitting here 7 hours a day and you're doing something, but it's like, that's a bad habit. No one's going to pour into that system. You see what I'm saying? Imagine if you approached yourself for an investment, but you knew what you were doing when nobody was watching. You would not invest in yourself. You'd say that system's not going to work. This guy's going to come over here. I know he's really going to be on his phone half the time. So I don't really think, I don't know. Would you invest in that? You see what I'm saying? So figure out all your habits. Find one to change, but I promise you, these little habit changes, this is what we're going to need. Some of y'all have been praying for years. You know that? Amen. But nothing has happened. You know why? Because a habit hasn't changed. I hate to break it to you, man. God treats us all the same. Promise you. It's not as if God is just like, nah, I ain't going to give you this. I don't like that guy. Nah, he loves you. Everything's straight. The world is fair. To a certain degree, that you will reap what you sow. But it all starts with the habit change. Some of y'all have been waiting for God to answer your prayer, when God has been waiting for you to change the habit so he could give you what you need, while you are already operating now in the better mindset and on a better path than sitting here hoping something comes, not going to change anything about your life, and expecting a life-changing change to occur. God ain't going to do that to you. He loves you too much. Trust me. We've all seen that. So, Chad, I really hope you take this one to heart. I don't know. I don't even think I said it that aggressively, which is good. But what I'm trying to say is, like, this was a real wake-up call, at least for me. At least where I could just sit down and it gave me a multi-day project, because I was doing this last night. But even then, I was just like, dude, I have so many things I need to think about. I have big habits. I have small habits. Some may make a big change. Some won't at all. But it's like, this is something I got to think about, because I know that once I'm able to identify what it is, I'm going to have the system that I want. And even if the system is good right now, the point is I do not want it to even deteriorate. That's even the next level to this. And that's where it gets crazy, because then this is where it just starts to pull out desire out of you. You see what I'm saying? Because even with all of this, and I hope you get it from this PHILO, I pray to God that this brings out desire from you, that this brings out a desire to make a change, to take at least one step forward, whether you are doing awful or you are doing amazing. It should push either end of the spectrum to say, you know, I actually want a little bit more. I do want to do it a little bit better. You know, maybe I will take the time to sit there and see that there is an area where I can go and do better. Instead of thinking about it, let it fall to the back burner, never change it, and boom, the system's operating it how it was. And then you asking for changes, looking around for changes, and you're like, I don't see anything changing. It's because you haven't changed. So I hope you're excited. I hope you get the desire. But ultimately, Chad, I really hope you do the homework. I really hope you do this. And I just hope you know, as we enter all sorts of uncertainty, I hope you prepare yourself with your habits. You know what I'm saying? And I hope you're ready and understand today, right now, the rest of this year, the rest of this damn decade probably is going to be the era of these habits. But honestly, focus on it in the short term. Because once we could build it in the short term, it's going to stay forever. That's why it's like, wow, thank God I had good habits. Because if I didn't have certain good habits, oh my gosh, I would have been going way downhill probably. So it's good. Because once you build the habit, it's going to stay with you. But I'm just saying, this is where the change is going to happen. You want to watch your life change? It will, my friend. But you got to change at least one habit. And that's when you're going to see things actually work. Then you're going to start to believe a little bit more. Then you're going to see the things that I start seeing where I'm like, yeah, I'm excited. And you're going to, because I'm telling you, that's what it is. And honestly, it's something we're all going to have to do. So I hope you're ready, Chad. I hope you're blessed. And I hope you take that to the bank. But that is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hi chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Keep it positive and respectful. New guys, don't be too shy to say hi or too high to say shy. Look at that timing, bro. Right when PHILO ends, we get another leg down. Oh, perfect timing. That's perfect timing. Perfect timing. Amen. 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 Let's get some motivation. Shout out Uncle Mill. Uncle Edge. Love you.
Hey man, I love y'all. It's a coat, baby. 2020. Ay, yeah. I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing, or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to weather, past the map down. It's kinda hard to hear the hate, cause I hit clap. Yeah, I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing, or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to weather, past the map down. It's kinda hard to hear the hate, cause I hit clap. Yeah, let me start this with a thanks and a fuck you. It don't matter what I say, just know I love you. It's not about what's coming out, but in your heart, fool. So I ain't care how you talk, I won't judge you. Cause they judge me, they said I must be a new religion or a color or a country, a dummy or a junkie. I'm humbly getting money, I'm different, don't be grumpy. I'm only showing love, G. So you should just chill, for real. I do this for my people out there trying to stack a meal. I ain't wanna be a leader, but I'm ready to be killed. Cause I cannot wait to meet them in the planet we're revealed. Damn, I told you that we different. Ain't slow but come up quickly. I know that don't sound sexy, I know that you're a little tempted, but this your intervention. You pay with playing time while they pay you no attention. I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing, or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to wealth, they pass the map down. It's kinda hard to hit the hate, cause I hit claps it. Yeah, they talking, but let broke do what broke do. If I'm shopping, only cribs and a whip too. But it's still the same Jordan shorts from middle school. I ain't flexing, I just show what priorities do. Got the wagon, no coupe, you getting mad at my fruit, cause it ain't happen to you. I look around at the room, these people trying to be cool, like what this shit mean to you? Ain't got a lot of class, but they still act in high school. So tell me this, who you trying to impress? And if you don't achieve this, would it leave you depressed? And if they don't like you now, why you want their respect? And if you got one life to live, why you do it for them? So please tell me this, who you trying to impress? And if you don't achieve this, would it leave you depressed? And if they don't like you now, why you want their respect? And if you got one life to live, why you do it for them? I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing, or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to wealth, it pass the map down. It's kinda hard to hit the hate, cause I hit clapping. It's a call, baby.
Chatadonia. We're back. God bless you. SPY hit a couple of new lows during that. NASDAQ is down 2.8. We got the data. Bond auction didn't really upset anything too much today. And we are seeing where we are going with this. But 381.85, again, 381.70. That's that range we said to watch out for. That is the opening, I believe, of last Friday when we had the gap up. So you got a little bit more room, but only like half a point. And then we're going to see what happens, man. We're going to see what happens. Eric, AERC, Friday opening, yeah. So, again, anything below here is going to widen up the range to like 375 maybe. That's where we gap tomorrow of GDP. Again, I don't know. It's been creeping in the back of my head. You guys kept saying that this was like leading into the GDP stuff. And then I'm like comparing it to that 2 Fridays ago or 2 Thursdays ago with the CPI. And I'm like, man, this is a full-on 10-point move from the bottom. And now it's just, we're going to see, man, because you're very close to that very low level, you know? Very, very close. GDP is going to be in the morning. Let's check the time. I think it comes out like an hour before market. 8:30, yeah. So an hour before market, GDP comes out. Mortgage applications will come out in the morning, but no one's going to care. And then personal consumption and core PCE comes out at the same time. So again, core PCE, I do believe it relates to GDP. That's the thing, though. GDP could surprise tomorrow. A lot of people don't realize how they measure GDP. It's based off of like consumption and other things. So if consumption is lower, essentially GDP could find a way to rise. If production outweighs certain habits, more or less. So that's going to be one of the caveats for how we interpret it tomorrow. Market says it was leaked. I mean, this is the same exact thing. This is like the same exact thing from Thursday's CPI or 2 weeks ago. UNG dumping, really? 60-40 on track for worst hit since 1988. Well, bonds are up a quarter today. Damn, UNG did get clobbered, especially after killing it. Could we bounce from a gap? Maybe. I mean, that's what happened last time, or maybe we gap into it. The interesting part, though, is tomorrow's going to be Wednesday. So I don't know about, it's like whatever move that happens tomorrow based on the GDP or related to whatever we have today, it's like it's not going to be over. You see what I'm saying? Last time it was Thursday, Friday, big Thursday move, boom, Friday comes up, and then that's it. But this time around, it's just a little bit, there's going to be way more time on the shot clock. Why the motivation? There was bad data, and the bad data was taken bad, but then some people are assuming the GDP might reflect this. But other than that, there wasn't anything. Just a lot of we just had a lot of gains in the morning. Again, the bank dividends, the bank stocks, China reopening got people excited, but then the dollar was heavily up. So it's one thing. That's one thing we said from the morning. It's like, did something develop, or did the market just catch up to what the dollar already did? Do you guys see what I'm saying? So, like, everybody's looking at it like we gapped up in the morning. We're like, yeah, woo, stock market, woo. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, bank stocks, China. But that whole time while we were up, the dollar already made the move. So if you take a notice, dollar has barely moved in the last 3 hours as we've been here. You know, the dollar is give or take, what, a couple cents higher right now? So, but it's a 0.5%. This is a big move for the dollar. So it just seems like more likely bad data was interpreted as bad this time around. But I think more often or more likely than not, the market after Euro close and everything, we got rid of all the, excess demand. And then everybody just started trading back to what the dollar was kind of reflecting there, especially after the last couple of weeks. Libya's Raslanov terminal under 4. Was that Raslanov terminal under force majeure? All I know is the Libya stuff is affecting oil right now. I want to change my poll vote. Yeah, you guys are, I don't know if people changed it or updated it later, but you guys are 55% red. I thought it would have been more green here. Trump posted on DWalk Friday was, we believe, the biggest yet day for signups on Truth. Amazing numbers are happening quickly. Cool, bro. De-SPAC it. Okay, come on. Stop playing with me. When I voted, it was 75% green. He's like, nah, Josh, I'm pretty sure this was 75% green. Josh, don't believe it. I don't think we could change vote. Or people just come in later and vote. The IPO DWalk pump was lit. It's so crazy that they haven't de-SPAC'd yet. I still have, like, what, those 10 shares? I think I still own them. No idea if they're up or down. I haven't been that invested. I really see CPI surprise. I can't let go of my SPY put. Tomorrow's not CPI. Tomorrow's GDP. So just keep that in mind. Oh, DWalk is popping off of the fucking Trump thing? Oh, you're kidding me. Oh, dude. Trump still has the Twitter effect, bro. On his own Twitter. What? Oh, we haven't seen that one in years. Oh, my goodness. Bro, Trump, quote-unquote, tweet, I guess. He made his Truth Social a truth. What? Oh, man, the DWalk. No way. Is the Trump effect back? Yeah, you've seen the pop and drop, but it's been a very long time since Trump has made a statement, and you've seen a stock react. I mean, granted, it's his, and he made kind of a pseudo-guidance comment. I don't know. That was off my tweet. He posted it 13, and I just found it now. Real cold news, baby. Real fast stock market news. There it is. Oh, my goodness. Troy. It's wild. So then it might be a pump and dump. If it's all Troy, you guys could point your fingers at Troy for that one. Tesla to the sky, SPY to the bottom. Dude, we're at 381.55. I don't know if it's tripping out or not. I don't know why I can't see it as if it's like Troy Social. Yeah, 381.58. We're like 0.5 off of the lows. It's moving a little bit weird. Let's see. Short sellers think nice new meat. That's funny. That's a lot of value, man. It's holding up off that. We'll see. 381.60. It's just like moving very slow here at the bottom. Is Quali World still up? Yeah, that one actually held. Microsoft still whacked. Apple, Microsoft both coming into the lows. When did YouTube do GIFs? You can? I didn't know you could. Twitter, Tesla, Boeing, Baba. Oh, yeah, Nike. Oh, come on. Those Nikes have to be up right now. Oh, the Nikes are up. Woo! 50%. 50%. I'm selling out. I'm taking my 20. Oh, okay. I thought they scammed me and dropped it by $5. I would have been offended. I took out that play 50%, just because that play was awful in the morning. So I'll take out of it. I'm out. If I bought that earlier, that play would have been fire. Or if I bought it later, if you waited till that play went down 50% and bought it at 20 cents, it would have been money. That would have been almost, 200% off of it, but I just got a really bad play. What price? It was $100 strike price. So I just got a shitty fill. Because I was going in the morning, I was trying to get it at 30, and then it started running, and I was like, okay, it's about to hit the low, get near there. So then I bought it at 44, and then we just sold out at like 70. I think I bought it at 40, 44 or 40. 44. So, but it was this one right here. But like I'm saying, like right when I bought it, I top ticked the shit out of it. So I was like right in here. And then it went down. Dude, it went down to 10 cents. Then it came back up again. And remember, I was like, oh, I'm down on it 50%. Then it came back 50% again. That's why I'm selling it, though, here. Because I was like, I paid bad. Really bad and got fit. No, that one was a bad one. Because it was like instantly, I thought I was lost on it right off the bat. So that's why I was like, all right. So not too bad, though. But I'm just selling into this. Because if it bounces or the time decay on it, it could slow it down a little bit. That, and then we had the Neos from today. We had Neo, EWZ. The EWZs got clapped a little bit. Oh, damn, the EWDs, they got clapped a little bit more. I might even go back into it. Let's see. Mm. $12 to $2. reason for today's selling, yesterday's bullishness. A lot of different things. Again, yesterday was a little bit of the data, but then I think most of the good news came in after hours. The good news with the bank stress test and the banks doing buybacks, that was part of the bullishness this morning. China reopening, but then I would say arguably, besides the negative data that we got today, I would say the other most negative thing would be the dollar and the dollar strength and that climbing up. I think that really started to have an effect. Ghislaine Maxwell, 20 years for sex trafficking. Bro, isn't that the same sentence they gave to that kid who got in trouble for, like, swatting people's houses? Like, what? That's crazy. My ban on YouTube was harsher than that. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Apple's breaking out here into a low. SPY, some bigger candles. 381.53 is the low of the day. We are below the 381.70. So let's see what happens here. Yeah, the SWAT guy, he ended up getting somebody killed. That's why. I watched something on it the other day. It came up. I was just listening to it in the background, and then it caught my attention. I was like, damn, I didn't even know that. The guy, they gave him a harsh sentence for swatting people. But it was a weird issue. And I'm sure his lawyer wasn't as good as hers. So why has Elon been silent on Twitter 6 days? I bet it has to do with the Twitter deal. Either two sides getting close to an M&A announcement or Elon doing a real-time test to show what happens to engagement of followers when he doesn't tweet. I doubt it's about Tesla. Interesting. Interesting. The dude killed. You grew up with him? Really? Oh, no way, man. That's wild. I think a lot of people don't even know that story. It was like relevant, but it was a couple years ago. That's sad. Meadows says Trump thinks Pence deserves to be hung. What? Okay. Whole Foods to focus on prices as pandemic eases, says incoming CEO. So, okay, that's crazy. That's crazy. And then Neo's still chilling out. They had that short report. We made that play. Big tech is selling off heavy, man. Another big candle in volume on Apple, even Microsoft. 381.41. This is a new low on the day. It's moving a lot slower. So that's the difference with all this. The Veru, I should be up on it. I'm not too sure. And then, then this play from today, too. I forgot. You know, I didn't even notice till today. But you know that SPY daily we made on Friday? I got exercised on it. I had 100 shares of SPY. Yeah, the puts are up, but I'm down more on the shares. So I need them to make a little bit, but I'm down 168 on that. Rivian e-bike chatter. Fuck you. You are going for 178 as a Tesla competitor. You were supposed to be the next one. Okay? You were supposed to be the next one. And now you want me to buy a bicycle? Electric bike is where we going with this, huh? Bro, you were like the most highly valued you were worth more than Ford, GM, and I ain't never seen a General Motors bike. I ain't never seen a Ford F-150 tricycle, dog. Hold up. Hold up. I don't know if that's positive news or not. That's it. I do not know if this is positive. The electric bikes are expensive, though, bro. Like, all these little kids in, like, Del Mar in like San Diego, bro, they all be riding these electric bikes, and I asked how much they were, and bro, somebody told me they were $8,000. Like people riding just little electric bikes. So there's a good market, but I don't know if the bike market is going to support this valuation. Oh, hell no. No, I think they're talking like a Rivian bicycle. Like I'm telling you, like a Rivian bike, bro. Like you about to start seeing Rivian birds everywhere. Yes, Rivian was the one with the grill, the truck that had a grill on the inside. They're still expensive as hell. The price you could get a Rivian right now on secondary market is roughly the same price you could buy a used G-Wagon for. So it's very wild to me. Because now I'd be looking at those Rivians and I'm like, dude, you could have had something so much cooler. So I don't know. SPY 381.13. We're about to break. Get ready. Again, I mean, I'd say like 371 might be the next level. Or not 371, like 378.25. But that's a big flush from here. It's moving a little bit slower. But let's see here. Over engineered. We are 393 20 minutes open. What? Swiss bank bought Rivian. Yeah, but you got to be careful of the Swiss bank. So that, again, remember I brought that up a couple of days ago. Remember it was when they did the surprise rate cut or rate hike in Swiss. But pretty much the Swiss National Bank is a hedge fund, believe it or not. So they are recognized as a legitimate hedge fund. So they own a bunch of assets and all of this stuff. But the problem is, yeah, exactly. The problem with the Swiss bank owning a lot of these assets is that they can sell it off, and they will. And the best example we have is that's why Lagarde tomorrow will be key. She's ECB. They're separate, but still. But that's what the ECB was talking about right before we got that. Right before we got the numbers out of the Swiss bank. What the ECB was saying, the ECB said, we want to buy Italian bonds to make sure that they don't get clapped while we start raising. So pretty much the European Central Bank said that they're willing to sell other assets that they own to buy Italian bonds to make sure there's not a problem. Are you guys following with me? But the point is, that's the precedent being set that any of these European nations, depending on what happens with energy in Italy, they will be willing to dump any of these assets to simply support the Italian bonds. So that's the problem. Is like that's why a lot of people kind of got spooked when the Swiss National Bank, the SNB, came out with what they're holding, because everyone's like, oh shit, the Swiss just bought a bunch of heavy tech stocks. But now it's like if there's any more unwinding or any other central bank stuff where things need to be balanced, that's a lot of money at stake for potential supply. Well, they got everything. They got Nvidia, Amazon, Facebook, Google, Amazon. I think they bought Rivian too. So you could go check it up, SNB Holdings, Swiss National Bank, and see it. For Switzerland. See, so here, actually, I didn't even know this updates every day. So they recently brought this. These are London, but I forgot when the update was. There was one of these updates that came in. I think it was on May 9th at the bottom. Like, dude, they own 35,000 shares of Domino's. But you could even just see the biggest changes. So this was like, some are since March, some are a little bit more recent. A lot of these are March. Here's like April, they bought SIG, or in May. And then April, they bought Helios Towers. But you can see they own, as of their latest filing, they have $10 billion of Apple. And they added 8 million shares. They added 4 million of Amazon. They added 3 million of AT&T, Microsoft, Pfizer. But the point is they could dump all of these because, like I'm saying, position change. These are all added to what they're holding. So they could dump it at any given moment depending on what is required from their bank or even whatever happens with Europe. Biden today, I don't know. I think Biden might have already came on. I didn't hear the ice cream truck, so I don't know. Bitcoin drops a warning in afternoon trading. It took a spill as a gauge of risk appetite. It cast a darker cloud over suffering stocks through the end of the session. Is the Swiss National Bank really buying high and selling low? Here's what you got to realize. They are not trying to make money, as wicked as that sounds. The Swiss National Bank, they're not viewing their portfolio like you. They don't care what happens with it. Their job is to complete a goal. That's why the Fed doesn't care if they run off their balance sheet. Do you realize what happens to the money when they don't reload? It just disappears. Technically, some people could argue this, but the whole idea is like these are banks, but they're not operating for profit. Do you see what I'm saying? This is just how much money they have to accomplish whatever goal that they want to. So that's the problem, is what we saw with the ECB. The ECB said, hey, we need to start raising rates because we're the last one to do it. So they start raising rates, but now they're like, oh shit, if we start raising rates, then Italy is going to get clapped. So then they're going to say, okay, we're going to raise rates, but we're actually going to still buy Italy stuff just to support Italy. But now what people are asking, where are you going to get the money? Right? So if you want to tell me you want to raise rates and stop certain things, but then you're going to buy Italian bonds to stop fragmentation, where are you getting that money? Because now you can't print. You're saying you're not going to print it anymore. You're saying you're going to change this strategy. Where are you going to get the money? So that's a question. I could answer it for you, but let's see, Chad, where would you get the money? If you are the Swiss, or if you're the Fed and you're saying you're going to do this and do that, and you're saying I'm going to cut printing and I'm going to raise rates, but I actually need to protect Italy real quick, what are you going to do? How do you get the money if you have vowed to not print it, or if printing it would go against what you've said? There it is. See, y'all got it quickly. You're going to sell assets. That's it. Exactly. You would quote unquote rebalance. But in essence, they would sell their assets because that they could operate with that. It's not like they don't have the money. That would allow them to get money without making the problem worse on a monetary policy scale, and then go after whatever goal they wanted to accomplish. So it's the same thing with the Swiss National Bank. Although I doubt they would sell it for lower, the point is whatever happens here with global currencies, with Europe and everything else, that is their piggy bank to do any changes that they want while still maintaining what they've signaled to the world and market. Hey, what's up? We're at 380.75. Bro, you like low-key buttered that 381 again. Dude, every single low has just buttered, or we've just gone through like an extra 10 or a quarter of a point. It's pretty wild. How long will the market go before they liquidate? I think that's going to just depend on what happens with like Italy, and then again, just the rest of Europe. Yeah, January 6th hearing, Donald Trump believed Mike Pence deserved to be hung. A White House aide testified. Jeez. Market is volatile. Don't be afraid to take it slow. Because how's it possible to make the money if you broke? The mind's the obstacle. The strangest secret that you know. Adaptable. I had to go. DiCaprio. Today's low key flash crash. It's big. This is the exact same move that we had last Thursday before the CPI. This was 10 points, 411 all the way down to 401. Literally. And then the next day we gapped from 401 to 389. And then by everything else, it just started everything. So some people were saying this could be a quote-unquote leak or pricing in to what's it called? This could be like a leak or pricing in of the GDP tomorrow. But we've seen this before. It's big. But thankfully we have that cushion. But granted, this time around as we're going lower, I mean, 385, 380 is not 400. You see what I'm saying? So 2 weeks ago, we did the same move, but we were at 400. Now we're at 381. And then we have, less data. It's not CPI. At least it's going to be that and then the PCE. But still, it's not too crazy. Almost power hour. Fed Morphia. No, Fed is good guys. Good guys. No leak, just fear. It could be, but again, the bad data has been getting us good responses. So I'm pretty shocked a little bit as of what we've seen that it kind of went down like that. Hey, I guess it happens. Could be a little bit of fear though, but we did. We woke up good today. It's reactive to say the least. Let's see. Volume 52 million. What time is it? 11:47. I guess 15 minutes till power hour, excuse me. But I guess it's kind of low. 50 million for 4.5 hours. People weren't buying bad data. They were front-running the pension funds. No, we were buying the shit out of bad data. I'm telling you, go to every data release from last week. Every single bad data was bullish as hell up until today. So today kind of broke the trend because literally, remember, that's why the dollar was being wonky because we couldn't get any signal through the dollar or anything else. The dollar was lower, but I definitely think it was bad data. But I think today is just it's a mix of a confluence of all the other good and bad things. But mainly, I just think it's finally catching up to a down dollar day or a up dollar day. Wow, stuff like the yen is actually decreased in value. ICE Brent crude settles at 117. That came up nice. Honestly, now that the last 2 days have brought oil up, I think you guys could see my theory a lot better. You see what I'm saying? Take a look. Now do you guys see it? It looks a little bit better, but do you see what I'm talking about? Remember when we were talking about it? It's like now this looks a lot bad. At least for me, it looks a lot better than being down here. But now you could kind of just see the same pattern more or less playing out. But now it's like it looks like we're setting up to do, again, this was peak number 1 seasonally. It comes down now. Just wait till we start getting back up here again. And I think that will be the final one. And then there you go. And then that's it. Yeah, it is trending, though. It's good, though. Again, this is a higher point than not, but I think you could see it now. This, again, when we were selling off plummeting, remember I was saying a couple weeks ago, I was like, dude, if commodities and oil keeps dumping, this is really looking like demand destruction. So now that this is kind of coming back up here, it's painting the exact picture we've been telling you guys to look out for. So I'm excited about this one, that at the very least. I mean, what it means for everything else, we'll find out. Finally got a bounce off of the 380. Pretty crazy. I think it was structural, technical, not buying data. We haven't been that badly oversold in 5 decades. You think for the pump? I just think of what started it, but I really did. I thought we were going to see a little bit more of a positive effect from negative data. But again, it's bad. I mean, if anything, if there was one set of data that was going to be bad, that shouldn't have been bad, or that won't get a good reaction, is expectations. Literally, consumer expectations are the lowest in almost 2 years. And besides the 2020 drop, it's like the lowest in almost a decade. So that's what we got to watch out for. Some earnings previews, PayX, Micron, STZ. I'd be down to look at Micron and maybe STZ. Still gambling on the rally coming. Let's go, bro. So GDC, PS, the surprise to show we still have strong consumption. Oil feels like the crunch. We fall in the recession, and so oil plummets. Yeah. Yeah, to the latter part. But GDP is just going to be an interesting one tomorrow. I really don't have any way to interpret it, except I think people are going to make a bigger deal about it. And if it does print negative, they're going to just focus on the headline recession. But other than that, I don't think it'll cause too much unless it moves the dollar or bonds greatly. And again, just don't forget that is the key there. I think we see another leg up on energy, consumption pick up in July. See short-term move on the downside of gas relief in Cali and gas tax cuts and move up after. I'm pretty much, I think, just until August, maybe even end of September. Then we're gonna really just get our final move and see what's popping. And then that's it. But now I think after, if it breaks out from here, we might watch it go crazy. Buffett buying more interesting. Bro, he's bought a lot. And I mean, it's a good move, though, especially with now kind of how things are ticking up here. I think a lot of people are more or less excited for it than not. In third revision, we still got until July to know if we are in recession. Yeah. That's what I'm saying, though. It's like revisions and just how they do it. How they do it is like nasty, bro. I'm just telling you. Just the GDP is not, it's not as a cookie cutter as you expect. I forgot what, it's like, I got to tell you what it is. How do they calculate GDP? Because there's something what it is. Yeah, it's consumption plus investment plus government spending plus net export. So right there. So GDP equals C plus I plus G plus NX. That's pretty much it. That is going to be your investment, government spending, net exports, and then net consumption. But let's see. Pretty much, do you get what I'm trying to tell you? Crazy Spywig. Oh, yeah, there's your VWAP test. Pretty much what I'm trying to tell you is that you can, if consumption is higher or lower, that can alter the GDP. If investment is higher or lower, that can alter the GDP. If the government just wanted to spend more money, that could alter GDP. Do you see what I'm saying? So a lot of this is based off of what we've been kind of going through right now, where it's like, okay, we've been getting data from April, May, March, all that, or March, April, May, June. Some is here, some is there, but it's like the point is if activity dropped to the same level of consumption and everything else, and we're just like, oh, well, makes sense, and it just all stays the same, it's going to be a little bit different. But yeah, government spending is part of GDP. So, again, why are we spending money to Ukraine? Remember, like I told you, we're exporting that shit, bro. Believe me. They are smarter than you think. They are smarter than you think. Will it alter inflation? No. Zero impact on inflation unless it is a policy that will increase money supply. Then, even then, you would get a delayed reaction. But that's what I'm saying. It's just like, whatever we're going to deal with tomorrow, I mean, there will be a lot of parts to pick apart. But that's what I'm saying, how people interpret it just might be a little bit different than we're kind of all going to be expecting. Jens Stoltenberg, Putin is getting more NATO on his borders. This sends message to Putin that NATO's door open. I feel like that could have been rephrased as UN Stoltenberg sends message to Russia that they want all the smoke. I feel like it would still be an accurate interpretation of said headline. That's what that sounded like. How does export inflation work? Well, think about it. I mean, more money that exists in the system. Again, if money's floating around, not creating goods and services, the idea here, as we've done many times, exporting inflation, if you send the money overseas to other places based on humanitarian aid or even like agreements, like in this case, you got to realize, what are we sending Ukraine money for? What are we sending the money for? I mean, it's kind of funny when you think about it, because you know the landscape of the United States nowadays. But we're sending them money for weapons, right? Like, that's it. We're telling them, go buy bombs, guns, drones, whatever you need, and that's it. So who makes all that? Like, I'm just asking, like, who do you think, like, do you think they're going to, like, Malaysia? They're like, yo, y'all got any AC-130s? Like, you think, you know what I'm saying? They ain't pulling up to Mexico and like, yo, Mexico, you got any of those javelins? Javelina? No, you ain't got no javelin? No, javelin. Not javelin, javelin. Ah, damn it. Nah, like, they going straight to the United States of America, baby. So that way, you reduce available money that either the government would have put out in another method, would have went to other deals, whatever. That money out of the money supply, it gets sent overseas to Ukraine, so less money here, and then the money comes back to us because they will at least buy a gun from us, pretty much, or a bomb, a missile, whatever it is. But the whole idea is now we just traded in a bunch of useless pieces of paper that we printed out of nowhere that could have upended the system and could hurt inflation and all of that. We took all of that money, sent it to somebody else, and then they're going to take that money and they're going to buy something from us that would lead to production. So now you have money being created, but at least the money is matching up with production. Theoretically, you've just exported your inflation and turned the same money that would have caused inflation now has been turned into production value. To at least somebody had to work to get the money. Somebody had to go and show up to work. People had to do stuff, and then that's it. Yeah, you could call it money washing or call it whatever you want, but that's just not, like, I don't know. Y'all, I guess y'all don't know what money laundering is. I'm just saying. I don't know the recipe, but all I know is that this is government activity. This is just what they've been doing for the beginning of time. They did this back in World War I. We did this in World War II. We did this throughout Vietnam. We've done this many, many times. And the point is, we already know we have the money. Nobody is trying to hide money generated. We know the money, the M2, the velocity, everything, it's still the same. None of that changes. We know how much the Fed balance sheet is. They're not trying to hide anything. They're not trying to recognize revenue that was undisclosed as revenue that was generated through normal business. No, this is why do you think America's been trying to help everybody? Y'all really think we are that helpful? Oh, y'all, that's why, like, come on, like, you see it, like a social justice warrior. Do you think they really give a shit about somebody? I hate to break it to y'all, but, like, do you really think they care? No. Like, usually there's something else behind it. America, yeah, we could be the #1 world power. We could help people. It's nice and shit. But at the end of the day, we're walking away with power, dollar hegemony, and you're walking away with economic activity, and now you have the rest of the world reliant on our consumerism. That is how the balance of trade works. Why do you think we've been able to run a fucking trade deficit for decades? Because we've got the whole world addicted to our consumer dollars. That's why they keep giving us the money back so we can buy more from them. So it's not money laundering. It's what we've been doing literally since day one. So that's why I'm like, I don't know, man. Just again, a lot you could help, but just because you help doesn't mean it won't benefit you a lot on the back end. So again, that's why a lot of the United States foreign policy, and you'll look at it and be like, oh, what's going on? Why are they doing that? It's like they're not really trying to help, and usually there's some incentive on the back end. In this case, we could get a trade agreement, but usually this benefits everybody. So like the situation I explained, United States and Ukraine could benefit off of it, so why not? That's the whole point. That's where a lot of people don't understand this when they're like, why are we doing this? Why is it happening like that? But you got to really think about it. It's like, would it hurt United States? Not really. And then will it benefit Ukraine? Yeah, tremendously. Would it hurt Ukraine? Would it hurt us if we chose an alternative? That's what you got to ask yourself. And most of the times, it just makes more sense for us to help ourselves by helping the world, if that makes sense. How do you know this? This is macro econ 101. So y'all will learn this your first year in any macro econ for college, I believe. And unless they've changed the books or something. I don't know. But you should. This is like just basics 101. Again, the history, because that's it. Just go look at what America's done in the past, and you will see what we've done. You know what I'm saying? Like there is a history. Like you see what I'm saying? Like there is definitely a history of how we responded. Again, like that's why. So when I brought up to you the Japanese yen a couple weeks ago, right? You guys remember the Japanese yen, and I was freaking out. And then remember I gave you guys that little history lesson. Well, what happened? What happened in 1998 when Japan or even East Asian financial crisis, what did we do? We helped Japan. We started buying up their bonds, and we started buying up their currency to help them support their currency. That's why we have a very good relationship as we've developed out of, again, World War II with Japan and everything in the East Asian countries. We've used Japan probably how we plan to use Ukraine in the next 20 to 30 years. But we built a very close relationship with Ukraine, and Ukraine was a lot more developed than, Japan was a lot more developed than Ukraine. But literally, yeah, we started buying their VCRs, Nintendos, but we even straight up, the United States government allocated money to just simply buy the Japanese currency and hold it just so we could support their endeavors to stabilize it. Pretty much Japan wanted to stabilize their currency, but they couldn't do it unless the United States was willing to assist, and we were willing to assist. That's why I brought it up here the other week, because do you see the problem? The problem with today is that if the yen encountered a similar problem to what they experienced last time the yen was at these levels, last time the world was ready and able to help them out. United States was willing to do whatever they wanted to help out Japan policy. However, look at the environment today. That would never happen. pretty much, if we wanted to help, if Japan wanted to weaken their currency and buy their own currency, it would have zero effect unless the United States did a coordinated buy to also stabilize and buy the yen too. But now, would we really buy the yen if that would lead to a weaker dollar? Probably not right now, because we have a lot of things going on. So that's the equation with all of it. But what I'm trying to say is, like, go look at how we have sent money and assistance. Again, why did we send? Again, where do you think fucking Puerto Rico came from, dude? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, certain places and like the assistance that we've made over time, we didn't just do it for no reason, and we didn't do it just to help. It ended up where everybody could benefit. This is why they call it globalism. But yeah, look at the Plaza Accord. That was a global currency agreement back after I think that was Bretton Woods or World War II. And then people even said in 2016, they called it the Plaza Accord Part 2. But the point is, like, go throughout history, we have all of these examples of how we have invested in other countries or how we've given money and do stuff, but it's always, relatable to some economic factor, more or less, where it's like both parties can benefit off of it. So that's the long, quick version of exporting inflation. Ta-da. Hold on, I need to send this address. All designed by the military complex. Amen. Thank you. Yeah, but this is the stuff, bro, I'm telling you. This is the stuff that gets you involved with econ. So, like, this is the stuff when I would read about it, this is what would always spark stuff for me, where I was like, oh, wow, that's how it worked. And then that's why I kept learning what I know now. So, hopefully y'all feel me on this. But take a look into it, and you'll see what I'm talking about. It should spark some educational juices in there. It seems to have backfired considering how much money we owe China. Nope. Have you seen our deficit? It's working like a charm. Bro, do you realize you can be a lazy American and do jack shit and you would still survive better than every other country in the world? You would do better and you would have a better quality of life than 99% of the world. Why? It's because of this system. Every country in the world, they want our consumer while we want their resources. Do you understand how wicked that is? That's like, you're like, Josh, I just want you to spend your money and buy shit from me, and I just want to sell you shit. That's it. I don't ever want to enjoy any, that's it. I just want to give it to you here. It's literally, it's all just, we're addicted to it. They're addicted to it. It's funny how it works. We're addicted to consumerism, but they're addicted to selling it to us. So how balance of payment works, you guys are like, oh, China, we owe all this money to China. Bro, who bought half of the real estate in America? Chinese money. How many hedge funds do you think have a couple billion to $1 trillion of private money just on their books from China? Do you know? Oh, it's vast, because that's the only way the system operates. So we buy their little fucking Amazon products, and then what happens? They take our money, but then since we spend more than we have, they're like, yo, you guys don't have more money to buy from us. They take all of the excess profit that they make from us, and then they go and reinvest it into our capital markets. That's how balance of trade works. So we don't have enough money to buy $1 billion of trinkets from them. So we're able to buy, but somehow we buy $1 billion. Why? Because they invest $200 million into us, and then we spend $800 billion that we have, or whatever. And that's how it works. So even though we owe China a lot of debt, the whole point is we've been buying from China for decades, and then literally they are just taking all of our money and giving it right back to us so that we could keep buying it. Yeah, they owe our debt, but what do they owe? They gave us goods and services, and then they gave us our money back, and then we handed them a piece of paper. Oh, man. So it's borderline. It all depends on how you look at it, but still. So it's a pretty good deal. Pretty good deal. That is worth less and less, Now they buy single-family homes. They do, exactly. But make no mistake, we could take those homes in a second. Welcome. Did y'all not see what the government's been doing in the last 24 months? How does this bite us in the ass, or can it? Pretty much if we start spending more than they're willing to invest in us, either we spend less or they invest less. So that's why global hardship and global economic trouble with funding loans, all of that, if that slows down their ability to reinvest, that's going to limit our ability to buy from them. Or if our consumption and consumer slows down, it's going to limit what they're able to sell to us, and then they take their money and reinvest it. But if the markets aren't looking good, then that could cause a huge domino effect of things going lower. Pretty much, you don't want the consumer or financial markets to get into a cycle of negativity, because that would upset the system. You see that? Because then again, if consumer can't buy from China, oh shit. Or if China's investment markets, if they can't get us the money to invest it and bring that capital for us to go and buy goods, then we got a problem. Yeah, if we did start making, China's economy would crumble, but you wouldn't be able to make enough to get the demand that you have, nor the quality of life that you have. That's the whole point. Again, with what better deal? You can't get a better deal than saying, yo, you just be a consumer and your quality of life will be better than everybody. That's insane. All you have to do is consume, and you will have gasoline cheaper than most people. You will have access to clean water more than most people on this earth. You see what I'm saying? We have a very good deal, believe it or not. Josh is Jewish. I'm not Jewish, but thank you for asking and answering. Well, yeah, good discussion. I love these discussions. I hope you guys learned something. That's it, man. Y'all just need to realize, bro, I am a man of the people. That's it. I am not any ethnicity. I am not any religion. Y'all are saying, oh, I'm glad Josh is educated. I'm glad he's conservative in this. Josh is this, he's that. It's like, if you haven't noticed, man, you could pull up on the internet. I don't even care what you look like, where you're from, where you disagree. All I ask for is a decency of respect towards everybody in here. And that's all I stand for. That's all I believe in. I will give if anybody needs a cup of water, I'm going to give you a cup of water. You ain't got food, I'm going to give you food. Nothing else matters. That's just how we get down. You want to learn something? I would love to teach you something. It's just very, very simple. So that's all it comes down to. Y'all can speculate on everything else with it and ask questions, but I'm just telling you, it's just all about, anybody here and what we want to go over. And I hope this encourages you guys to learn about some of this stuff and get into it. That's why I share it. It's very exciting to me. But I also know that, once you start learning about this stuff, man, this is the road to becoming an independent thinker, and you'll learn what's going on around you. It's like good and bad, because then it's kind of like you might turn into a nihilist, or a little bit you might just be like, oh man, this is crazy. But that's all it comes down to. That's the only real question that matters. Humanity. Encourages you 100%. Hey, man, keep doing it, man. Keep doing it. Look into it. So look into go look into the history of all the assistance that we've done. And then go look into the history of the IMF. That will explain everything we've talked about. And you will look into it a lot more, and you'll see, and you'll get to read articles. Hopefully they're as interesting to you as they are to me. Because usually once I get down one of these rabbit holes, then I'm like, that's why they did that? And then I'm like, ooh, no way. And then it just gets crazy. But then you will learn. TCAT halted. TCAT share offering. They're selling 15 million units. Damn, TCAT, Takong. Dilution. I know that's, dude, bro, if you're diluting in this market, bro, you've been getting rocked. Again, any of the dilution or adding shares, we've seen people just get hit simply because everyone's like, dude, it's already bad. Things are going down. They're like, nah, this is not good. What is bond default? We don't know yet. But that one right there, I'm telling you, that will be one of the most hotly contested bond defaults in history. Promise you. Like, that is going to be something, we see it today. We don't know the reaction, but eventually we will get a reaction. And then from there, we're going to really see what happens. But quite frankly, the consequences, just like the Fed reducing their balance sheet, the scale of what they're doing now, genuinely, you do not know the consequences. I don't know if you feel me on that, because again, I brought that up the other time, and I really hope you guys do get it. But like, that's, we brought up the balance sheet reduction today and noticing how it's not moving and all of that. But like I'm telling you, we do not know the consequences about the balance sheet. I think I'm just going to call it balance sheet from now on. All in favor? I'm down with it. I think it's I think it's appropriate. We'll just call it the balance sheet. But the whole point I'm trying to say is that the world they don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody knows what is going to happen at the end of trying to reduce the balance sheet by $4 trillion. Why? Because the balance sheet was $4 trillion in 2008. We're at $9 trillion now. So you mean to tell me we are running an experiment to see if the Fed can unwind the same amount of money the whole entire balance sheet was a decade ago, give or take, 15 years maybe. Wild. So that's where I'm saying, just like the Russian bond thing, it has a lot of implications, but we don't know what's happening. We know when it starts. We know the event. Again, that happened there. We know the balance sheet reduction. However, the consequences, you won't see them in a history book for a couple of years, and then we're really going to be like, oh, that's what happened. GDP definitely leaked. Well, we'll see how it moves from here. I mean, it's already down a lot. We will find out. Move it, SPY. Bag holders, Russian ETFs. I know, isn't it crazy, bro? The Russian ETFs, man. Y'all remember? Y'all were trying to buy the shit out of that dip on, what was it called? Was it called? It was just Rust, right? I forgot about that. You guys were trying to buy. Everyone's like, nah, I'm buying it. What was it? No, Yandex. Remember, we hit 1,000% on Yandex. RSX, yeah. No, thank God we sold out of it. Bro, we hit fat on Yandex. You guys remember? Bro, that was $60 into like 1,000 on Yandex. Yandex, we killed it, and then we sold out, and then a couple days later, they just halted every single one. I still got it. He's like, I'm still in the Yandex, Josh. No. Yandex, Wayfair, the Russians, Ruski. Will TLT spike from market crashing? Eventually, yeah. Because then if the market genuinely starts crashing, the economy is generally, in a state of worry, then people are going to start to forecast that rates will start coming down, meaning TLT will come up, especially on a 10-year. I heard if you were shorting, you still have to pay fees on it, even if it's halted. Yeah, you might, actually, because it's interest. You borrowed something, even though it's non-tradable and it's locked up. In this case, probably the most aggressive of a government sanction. I could see how you could be liable for holding costs on that. JP Morgan exits nickel saga as tycoon shrinks Big Short. JP Morgan getting out of the nickel game. That's good. They bank divvy. Yeah, those were all related to the stress test. So now that they got the stress test results, they were able and they were allowed to increase their exposure and a couple of other things. So it was good. It was good. But that's all it was. But not all of them moved big. Like it was some Goldman Sachs ended up doing good. Goldman Sachs did bad. JP Morgan, they didn't raise dividends or buyback. They said they're factoring more costs, but that's why Bank of America and JP Morgan did very, very good. Yeah, JP Morgan has eliminated exposure to the nickel markets. Zelensky, top aide, critical of NATO support. Turkey says yes to NATO application from Finland and Sweden after negotiations. That's big. Yeah, Turkey is dropping objection. Hits posted that earlier. I guess that's he said just Finland, NATO. That's big. The guy's probably going to be making hundreds of millions of short after being saved. Nah, you want the real tinfoil on that? That he didn't have he had none of the nickel. I don't think he had any of it. Because literally a month after that situation, remember a couple weeks ago, we woke up to that news of people talking about how a lot of people are suspecting they found one person in China who lied about their collateral in the commodity space. I think we have no idea. I think they had to let him hold the trade and cancel it because I don't think he could have paid for it. I genuinely I don't think he had the nickel on hand and then the cash amount that it was worth. I just think it was that's it. Yeah, TCAT is halted. They're doing an offering. Finland, Sweden joining NATO, and Putin is the aggressor. I don't think he's going to be too mad about it, but we'll see. EVFM is still moving. What was the other one? ENDP today? That was the plan B one. That one still holds. That was up 95%, man. Crazy. The nickel trader is a known G insider. Diamond is friendly. It's no secret. He's big. The guy was big, but I feel like somewhere out there, I mean, you usually don't hear about it unless it's going on. Like, it was just weird. You mean to tell me a month before finding out that there is a the month before finding out that we had a like a huge like disruption and big short squeeze. What ends up, we find out a month later that there is people in China getting called on not having the collateral for commodity investments, and they were making big ones. I think that right there, I mean, now it brings up a lot of questions. At least that's how I'm looking at it. But the big shot thing is pretty big. Good news is that JP Morgan now is going to reduce some of their exposure. Some people were worried about them kind of getting involved with all that. Market on close. There it is. Wikipedia. Okay. They do not want us, Ukraine says of NATO as leaders meet. Still tarnished the LME's reputation. Oh, yes. Tomorrow, I think, is going to be interesting. I think tomorrow could actually have a lot packed into it. Obviously, the data is going to be the things to move it. But, like, the real big thing is going to be the fact that it's Wednesday. So, regardless of what happens, I think it'll be pretty nuts. Like, in the sense that it's just like we're going to have a full day to digest and then 2 days following it up. What time is Powell speaking? Tomorrow, I want to say like 8 or 12. I think it all depends. Ukraine needs to play ball. Ukraine join NATO. Even then, though, we'll see how Putin take all of this. There's been a lot of European headlines, from energy all the way down to like these little things joining, cutting off from this, again banning Russian imports of gold, the defaults on the bonds. There's just a bunch of stuff. So I think the real question is going to be like actually what happens from here. Do we see any sort of Putin response, anything like that? Ukraine calls. Bro, some of these I just start like reading it halfway, and then y'all just gonna. I'm like, damn, why they have to get that aggressive? That was my girlfriend listening to Uncle. Nah, she's actually big into like yodeling. So she's like, I think she listens to like Yodel Top Hits Volume 2. It's kind of been her thing lately. But she's like a big yodeling fan, just like what they do in Europe and shit. 90 seconds to make a prediction. Predict it. You know, like yodele, yodele, yee ooh. Some of it's dope. Some of it's dope. Total Yodel Volume 2. Yo, you came up with that way too quick. That's a great name. Total Yodel Volume 2. Who wins UFC this week? Adin Sanyaya or Jared Conier? I have no idea, man. I have no idea. I'm not even good at like sports gambling, man. Like, I'm not even like the person to ask for real. Like, I'll get lucky every now and then on certain things, but that's it. That's it. And even then, bro, like, I don't know what's been happening. I've been seeing it a lot. Like, I'm even thinking, I think I'm over, what's it called? I don't think I'm ever going to, I think I might just end all gambling. I think I might not even go to like casinos anymore. I may not put on a real bet ever again. That was one of the habits I was thinking about because I kept hearing people, or I kept seeing like TikToks too, and people like gambling, and like I was like, dude, this is crazy. And someone was like, it's a bad habit. And I thought about it. I was like, I don't really have a problem with it, but I'm sure that's how every addict probably sounds. But I don't think I'm genuinely not there. No, trading I wouldn't. We definitely could get more. No, stock market's not gambling. We could get more disciplined, 100%, and I plan to do that. But more or less, though, it's just like real gambling. It's just it's like a bad habit to have, a bad hobby, because I do have it as a hobby. Like, I have a lot of fun doing it. I don't really bro, I will straight up go to a casino and I don't even care if I make money or not. Like, but that's why it's saying it's a bad habit to have. I'd rather just get an extra 2 hours in the gym or something. The Dragons will be missed. My favorite gambling stock? Not the SPY, no. Tesla, probably. It's not gambling if you're not trying to make money. But still, though, it's like I think I could have a different habit. You know what I'm saying? Like hoes. No, I'm kidding. It's like I could do a lot. Maybe I'll just start eating more. Oh, man, why is life so difficult? So many things. So many things. Yeah, Elon, that's what people were bringing up. They were saying, like, Elon hasn't tweeted in 6 days. They're saying it's either he's trying to highlight something with Twitter or he's trying to, they think they're working out something or they're actually going to, get something. So many people that don't invest in stocks tell me it's gambling. I know. That's why. But that was the point I was saying with the long term this week. It's like that conversation we had this morning and yesterday where I'm like, dude, go look at your portfolio, long term or not. Obviously, some are going to do better or worse, but looking at what we built here, it's like 10%, 12% after 3 years and the S&P down fucking 25% right now. That's just not gambling. Like, you could look at it. You mean to tell me 10% in that time frame? Thank God we didn't have the extremes, But you can gamble in the market if you're like, bro, you know how easy I could gamble right now? Dog, I got futures approval. I think I got like 20 or 40 grand in cash just on this account right now, bro. It's linked up to my instant deposits too, bro. Honestly, I could throw a grip into this right now, bro. I could hit it, bro. We could do one real quick. Like we sitting at the table, one hand. I could do 10K, 20K on a daily SPY. We either gonna make 20K or lose 20K. You know what I'm saying? But I just saved that for the casino. With a lot less money. But now you could gamble every day on the market if you wanted to. 100%. It's not gambling if it's a sure thing. 100%. That's why, like, if you haven't noticed, I'll do the big plays like Longeveron when we did. Like, Longeveron was a hit. I don't know if y'all realize that. Obviously, some of you do, but you got to realize after putting 2 and 2 together on Longeveron, I threw $40,000 at it the next day because I'm like, dude, this right here, this is a sure. I was like, this right here. I said right here, right now, this right here, that one was more, it's like you could go big, but you need more certainty. But what I'm saying is like if you wanted to just walk into a casino, sit at a table, put a bet down, you could do it anywhere on the market and try to just put $20,000 down and flip something out of it. Definitely possible. Is there a too long didn't read for what's happening in the past couple weeks? It's been difficult, honestly. There's so many, like, intricacies, but the too long didn't read is that as of 2 weeks ago, everybody's inflation expectations got shattered, and that messed up the market, made Powell more aggressive, and sent us to new lows and put us in this weird middle. And now every single set of data until the end of summer is going to be dramatically more volatile. That's the too long didn't read, and that's missing out on a lot of the things. This right here. No, they didn't use the PRV. We even sold out before anything. Like Longeveron, it's still holding the value, but again, like we had it between it was like between $6 and $8 when we were getting it, and then it already went crazy once. It was right here. Yeah, bro, it was dude. I'm telling you, that one was a good play, but that was one where it's just like, and that's something I've been noticing. So like even when I'm looking at it, when I'm looking at habits and discipline, I'm just like, okay, I think if I apply more discipline to avoid some of the shittier trades or the smaller trades, what I want to do is I'm just going to go after my Longeverons of, again, like Longeveron, oil, there's just certain money plays that I need to be taking those. I need to take those big and then just, that's it, clap everything else and not even worry about it. Because that's where I'm seeing a lot of opportunity. I think with more discipline, less trades, bigger on the less trades, I think we could do a lot more damage. And I think we're gonna get I think we'll be able to get our payday from this year out of it. So that's where it just, again, because we've just seen it so many times, is like, we scaled into a bunch of different plays, but it's been a hard environment, granted. But it's like, trying to find the ones where it's like, boom, once we know it's there, just that's it. I'm going to swing big at it and call it a day, because we only need one or two of those. And we've been hitting one or two every quarter that have been amazing, even in this year. But that's the point, is we need to go heavier on those to let those, get us to a point where we get up on the house and then don't even have to worry about it. So that's why hopefully you listen to the PHILO, and hopefully you write down, hopefully you with me on this, Chad. Hopefully you with, a little bit of tweaking, some discipline there, get rid of bad habits, focus on the habits that made you good money. You see, that's the thing. It's like, I'm not even talking about changing anything. I'm just saying avoid the negative habits and double down on our good habits. Because again, all the plays we hit, those were our good habits, but finding more. Sega popping. Big pop on Sega. I guess 2%, but it was negative. Will you still use place markers? To a degree, but I think if they'll probably end up being bigger, and or if I have a place marker, I'm going to try to limit myself to another trade. Pretty much if I have one place marker, it will not give me an excuse to open up another trade, pretty much. Yes, Sega, CDC opens emergency monkeypox operation. What? Sega, TNXP. What about GovX too? How do you get monkey? I haven't even seen the, what's it called? I haven't even seen the, I haven't even seen like a line. Like, you know what I'm, like, I don't know. Like, I feel like it'd be kind of more embarrassing. CDC. Ukraine raises railroad cargo tariffs by 70. What? The whole world is like, we're going to help you move your wheat out. Sorry, we have 70% tariff now on any ground transportation. We need to protect domestic economy. It's pretty smart. That's a Donald Trump move right there. It's where you could look back, you'd be like, okay, that's pretty smart, but pretty savage. Okay. Yo, what if Zelensky just went full Trump, though? And, like, what if he just started going on stage and, like, started speaking like him, you know? And he was like, we've been getting the bad deal forever now. And now, America, we need to get tariffs. He's like, we going to do trade tariffs with the... I'm like, what? I would trip out. I'd say that's amazing, insanely amazing. I don't know how I feel about this. $381.50. We're back down to the level, so let's see if we could get a little bit above. We'll find out. If we could get above 381.75. Otherwise, a close below there wouldn't be too good. But let's see. We see what happened. Market close. Dude, it's already 12:41? No, this isn't right. Bro, why did today fly by? I think it's because it was just constant pressure applied. Maybe that's why. I don't know, but dude, this feels this one's a little different. Gapping down, ugly day. Where's the VWAP? VWAP's at 386, which is pretty wild. That means, bro, even VWAP dropped 10 points. Bro, VWAP was at 392, and now you're 3 points away. So give or take, VWAP dropped 7 points, which is wild. And then you got 20 minutes left, and you still got a PHILO in there. A good PHILO, bro. I want this PHILO to come to life, Chad. Okay? How dare you? You are not allowed to listen to that PHILO. I said, bro, I'm just saying, get ready. I want some new habits. I want a habit audit in check. By the end of the week, if your habits have not been audited or in line, we are going to ban you from the NASDAQ. Okay? I'm saying it's a good one. Again, you don't even have to be damn religious. If you can't find any good habit to apply to your trading, I'm going to slap the shit at you. Because how dare you? How dare you? You let the Jesus nut job try to get you a good trading approach in anything and you still ain't take it, I'm going to slap you. Okay? And you deserve that because I'll be like, this ain't even about religion or anything for you at that point because then you ain't even like, nah, you ain't even getting the money. You know, that's funny money right there, bro. So just don't get slapped, you know? I'm going to go to margin to the max. Okay, I'm going to ban you. That's it. That's it. As simple as that. See, look at it. Yep, there you go. There it's all fun and games. But until it's not. I only timed him out there to let him know how it felt a little bit. Because that's how life is. You know what I'm saying? We always laughing sometimes. And then real life will hit you in the face. And then you're like, damn, we ain't even got time to joke. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's game time, baby. It's game time. I'm just saying, I got you, bro. I got you. It's cool. It's just a little timeout, make you feel what it's like. You're lucky. Some moral hazard. We let you survive a little bit, but I'm just saying. Microsoft Edge collections, full-on Pinterest with inspiration feed. Uh-oh. Nah, Pinterest is fire, though. I don't know. Pinterest might react to it, but That's it, man. My girlfriend keep going on Pinterest, bro, and I'm like, dude, Pinterest is crazy. Meta's selling off on that. That one's actually interesting. I don't know why Meta is kind of selling off a little bit more. All right, I need to go to the bathroom real quick. We only got 15 minutes left. I love you. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity.
In your last segment, is still pointing strongly downward, and we think the inflation impact has not really been fully realized yet. So that is a negative sign for stocks here in the near term.
And as we sort of try to figure out sort of where economic conditions might be in 6 months or maybe a year from now, a lot of that, of course, is contingent on what the Fed is able to pull off. And I guess to a certain extent, what investors and what consumers want to believe in here, Paul. Do you think that there is enough economic resiliency out there that even if we are headed towards a downturn, it will at least avoid some of the more worst case scenarios that we saw in past recessions and economic downturns?
Well, it's a good point. It's important, we think, to differentiate between this scenario that's setting up and previous ones. 2008 in particular, and that's a memory that's seared into the minds of a lot of investors. We don't think this is a balance sheet recession. We don't think this is a debt-related recession where consumers have to spend years, households rebuilding their balance sheets. No, not the case. But we think it will be like the recessions of the 70s, 73, 75, maybe 80, 81, 82, where you had inflation stubbornly high and sticky until the Fed could defeat it. And the Fed will do what it needs to defeat inflation here. So we think a year from now, we could easily still be in recession.
All right. We're seeing some moderation, I guess, in some of the commodity prices that people maybe see as a potential leading indicator. We're just getting started here with Paul Christopher, head of global market strategy for the Wells Fargo Investment Institute. He's sticking with us as we count you down to these closing bells. Just about 15 minutes ago, looking at an S&P 500 at 38.24, right around the lows of the day.
I think really smart comment. Sort of the first time I've heard the type of recession. We've heard Ellen Zentner, Morgan Stanley talk about Carolina recession that's shallow. He's finally saying this won't be sort of a balance sheet recession. It's different. It's more of that sort of inflationary environment, really trying to quantify the difference this time around.
And did we see the John Williams thoughts? The 444.
Yes. Yeah.
4% unemployment. That's going to be hurt. It's going to hurt some.
This is Bloomberg.
Brought to you by Tesla. Whistle while charging. What? So the trillions of dollars spent over the last couple of years is not why we have inflation. In fact, we stopped drilling our own oil. Well, welcome to the economy. A lot of things are connected. And that is, I think, what a lot of people have to realize. And that's what the problem was. The economy actually got affected enough over the last year or two where you genuinely just saw one aspect of the economy after the other started to move. So it's not as if it was just oil. It's not as if it was just money printing. Like there was a lot of everything. You know what I'm saying? So that's the real problem, more or less. It's not just oil. It's not just the money, but it's like one thing leads to another. Really, I think a lot of people, it's boiling down to what was the cause, right? And that right there, we could say, yeah, okay, a lot of fiscal spending, government spending could definitely be a cause. But even then, it's like at this point, there's nothing else besides, okay, well, what would have started it? But it's like it's already there. Like oil's making it worse. What about the price of food? I don't get it. How come prices of food are worse than the Arab Spring, which is wild to me? How come that's not the number one topic? Yet we still talk about oil more. Again, they're all going crazy. Why is, again, the price of aluminum and other commodities going up? Yeah, they've came down recently in the last week or two, but it's everything's getting affected now. Nixon started it when we went off the gold standard. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, more or less. Listen, you mofos, stay short this market. I got you. Still got a couple of them. Got a couple, and then ride the rest. JPM comment on GDP. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, they're doing it again. Right before. Here's what JPM says about the GDP. We estimate real GDP declined 1.4 year on year. We would represent a 0.1 upgrade related to the most recent estimate. Still expect inventories to trade to be large drags on first quarter GDP. So they're saying real GDP is going to go negative, but I think they might get it might go up 0.1. Wow. So we'll see. I mean, I could probably take a look at it with the estimates, but pretty much, and then 10-minute rig coming in, pretty much, what if GDP comes in just positive 0.1? So then it won't be negative. It'll be close to it, but it technically would not be it would not technically be a recession for the technical people. That'd actually be crazy. No, that would actually be wild. Like that would be confusing. I think that could justify this response where it'd be bad but not bad enough. And then I don't even know what would even be good with that. Honestly, it's very confusing. If it came in just 0.1, 1.5 billion to the sell side with 10 minutes left. Oh, wow. Let's see. They're trying to cook the numbers. Maybe expectations. Let's see. I want to see now. I want to see. And then 380.62. So watch out. Again, 378, 75, I believe, is that soft level that we got to watch out for. But I think real GDP is going to come in negative, though. I think everybody's using the GDP number. Everybody is on there. So here is the, what's it called? The curve of all the estimates. So most estimates are right here. This is the median. A little bit below 1.2 would be a positive on the outlier, and then 2%. You got a couple people at 2. The guy at 2 is Bank of America. Real GDP will definitely come in negative. Oil wants to break. I mean, oil is looking very bullish now. The fact that it's recovered already so much, 3 back-to-back days. Again, it looks like the thing is going good. Yo, Tim, bro, this goes hard. Yo, this is like an actual, like, legit album cover, man. What the hell? We got 7 minutes left, and then you got Total Yodel Volume 3. Swiss Miss, Uncle Answers, Benny Beats. Bro, this goes hard, bro. What is this, man? I might even use this for Uncle. I might need to tell him this thing is dope. Bro, this thing goes hard. Total Yodel Volume 3. Nah, that shit goes, bro. Like, that's dope. I'm like, yeah, I listened to that album. a total yodel. Uncle drop next? I don't know. He said he has to work. He have to work. He been working. 12:54, 6 minutes left. I don't know. There's a big market on close to the downside, but let's see where it ends up. I think we got a couple of earnings after hours, but nothing too big. Unless Micron's on Thursday, right? Or is Micron next week? So we'll see. Again, GDP in the morning is probably going to be the main headline. Yeah, market on close is big. Big. Micron's on Thursday. That's crazy. They had Qualcomm today. PHILO after hours. You might have to look at the other one. Bullish would be a good GDP or anything globally that brings down the bonds or brings down the dollar. That, I think, will get things calmed down. Because, again, I mean, we brought this up all day. You're going to hear me talk about it on the watch list. I don't think it's a coincidence that the dollar gapped up, did nothing all day, and then the market all of a sudden came down. Again, we had the data point. And, again, I mean, that's even the title of today, economic data. And sure enough, it had that big volatile effect that we've been expecting. But I don't know if it could cause this big of a move, especially when it's moved contrary to what we've seen in the last couple of days. So we're going to find out, but I think what could end up being positive with all this, or what explains it all, is the dollar. And what will be positive tomorrow is if the dollar doesn't go up anymore. If the dollar could drop down, then we could chill, and that would be because of the data. And then also, too, something else beyond the dollar, it would be which one is it? I'm blanking. Dollar. There's one more thing. Dollar. I think the bonds. Which one? I was looking at one more factor. Well, the bonds would be key, but I think if any other currency goes crazy. And then we have Europe and Powell tomorrow. Oh, oil. That's what it was. Oil. So dollar and oil tomorrow, I think, are going to have more of an impact. Unless the data is, again, I'm just trying to identify potential bull catalysts. And I would say oil or dollar would be the things that would free us from the market's grasp, depending on what the GDP is. So, but if oil keeps going up very hard, it's going to cause a different scenario. And then if dollar and oil are going to be going up, I don't think it's going to be good. Again, today would have been a lot worse too, though, if oil wasn't up. That's the ironic part about all this. Nike. I closed out of the Nike. I don't know if I would have made more. I think I might have. Yeah, they're going for the same price. We sold out at 70. So, again, that play was good, but we just paid too much. Please put up your trade tables. It's time. I can't believe it's already time, bro. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approaches. We make our final approach. If you guys are holding on to any bags, please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. They'll be coming through the aisle with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover at the Trade and Fraternity Terminal. And then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m., 6:10 out of sunny San Diego, California. So we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 82 degrees and sunny, looking like a beautiful summer day, unless you try to buy the dip on the market today. But should be good here coming in tomorrow in GDP. We are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Cole Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Amen, baby. Bring it home. Bring it home, ladies and gentlemen. I almost missed it yesterday. I read the clock wrong, but you don't got much time. Again, easy catalyst tomorrow. Going to be GDP. The next level we're going to be looking at is going to be the Jerome Powell, Christine Lagarde, and all of that. Couple of earnings are around the way. Wrap it up. Dollar still strong. Oil came back. Currency still tripping out. And the SPY looks to close around 380. 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Bring it home, ladies and gentlemen. Bring it home. Bring thy portfolio home. Bring thy plays in and be prepared to notice thy habits at thy evening and be prepared for tomorrow. But you only have less than 15 seconds left. 10 seconds now at this point. Oil's holding up 380. You might get an Ocean's 11. I don't know if you're going to want to push it or not, but that's up to you, boo-boo. But finalize it. 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Oh no! Let's go, baby. Oh, we did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. Yes. All right. Hold on. Hold on. I need my GGs in the chat. I need my GGs at the end of the day. If you send one, you get one. If you send one, you get one, baby. There it is. Oh, GG, baby. GG, baby. Let's go, Cole. You made it. 7 hours in the books. Welcome to Tuesday, but you made it. Oh, where are my real ones at? I don't care if you made money or lost money. At least you learned something. All my lurkers, all my active ones. I need a hello. Say hello. Get me that GG. Forgive yourself. Forgive yourself. Forgive others. That's how it works, bro. You get forgiven with the GG. There it is, baby. Hey, man. God bless you. GG. All the real ones. If you playing with real money, I get a GG. If you playing with fake money, you don't get the GG because you weren't in the heat of the battle. But I know some of y'all were in the heat of the battle today. 7 hours. And we made it today. Shout out to Twitch, baby. I see y'all. Y'all think I forgot about y'all? I ain't forget about y'all. Y'all holding it down. Y'all keeping it real. Y'all ain't even taking it that seriously. Y'all holding it down. You know what I'm saying? Y'all acting like real homies. Let's go, Twitch. What's up, YouTube? Let's go. GG, baby. You want to see me a lot. Monday to Friday, you need me to talk. Woo! Cut it. Oh, yeah. No, cut it. Chad. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you had a wonderful day. I hope you enjoyed it, but that's the day, man. That's the day, and we made it. So God bless you, and thank you. Thank you for the GGs. Honestly, good game to all of you. I'm glad you made it this far. Quite impressive that you've even made it this far into the year. So good for you. Hopefully you can pat yourself on the back for that, and hopefully you feel a lot more prepared as much as you are anything. Twitter shareholders sue to block Musk takeover. What shareholders? I'll wait. Who on the board? Yeah, I'll wait. Anyways, Chad, I love you guys. God bless you. I hope you had a wonderful day. And before you head out, I just want to tell you thank you for being here. Again, it's beautiful to be back here on this channel. It's beautiful to see all the membership badges, the non-members, and we remember all of you, man. But all I got to say, man, is just thank you to every single one of you. Does not matter who you are. If you clicked on the video, you supported the channel. And honestly, man, if you like the video, you support. Let's go, baby. 2.1 thousand. Good to be back to that. Oh, let's go. They don't feel me. Oh, we love it. We love it. But I love you, baby. God bless you. But for real, man, every time you guys click on the video, every time you like the video, every time you share the video, you guys are supporting what we stand for. Again, we got to go over a lot of stuff. So if you want to keep having the same experience and you want to make sure other people get the same experience and get access to this level of fast news, education, the Qualcomm, it was so fast. But we didn't do anything with it today. It's okay. It happens. But all I'm saying, man, all of your guys' support, not only do you help me out, you're helping a lot of other people and bringing them this good quality content that they need, baby. So God bless you for supporting. Thank you for liking the video when you didn't have to, but above and beyond, man, just all of you. If you come here with the right attitude every day, come in here ready to make the most of what we got, the news, the information, the community, all the different ideas that we're able to share, man, God bless you and thank you for making the most of it. If you come here to work on your craft, come here with some discipline, looking to get better and just make the most of what it is and even contribute and just keep what we got going in this beautiful, awesome community. For real, God bless you and thank you. And now that I have them back, look at the member badges, bro. Stop playing with me, man. Stop playing with me. You know how many YouTube chats look like the other channel where they ain't got membership badges like that, man, and it's crazy to see. We got people who have supported this channel for years and years and years and years and years, and it's absolutely amazing. Nobody ever asked them to. It's not like it gave them anything special. That's why I said, man, all of you guys who like the video, share it, everything, you support it because we ain't even give them anything special. Everybody gets treated the same, but those are the people who have supported for years. They've been here for years. Chances are they got a long term for years. They've been in the game and everything, and just we wouldn't be there without them, man. And like I said, members, you guys are part of every single thing that we're doing. So thank you for helping me continue the mission and being there right by my side. I'm telling you, having you next to me, it means a lot and it keeps us going. So God bless you and thank you, Chad. Big shout out to the members. Oh, they don't feel me. And big shout out to the stream alerts too, baby. We make sure they don't miss it. A lot of y'all been getting on the stream alerts lately. I don't know what it is about the market or what it is. That's not me messaging you on Instagram. Don't fall for it, okay? Report them. But nah, man, shout out to stream alerts. Again, we make sure they don't miss it. A lot of people on the stream alerts even just buy the stream alerts to support the channel, and we are eternally grateful for you guys as well. But thank you for supporting the channel, holding it down. Hopefully you never miss it, and hopefully while you're at work or doing what you got to do throughout the day, we make sure that you're getting everything. You know what I'm saying? So God bless you and thank you. Amen. And finally, last but definitely not least, and everybody got a taste of it last week. Shout out to the non-members. We don't care who you are, bro. Like I said, nothing really matters in here because I've noticed in life, man, my type of people are the people who want it. You know what I'm saying? Anybody who is willing to work and anybody who is willing to put in effort and anybody who wants to make a positive change or any change, honestly, those are my people, bro. So I'm saying if you came in here every day, it don't matter if you have a membership badge or not. Everything we do is free. Like I'm saying, man, thank you all for supporting that and making ways to bring this to other people because it's free 99. We don't expect anything from you guys, okay? It's very, very simple. So all the people who showed up with love, though, and you showed up with the right mentality and you made what we got working and contributing and adding to it, just God bless you and thank you, man, because that's what it's all about. That's what we believe in. I hope I see y'all make some positive habit changes, and I hope I see y'all in the stock market and financial markets, honestly, for the rest of your life so that you can make the most of what is offered for a lot of people in this room right now. You know what I'm saying? It's beautiful. We're excited to have it, but ultimately, man, I'm just excited to be surrounded by one of the best communities, really, though. And again, I know I'm biased because I'm the one who's talking to y'all and doing it all, but for real, bro, some of y'all, the love you've shown, everything, it's inspired me. I hope I can inspire you guys, and I hope we could all grow together. I hope you could learn from my mistakes, my positives. I'm learning from you guys, and just keep it up, man. This is what we need. We need to be surrounded by people who want to make the most of their time, give the best effort, and I love being surrounded by that, so thank you, and let's keep it up. And members, non-members, stream alerts, that's what makes you call, baby. Let's go. Amen. 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 All glory to the Most High. But Chad, that's it, man. That's it, bro. That's the day. That's the day. I love you all. Go check out the link. Second link. Now you have to go back. It's disturbing how many of you didn't know that we were on the other channel, and then it's disturbing how many people came in here today and said, where have you been all week? So remember, we have another channel. It is the second link. It's called the Trading Fraternity, and we post every single night, and believe it or not, I have posted every single night for the last 2 or 3 years. I know, that's why it's disturbing, okay? So be there, second link if you want it. You might have a special guest today. You guys got to see me yesterday. Did you get here? We'll watch it. You guys can watch it.
Live in the head, but still get a spread. Still reinvest it. Feel how I feel, then you feel it's a blessing. I just want the lesson. I just want protection. I'm up and I'm down, but the sound like progression. Mama never plans if you wait for perfection. Finger to the down.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, today was crazy. Crazy meaning we didn't move at all.
She's saying that's how I talk. Well, I say,
so anyways,
didn't move it all, and then I
you can argue that good news was bad. Stop.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. See, every night, bro, it's fun. It's fun. It's good to go, bro. It's good to go. You know what I'm saying? Look, you get to see plays, you get the news, you get the keys, you get the little pretty. I got another pretty picture. Where's the other pretty? Look, I got pretty pictures I ain't even show you on there. You know what I'm saying? Oh, they don't feel me, bro. They don't feel me. They don't feel me. So check it out. That second link, nightly watch list and main channel. Hopefully I see you guys there. Third link for that membership on this channel, baby. Yeah, bro, I've been getting huge. I didn't realize it because when my girlfriend sat down in the chair and then was in the camera, bro, I had to like push her into the camera because she's tiny. And or maybe I'm just big. I didn't know, and I was really confused by it because I was like, whoa, this is wild. I said, this is absolutely wild, bro. She's like half the size of my chair, and I had to dude, it was crazy. It was crazy, bro. It was crazy, honestly. So thank you for that compliment, but it brought in some weird, I was tripping out yesterday. I don't know what was going on. I was like, is she really small or am I really big? And then I don't know. And then I was trying to figure it out. And then I was like, maybe I won't go to the gym today. I don't know. Maybe I need to fix my diet. I don't know. Habits. Anyways. Second link, nightly watch this in main channel. Hopefully I see you there. Third link for that membership badge, baby. All you got to do is go to this channel and put /join. And just God bless you for supporting the channel. Check out the merch again. If you follow me on Instagram, you should. But you will get followed by a fake Josh DMing you about crypto. That's not me. If they're not trying to sell you ultra breathable merchandise, you got the wrong one. So I will sell you this. That's the only thing we sell. Everything else is freemium. So we did have freemium merchandise, but all of you bought the shit out of it, and I ended up spending more on shipping because of supply chains than we didn't get anything off of it, actually. This one cost, but it was a good deal. I got a good deal on the shirts, bro. So sometimes we'll have freemium shirts, but other than that, this is the only thing for sale. Oh, we sold out of mouse pads too? That sucks, because this is a very effective mouse pad. I'm using it right now. So I don't know. I'm just saying this is the only thing we're going to sell you. But you could check that out. It's very breathable. But don't fall for any scams out there. So follow me on Instagram. Don't let them play you like that, okay? Don't let them play you like that. But follow me on Instagram. Go watch the video I just posted on Instagram. You'll see the latest long-term and everything else. So we'll find out what happens. But then how option pricing works and how to set up the long-term. We didn't have these in the description. Okay, so let's see. Let's see, man. Let's see what happens. Check it out. It's good for you. And then finally, baby, the prayer request wall. So, ladies and gentlemen, like I told you, it's all free. It's freemium. No affiliate links. We are sponsored 100% by ourselves and all of the people who have ever benefited off of what we provide. We have never taken a sponsor. You have never seen an advertisement on this channel, nor have you ever seen us advertise the channel to try to get you and sell you or do anything. So no, we don't sell or recommend anything we wouldn't use. Again, nothing's wrong with affiliate links, but I'm just saying, unless I would use it myself, I would not do it even if they offered me a buku amount of money, which they have. But I'm just saying, Chad, this is the only affiliate link we have, and it links to our prayer request wall, Chad, okay? Very, very simple. Brought to you by viewers like you, baby. And that's why we pray for them. We in the game, baby. But this is what me and my mom do, okay? We like to pray. We do this on the weekends, and I do it every day. I know my mom does too, but it's very simple. We want to just foster the attitude. If it can't flow through you, then it won't flow to you. We just want to hope everybody wins. We praying for you guys. A lot of you guys go through stuff, and it's good to have somebody out there just sending good vibes your way. We just want to put your jersey on our back and support you, and it's very simple. So if you want to fill it out, go ahead. It's not going to be a big deal. We're not going to tell your friends. Don't worry about it. It is all confidential. I don't even bring it up even during stream. We don't bring anything up like that. So it's just something kind of more personal. This is what we do, and it's just we're rocking for you guys. We're rooting for you. If you ever want to do anything for me, man, please pray for me, and thank you if you have, because it genuinely does work, and I believe in it, and it's a good thing to have, man. It's just a good thing to have. And pray for all the people in the chat, baby. Don't forget. I know you see them. I know you see me. I know you see me. They're right there, bro. You see them every day. So come on. Pray for your brothers and sisters in here. We all gonna make it. We all gonna get it, baby. There's enough room for everybody. So, yalla. We'll see. Can we raid today? I don't have much time, but let's do it. Let's do a quick one. We could do a quick raid once we wrap this up here a little bit. We'll do it quicker, okay? But I do got to get going on here, but we can make some moves. But fill out the prayer request wall, and Chad, that is the day. That's all. Go read the books, Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World, ladies and gentlemen. And I just hope you didn't forget the PHILO. Like I said, man, it's now the time to change a habit. It's very, very simple, okay? Very, very simple. Are you going to let a belief or your faith enable a dysfunction? Huh? Are you believing more than you are changing habits? Please, now is the time for a habit to change. You do not pour into a system that isn't functioning well. That means we must change the system a little bit. Oh, and the function will do what it needs to do. Oh, they don't feel me, chat. Come on. Amen, bro. For real, though. Don't let it believe positivity, anything. Don't let it enable any sort of dysfunction. I'm telling you, man, some of y'all been praying for years, and that's great. But you haven't seen the result because you need to make the first step and watch all your prayers, all your dreams, and all your goals get answered. Believe me, it starts with one thing, changing habits and moving in the right direction. So let's go. We got to get the discipline. I gave you guys a homework assignment. It's not really homework, honestly, man. For real, bro. I'm gonna just keep it real with you, bro. It's either you're going to do it or you're not. Like, that's it. It's either you're going to gain from this or you're not. I'm just telling you what I'm doing. And this is what I'm doing tonight. I did it yesterday. I'm writing all of my habits, my good habits, my bad habits. I'm circling the ones that are bad that I know I could change and just using that as an opportunity, man, for real, because I want to make sure the system runs smooth. I want to see more. Again, whether you are desperate or whether you are thriving, this should bring out the desire to do better. And that's the beauty of it. So, Chad, I hope you take it. Please go listen to the PHILO once it gets posted on this channel. You'll have to go back through. But I know we got some awesome Chads who tag it up, so thank you for that. But that's it, man. That is the day. It's very simple. Damn, bro. You can't spell habit without Habibi. That's all I'm saying. I love it. But I love it, Chad. God bless you. And now let's bask in some uncle. And then we are going to wrap it up here. And I love you. And God bless America. And God bless the Chad. And God bless God. And, you know, I say that sometimes. I know it's weird when I say it, but, like, for real, like, I'm straight out here God blessing God sometimes. You know what I'm saying? God, thank you for you, God. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if they feel me. Praise God. Can I get a praise God? You could let it out loud. That's why he gave you a voice, bro. Oh, they don't feel me. They don't feel me, Chad. It's okay. Because I remember they told me what was impossible. I told them alone. You feel me? Baby. You feel me? You can't be moved, bro.
Tryna hit big, but it's SGDCULT. My team so different. Off me, y'all weak. I think they speak more than they do and live it. I can't be moved. They think they cool when shit get hot. I'm chillin'. Feel out Tom Cruise. I cannot lose because I'm on that mission. Tryna hit big, but it's SGDCULT. My team so different. Off me, y'all weak. I think they speak more than they do and live it. I can't be moved, they think they cool when shit get hot. I'm chillin', feel out Tom Cruise. I cannot lose because I'm on that mission. I ain't tryna hit big, but it's SGD. I can hit 100 layers before you hit that 3. I ain't do no innovating, I just watered that tree. Got a little bit of Vegas, got a little Wall Street. On my band ground, got some buffets on the team. I can kick a couple theories, I'm the modern main cage. Why the people never bring it, always asking what to eat. Thought you told me you was leaving, but I see you every week. All good, I should show them the loss. Men lie, women lie, the premium don't. No trend lines, my mind really just know. I exercise my time cause I'm trying to take hold. Poet and philosopher, I feel like the road. They told me what's impossible, I told them alone. Cause even though it's narrow, I can stay on the road. Cause little after little, it's gon' turn into growth. Whoa. Tryna hit big, but it's SGDCULT. My team so different. Off me, y'all weak. I think they speak more than they do and live it. I can't be moved, they think they cool when shit get hot. I'm chillin'. Feel I'm Tom Cruise. I cannot lose because I'm on that mission. Tryna hit big, but it's SGDCULT. My team so different. Off me, y'all weak. I think they speak more than they do and live it. I can't be moved, they think they cool when shit get hot. I'm chillin'. Feel I'm Tom Cruise. I cannot lose because I'm on that mission.
So I don't know if I ruined it at the end. Chatadonia. Let's go, baby. Game time. I love you. I love you too, man. Someone said, when's the last time somebody asked Josh, what can I do for you? Honestly, man, the level of support and love y'all show me, y'all be doing that, bro. I'm telling you. Again, and that's why I hope you appreciate the Colt and everybody around you, bro. You guys are always willing to lend a helpful hand. I got a message in the morning. Someone's like, Josh, you tagged San Diego. Is that your address on there? Like, you guys are looking out for me. I tell you guys about stalkers. I literally have law enforcement will email me and let me know they got help. I got hackers who will hit me up. Like, you guys are there. If anything, I'm the one who needs to start getting a little bit more active here. I need to start developing my habit to be a little more social. You've heard me say that so many times, and I've been dog shit at it, to be honest with you. So, honestly, man, it's just keep it up in here. And, I think I could step it up a little bit, too. So, I'm excited for that. But above all else, man, it's what we got here. Let's keep doing it, man. Keep supporting everybody. Keep making good decisions. Make good habits. Be a beacon. You know what I'm saying? Set a good example for yourself, your community, even the people in the chat. You know what I'm saying, baby? That's what it's about, bro. But I'm telling you, man, it's a very rare thing that we got here and the people we're surrounded by. Again, I mean, bro, I'm telling you, like, the world is crazier than ever. I feel like the world is shittier than ever. But I do genuinely feel like I've been exposed to some of the best people that I've ever encountered in my life. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm like, it's wild to think that in this environment and state of the world and culture that we have thousands of people who operate how they do every single day in here. And some of the guys who hold it down just so well, which is a lot of you guys. Regardless, it don't matter whether it is badge, no badge, it don't matter. And that's what even the haters, bro, I'm even telling you. Like, I'm telling you, it's something that we got, bro. So it's very beautiful. It's very rare, and that's all we need, man. That's all we need, and we gonna keep grinding for it. But thank you. So thank you, man. If anything, I'm in debt to you, my Chad. Don't worry about it. We in the game. We in the game, baby. But I love you. God bless you. That is the day. We will stick around on Twitch for like 2 extra minutes. I'm going to raid somebody and then dip out, but we're going to end it right here on YouTube. So just before we do, man, just don't forget why we here, okay? Don't forget why we here, why we keep going, why we don't quit, and why whether it's good or bad, we seek the desire to get even better, baby. Why? Why are we going to change them habits? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Woo! Feel good, don't it? Feel good. All right, man. So we out here. I love you. God bless you. Join the Twitch. We're only going to stay for a couple minutes. It's going to be quick, trust me, but we haven't raided in a while, so let's get our raid on. You know what I'm saying, Chad? But YouTube, I love you guys. You better be on the watch list. You don't have to be. I'm sure I'll probably clickbait you into it because you will rather watch my girlfriend for 10 seconds than me giving you some dope-ass game, bro, but that's cool. I understand. I'm a male too, I guess. But that's it. I guess we got different priorities. That's fine. I'm just shaming you a little bit. It's cool. Just click on the video. Show some love. I better see a watch list comment. You know, okay, anyway. I love you. God bless you. Have a wonderful day. And peace out. Oh, hey, wait, Josh. I want a pony. I don't care. I'll wait. It's fine. Okay. Love you. Bye. I tell you who wants a pony. I want a pony. What's a pony? I invented ponies. You know what ponies are? Horsepower. You know, you can't have horsepower out with gas. I told you it was $2. I was in office. No, it's 25. I tell you, everything. When you were in office, it was like Steve Carell. You clown. You're a schmuck. Huh? You're a schmuck. That's all. Okay? I love you. Okay, and happy. I'm glad to celebrate today with the Passover dinner. Okay, so good morning. And peace, hello, Chad. Peace, hello. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. You, dude, I hit the Twitch. Sorry, Twitch. My bad. I hit the Twitch one on accident. Oh, I just hyped them up. Oh, y'all still hear me, right, YouTube? I know YouTube here. Fuck, bro. Because, look, I got 2 different OBSs. Oh, I guess it wasn't meant to be, bro. I have 2 OBSs, and I hit stop on this one. Oh, my bad, Twitch. I guess YouTube found a way to get that W out of you. My bad. I love y'all. My bad. We're going to do it tomorrow then. We gonna do it tomorrow. Oh, man, how they do me. I feel bad now. I feel bad. I genuinely, now I'm like, oh, that's like, imagine how Powell felt switching the guidance on Thursday, huh? Or that last week, huh? Because I'm sure, because I feel this bad about that. Like, how does he not feel bad about doing that with the whole fucking economy? Like, low key. Because, like, bro, I'm like, oh, I signaled that we were going to do a raid, and I signaled to the markets to go onto the Twitch, and then I pivoted on accident, and then I'm like, what? That's why he don't say nothing anymore, huh? Oh, I feel bad. All right, well, Twitch, I love you if you're here. YouTube, you got the extra. So God bless you. Have a wonderful day, and peace out. Oh, wait, I could just go live again? Nah, it's over. It's over. I'm sorry. Yeah, my bad, Twitch. My bad.